All right, for some of you folks that may be watching the repeat on YouTube, understand this may be a couple of days old because YouTube does censor some of the videos. There's MAGA material, Trump material in here, and anytime they hear Trump, they censor. So some of these videos could be a day or two late. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. As you see behind yours truly, a very controversial statement. But I want to bring it to the folks because many are suggesting that President Joseph R. Biden, number 46, is the worst president in American history. Now, for yours truly, because I lean left, the statement makes no sense at all. Nevertheless, I wanted to come and talk to the folks because I want to find out from you, where is that rooted? What about President Biden would lead someone to state that or even suggest that he is by far the worst president we've ever had in American history? What has he done to lead us down a path that would literally make you believe that he is worse than the 45 preceding commander-in-chiefs? So we're going to talk to the folks. As always, the program is and shall forever remain MAGA friendly in its entirety, but liberals are welcome as well. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary, so understand when you're stating your point, you don't have to have any fear of being blocked, banned, or censored by the host. Yours truly, I let the folks speak. Free speech always reigns supreme on here. What do we always say? You don't have to agree with the host. You'll never have your time limited or censored when you're in the box because we have a difference of opinion. So why do folks believe President Trump is the worst, or President Biden? That's not a Freudian slip. President Biden. Why do folks believe President Biden is the worst president in history? We're going to talk about that. Going to the comment section. Manuel Anaya says Trump was worse, but I guess Trump wasn't a leader. He was Putin's puppet. Wow. You believe that Putin was controlling President Trump? Many have suggested that President, or better yet, Vladimir Putin is happier with Biden in office. They believe that Vladimir Putin has seen Biden as a weak leader and decided to make his grab for the Ukraine. Do you submit to that same theory that if Trump was currently president, the Ukraine-Russia war would not even be taking place? Let your boy know in the comments. LBJ was the worst, says Gabe W. Smith. I would love to hear you elaborate on why you believe Lyndon B. Johnson, the signature of the Civil Rights Act, by the way, what did Lyndon B. Johnson do to lead you to believe he was the worst president in history? Looking at the handsome liberal card, I don't know what that is. Michael Whitaker, I don't know what that is. Zachary, got that right. Biden is the worst president in history. And that's what we're asking. We're trying to get the folks to elaborate on that. What has Biden done for America, against America, to harm America, that would lead constituents to suggest he is the worst president in history? We're trying to find that out because yours truly, I'm going to go ahead and plead ignorance on it. I don't see how he is getting such a ranking, but I want to hear from you. Tap the screen. Get your boy up to 5,000 likes. Just want to bring in, help out the algorithms, bring in more MAGA, get the conversation started. Looking in the comments here, nothing but whoop Trump, says James White. So I asked, what did Biden do that was so awful? And James White said he didn't do nothing but whoop Trump's ass. Okay. The infrastructure bill was a pretty good start. The captain, you believe the infrastructure bill was so bad that it pushes them down to the worst president. How does the infrastructure bill negatively affect the average American, the average voting constituent, so poorly that it would put Biden in that rank? So I'm trying to find out. Like I said, I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. So feel free, you can state your point without, I don't talk down to my guests. I let you say what you have to say, regardless if we disagree or agree. That doesn't matter. And the box is open, by the way. But the infrastructure bill, really? That alone, huh? It isn't a negative. Okay, the captain says it isn't a negative. The infrastructure bill actually makes him a great president, according to the captain. Get a guest in the box. AC, be that guest. And the box is open. I don't censor, block, ban, or any of that. Won't limit your time because you have a difference of opinion. So understand when you come in the box, you do get your time to state your point. Free speech is always our method of operation here. How in the hell can you say that, bro? Peanut, I'm not saying anything. I'm here to talk to the folks. This is where you get to speak, and I simply learn. That's what this is about. You guys are teaching the host. World War III, Afghanistan bribe from China and food oil expenses. World War III. User 69, you're suggesting Biden is the worst president in history because of World War III. That hasn't happened yet. You're putting Biden's ranks based on something that you think will happen in the future. That has not taken place yet. So when you say Biden is the worst president in history, we got to go by what actually took place. World War III is not a real event. That has not happened. I used to vote blue. I'm going to vote red. Change my mind. Well, in regards to your comment, SC Sunshine, you're not the only person that most likely has voted Democrat before and is now voting Republican. Hell, Trump did it. But at the end of the day, in regards to going from blue to red, it depends on what issues are most important to you. If you are okay, for instance, with a woman not having a right to choose, then you should vote red. There are certain issues. If you are not a big fan of the LGBT community and you would like to have them face multiple limitations on how they can live their lives, you should vote red. I mean, so there are legitimate reasons to vote red. It depends on what your personal issues are. Real quick before we go to the box, politics, they a shit show. And you know feeding it empowers the ones that hold us back. Well, who are the ones holding us back? That depends on your definition of being held back. Keeping it fucking real. Good evening to the program that is real. See if I bring you up. Good evening.
Hey, what's going on?
Well, not much at all. Joseph R. Biden, number 46, worst president in American history. What say you?
I think by the end of it, yes. When it's all said and done, yes, he will be the worst president in America.
Wait, repeat that. You said when it's all said and done, what?
I'm
You're
sorry,
on
my
mute.
phone rang. I had to
Keeping
hang
it.
up again.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
All right. Let me know when you're back because I want to hear the answer to that. When Russia and Ukraine signed a peace agreement, what about that? You do realize who was the previous president? Yeah, it was President Trump. This guy. So that's what we're asking. And obviously, we're going to be comparing the two, but I'm trying to find out what's making folks suggest that Biden is the worst president in history. I'm not stating that. I'm here to talk to the folks and find out if that is your sentiment. Keeping it real, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I
I
said,
didn't hear yours
I when it's all said and done, yes. One thing, if anyone
based
thinks
on
that the
what?
guy, when all everything's said, when it all comes at the end of this, because there's a lot of stuff going on with him. You know what I'm saying? As far as with the $5 million and pay to play, and there's a lot of stuff that's going on in the background that you really don't hear about, or it's there, but they're just not talking about it.
How
The
do you, but
laptop,
wait a minute.
etc.
If it's all going on in the background and we don't hear about it, how do you know about it?
Because I listen. I don't live my life on CNN.
Okay, but
I
there's
go
a
to
whole lot
alternative. I
of
use
folks.
I use a lot of alternative news
How do you know if you feel CNN is not an
and
accurate news
C-SPAN
source? Yeah, but how do you sources that you're watching are any more accurate than CNN?
because it's all on C-SPAN. If you watch, if you're watching what's going on in the House, why do you think the Republicans haven't done nothing? Because they're too busy investigating everything. You know what I'm saying? So, but
Okay.
listen. Let's keep it real. If anyone thinks that Biden is really running anything, they're smoking crack. because this guy can't even tie his own fucking shoe. Let's keep it real.
So,
Someone's running him. Let's keep it real. Someone is running this guy. This guy is incapable. The guy doesn't even know what day it is. You really think that this guy's making the decisions? And let's keep it real. He hasn't done nothing. Absolutely nothing. What has he really done?
well,
You know,
how do you
and
respond to,
and I'm in
how
the
do you
middle. I
respond?
just make it clear to everybody. I'm in the middle. I don't believe in this two-party system. You know what I'm saying? But I call what it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And he's
So
done
if you're in
nothing.
the, wait, so if you're in the middle, what did you think of Trump's presidency?
It was a lot better than where Biden was. His message. I think it was the message, the wrong messenger, maybe. At the time. You know what I'm saying? But I thought it was the wrong messenger, but he had a good message. You know what I'm saying? America first. Patriotism. He really and he. Let's keep it real. Everyone loved. I heard you guys before you got cut off. The other guys, everyone loved Donald Trump until he ran for president. Let's keep it real. He did. And
Oh, but wait a minute though. In regards to everybody loving Trump before he ran for president, Biden was liked by everyone in Washington before he ran for president too.
by Washington. But listen, just Joe Biden is undercover racist. Let's keep it real. I mean, his policies have been anti-minority for years. His past speaks of it. Someone doesn't automatically change overnight his beliefs. And there's plenty of video of him, the racial jungle and things of that nature. The guy.
What about Trump? Why are there so many folks that, particularly minorities, if you ask minorities as a whole, they feel that Trump is more racist than Biden? Why do you think that is?
You know what's funny that people call him racist? Did you hear recently that Donald Trump is the only president in history not to have any links to the slave trade in this country? None of his family, not no roots, only president.
Yeah, but if we want to go
And they want to
by,
call him a racist. His family, he had nothing to
but
do with.
wait a minute, Joe. Let me respond to that. If we want to go by whites that have a link to the slave trade, then we could just take the founding fathers completely off our money, right? Because they all got a link to it.
Oh well, yeah, but I was just saying that because because if there was links to it, it would be top news, and it would just support people calling him a racist. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
did you
but
know?
I mean, do we really judge folks that are racist by what their great grandmother did? I mean, I
Some
mean,
people
really,
do.
let's just be honest. Most
Unfortunately nowadays do because if that's not the case, why are people blaming us for things that happened, 100 years ago? If you
Well,
if you
because
want
a
to keep it
lot of
real,
it is not 100 years ago. A lot of it is not. But the fact is, many folks on the right would say exactly what you did. We need to get over things that happened 100 years ago, which is surprising that then Trump would step up and say,
I'm
"Well,
not
I
saying
don't have anybody."
I'm not saying get over it, but deal with it much differently than we do now.
I don't know if we ever
It's
dealt
nothing to
with it
get
at
over. It's part of
all.
our. It's nothing to get over. It's part of our history. We have to accept it for what it is and just better ourselves. Dwelling and beating each
Well,
other up over it is not going to help.
in regards to the notion that's part of our history, I would agree with you more if we actually had taught it as history, as opposed
Mm.
to it being part of our history. We've been trying to sweep this stuff under the rug. That's why we're trying to hide it so long.
I I think it was been. I I agree with you, but it's the way it's being presented and brought out. I think it could be brought out in a lot less negative negative way. Deal with it more on a real basis. It's
Wait, wait.
it's angry. It's
Well,
it's
well, let
it's
me
causing a lot of problems. You know what I'm saying?
There is no. Let me present it to you this way, keeping it
Let's
real.
keep it
There
real.
is no way. Wait a minute. There is no way you're gonna hide and lie about something for generations, and then when it finally comes out, you want it to come out in a less negative manner. Fact is, if you want to blame folks for how this has been delivered, blame all of those folks that tried to hide it because they have created this mess. If it had been taught accurately from day one, we wouldn't be dealing with this.
Yes, you're 100% correct. Well, one thing, everything they taught us pretty much is a lie. But back to what you said about Trump being a racist. Listen, everybody loved Donald Trump until he ran for president. No one ever called him a racist. Oprah loved him. He financially backed Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign, and he also, like you said, he was a Democrat. He got the Republican because he needed the engine to run for president. You know what I'm saying? You need an engine to run a machine. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, but how do you, in
there's also a
regards to
woman.
your statement,
There's
wait a
also a
minute, in
woman that's
regards to
been
your
living in
statement
Trump
that
Towers.
in regards to your statement, wait a minute, in regards to your statement that everybody loved Trump until he became president, how do you respond to the notion that everybody was okay with Obama until he became president and he suddenly was from Kenya? Do you see any similarities there?
No,
None at all.
no.
Any idea why Trump was saying he was from
Listen, you're
Kenya?
listen, you're older. Let's just think about it. Keep it real. The same Donald Trump is the same motherfucker that he was and the same stuff 20 years ago. He's more
Yeah, but
consistent person than most of the people. And everybody hates Donald Trump because he exposed the corruption. I'm not saying
what
he's
was he?
perfect, but he
But
exposed a
he
lot of corruption in this government.
But let me ask you this: when he was saying Obama was born in Kenya, how do you think the African American community should have taken that?
I think it was more because that he's not eligible to run for president. I don't think it's a racist thing.
Well, but the fact is, it's not
That's
true.
how I
So
took it.
how? Wait a minute. Let me finish. How do you think the African American community should accept him saying this guy was born in a foreign country?
But yeah, but there's still a lot of controversy about if
There
he
is
is.
no controversy. Where
Yes,
is the
there is.
controversy?
He said it. He
Where is
said
the
it numerous times.
controversy?
He said it
Huh?
numerous times. He's himself has said it in speeches numerous times.
So what you're saying is you actually believe Obama. You believe everything he said is everything from racism and all. You actually believe Obama.
I believe Obama what?
You said he said it numerous times, which
Yeah, he
means
did.
that you actually believe stuff that he says.
Obama said he was born in Kenya a few times.
So you do believe that Obama was born in Kenya.
Yeah, his own
Based on
brother
what?
said. His own brother said it.
Okay. So when Trump finally came out at the end and said no, Obama was born in America, was he lying?
Yeah, I think he was
So why would Trump lie then?
because sometimes you have to lie, especially being a fucking president. If you say
But he's
something
not a typical.
wrong, listen, these
He's
motherfuckers.
not.
Listen, politicians are born liars. They look at you in the eye and they lie right to your face. That's their job.
But Trump is not a typical. You're making him a
No, he's
typical
not.
politician now.
Well, I think he kind of turned into it, but in the beginning, he was. I think he was. He exposed a lot of stuff, man. He did.
What did he expose?
Human trafficking for one.
We
Huge
didn't.
human trafficking.
Have you not seen Liam Neeson in Taken in 2007? I think we kind of knew about that already.
No, not. Listen, there's a movie coming out by Mel Gibson directed on July 4th. I forgot exactly what it's called because I'm stoned, but people need to check it out. It's about modern day human trafficking.
Okay, so you're saying that we were blind on human trafficking until Trump got elected in 2016.
In yes, we didn't hear about it, not to the extreme that we do now. Not all the investors. Listen, they've been arresting people. And that's what I don't understand. You should hear about this on like CNN. You hear it on like the local news stations of all these human trafficking rings getting busted all around, not only around the country, around the world.
Okay, I do got to move it on, but I want to ask you one last question. In regards to human trafficking, some have suggested that Hillary Clinton has been known to ingest the bodily fluids of babies. Do you believe that?
Uh, well, I'm gonna be honest, man. I took a ride on the dark web, and this is all before it came out, and there was like a scrungy like video that I seen on, and it looked like Hillary and this other chick with brown hair. This is what I seen.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah,
You do.
yeah,
All right. Fair enough. You're always welcome back. Keeping it fucking real. Anytime.
yep.
Come on back through, man.
All right, brother.
We appreciate you coming in. All right. Moving the program on. And let me make
folks. It's not whether the host agrees with it or not. I've made it clear on all of my broadcasts. I let the folks speak. We go from left of Bernie Sanders to I'm sitting down having dinner with QAnon. So understand when you come on the broadcast, nobody's going to censor or limit your time because we have a difference of opinion. It's not about that. It's about maintaining civilized dialogue without any fear of being blocked, banned, or censored. Nevertheless, we will hash the points out, as you just saw. Looking in the comments section. By the way, tap the screen. Get your boy up to 10,000 likes. You know what we do here. The program is forever will remain MAGA friendly. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome. I'll go right back to the box. What we're discussing is there are so many folks suggesting that President Joseph R. Biden, number 46, is the worst president in history. Now, I lean left, so I don't submit to that theory, but I want to talk to you, the folks, because I want to be educated. I want to know why folks are suggesting that out of all of his 45 preceding leaders, he's the worst one. He's the worst one. So that's what we're talking about. All right, and if you enjoy civilized dialogue from both sides of the aisle, do your boy a solid, follow the program, helps out the algorithms. You know what we do. Lola, cuckoo. It's feelings over facts for me. All right, appreciate that. He is certainly not the worst president. Trump was, says user Mama Mia. And I can't pronounce it. A lot of you folks are saying that Biden is not the worst president, but I do hear that often enough, which is why that is the purpose of the show. I want to know what's making people suggest that out of all of the presidents before Biden, no one was worse. So we'll keep it moving. We'll go straight back to the box. We'll make it happen with the Honorable Rainey Kane. Good evening. Joseph, no one worse than President Biden. Talk to me, Rainey.
Oh,
Rainey, are you
no.
there?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. So yes, I don't think Joe Biden is the worst president. I think he's actually a really good president. I think he's the most effective president. I mean, no matter what you all think, the economy is doing great. We are the first time in history we are not in any freaking wars as a nation. We don't got no boots in the ground getting killed. Our people are good. The stock market is higher than
Well,
it's ever been.
how do you respond to folks that would suggest under Trump we were not at war and the economy was good as well?
Yeah, well, we were still in Afghanistan when Trump was president, so that's not true.
But I mean, he inherited that, and he pretty much got us out of there. You don't blame him for Afghanistan, do you?
I don't blame Joe Biden for Afghanistan either. I mean, I
Yeah.
think the person who gets the blame for Afghanistan is George W. Bush. Period. He fucking made that war for no reason. There was no reason we should have been there for 20 years. But anyway, I don't want to get stuck on war. But the facts are the facts. We were in a war when Trump was president. My point is, we're not in a war under Biden. That is
But I do
that
have to
is a
put.
true fact.
I do got one issue in regards to Afghanistan. I have to push back with you on. How do you respond to folks that blame Biden for the botched evacuation that cost the lives of 13 service personnel?
Again, I can't blame a guy who didn't get a transition from the former guy, and 5 months, and the former guy had already set the conditions for the exit. He didn't evacuate anybody before he signed when he signed that deal 2 years prior with the Taliban, I mind you. So yeah, I don't blame Joe Biden for it was a war. Name me one time we left any war and we had casualties. You can't name one war. That's
No,
the point.
no,
Joe
I
Biden should
don't
not
know
be
if we
blamed
left.
for when he just became president. 5 months later, we withdraw, and now we're just everybody doesn't even remember 20 years. It's like fuck you, Joe Biden. These 13 service members died. That's crazy. That is crazy. Does
Yeah.
anybody talk about the 64 soldiers that died under Donald Trump? No, because that's absurd. We would never do that. We don't blame
Mm,
presidents for people dying in war. That's crazy.
yeah. So at the end of the day, where do you think this is coming from? Suggesting he's the worst president in
I
history.
think a lot of Trump supporters still have, again, how is it that Joe Biden was the vice president of this country, the senator of this country for over 46 years? Nobody said a jack shit about Joe Biden until he defeated their fucking reality TV star. That is the only time people started hating Joe Biden.
Yeah.
when he
But
beat
that
the
but that
brakes off of
also
Donald Trump. And now they
but that
can't handle it. So that's why.
but that's the argument that they make as well, that before Trump became president, nobody was hating him either. So you kind of sound like you're using the same argument.
Everybody hated Donald Trump. I don't know what planet these people are living on. He was in the National Enquirer every fucking day. What are you? Again, I think these people are living in alternate realities. But
Well,
again, the
but you
stuff that
gotta
I'm
admit,
saying is actually fact based. Like the economy is great. The economy is strong. It is. The dollar is strong. The dollar is worth $1.08 right now.
wait a minute, you actually think the United States economy right now, as we're speaking, is in good shape?
Absolutely. Give me some indicators that it's not.
I mean, you don't think
I'm
when you
asking,
look
give
at,
me some
I
indicators
am
that it's
giving,
not.
I am. Look at the price of fuel, look at the price of goods and services in general, inflation, interest rates. You don't see any.
Inflation is down to 4% right now. Actually, it just came down to 3.9% on Friday. It's coming down. Again, the inflation was caused by a global pandemic, not because of Joe Biden.
Okay, we
Again, the
can
man walked into office with these problems. How do you blame somebody who inherited the bullshit?
we can definitely debate that. That's a decent point. But you're saying that our economy is in good shape right now. That's where I don't see that.
Yeah, again, just factually based, it is in good shape. Our country is doing better than any freaking developed country around the world, including China. This nation is always going to be strong. That's the point. I think you guys are living in this, like, not understanding we're coming out of a global pandemic that destroyed our whole economy. And now you're
Yeah.
pretending like this is just not, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But
But
yes, I think the
let me
economy is
present it to
great.
you this
I
way.
think
Let me
capitalism is taking over. And if the government controlled prices of anything, that would be one thing, but they don't.
let me present it to you this way. Most liberals do not think our. I mean, they don't like Trump and they don't want Trump back. But even most liberals do not think our economy is doing very well right now. That's a shocking statement. I don't think that Biden is by any means the worst president in history. But your notion that the economy is strong right now, I don't think most Americans agree with that, even on the left side of the aisle.
Again, if we got the lowest unemployment and and since 1958, the lowest black unemployment in American history. I mean, there's just too many. The most new businesses opened up in the last 50 years. We got more construction happening around this country. We got more investment coming into this country, more manufacturing coming from overseas back to this country in America. I mean, there's just too many just proof points. Yes, you could give me the anecdotal, gas might be, what is it, 60
But,
cents off?
Rainy, everything is more elevated than it should. You can't even buy a soda that does not cost a significant amount more than it did 2 or 3 years ago.
Talk about egg prices. Egg prices is 99 cents a
I'm not
dozen
gonna
in
go
my
to
state.
eggs. We know eggs has something to do with bird flu and all kinds of other shit. But I'm talking
Well, again,
about.
it's 99 cents a dozen. I was reading a
Oh,
comment. I'm
yeah.
sorry, say that again.
Now, the point I'm trying to make is virtually everything. Like I used to buy the rotisserie chickens at Walmart. During the Trump administration, those rotisserie chickens you get at Walmart that are already cooked, they were $4.95. They're like $9 almost now. I mean, everything costs more. It's not just well, eggs aren't that expensive, but I mean, a can of soup, a soda, everything costs significantly more.
Yeah, but that's not as a result of the economy. That is a result of capitalism and price gouging. That is
Okay.
literally corporations price gouging. That is nothing. There's no more supply chain problems. There's no more COVID. There's no more none of that. These people are price gouging us for a reason because they can.
Mm. And I don't
This is a
disagree with that.
capitalist society. That does not mean that is tied to the economy. Yes, shit is expensive, but that doesn't mean that's the U.S. economy. Just like rent. Rent is going up, but who owns the property? Does the government own the property? No. Why does the rent go up? Because it can.
So, in other words, you believe this is really just a mass amount of price gouging.
I think capitalism is fucking us like they always do. We just now are living and just looking like, well, what's going on? We coming out of a pandemic. They're trying to act like, oh, well, we got to recoup all of our losses, because all you broke folks didn't have money, during the pandemic, and we didn't get our rent on time. So now I got to jack up the rent. All this crazy stuff that's happening right now. There's no cause here. The government gave these people money when we were in the pandemic, but now they don't even help you as a
Yeah.
as a renter.
That's a good answer.
You know what I'm saying?
And I don't disagree with a lot of that. I gotta move it up, but I want to ask you one last question because
Sure.
this is something I often ask my beloved Trump supporters who will say that well Trump is not racist and things like that, and I always ask them on their side of the aisle. If Trump is not this stuff, why is it so difficult for Republicans to get that message out? So I'm going to ask you if the economy is so great or doing so well as you're pointing out, why is it so difficult for the Democrats to get that message out? Because that message is not resonating. Even most Democrats are not echoing what you're echoing. So why are the Democrats having such a poor messaging issue in letting folks know that Biden is doing a great job with the economy, as you suggest?
Again, Democrats suck. My party is fucking feckless. They are. They're not fucking thugs like Trump. Joe Biden is not on the TV talking about I did all of this shit. No, you don't hear that from Joe Biden. You didn't even hear from Obama. You didn't hear from Clinton. Because my party doesn't do shit like that. But again, I think that's wrong. If I was running this party, we would be on the TV every day. There would be a Democrat on every station at all times of day talking about all the shit we're doing in this country. We wouldn't let none of y'all sleep. Trump was talking about, oh, the lowest this and the lowest that. And no, it's like it was all lies. He was full of shit. But anyway, I know you got to go. Happy 4th of July, darling.
Absolutely, it's a pleasure talking to you. You are correct that Trump was on TV touting what he thought was his successes all the time. Now, in regards to Clinton and Obama not doing it, both Clinton and Obama heading towards their second term had a hell of a lot better poll numbers than Biden does. So he needs to get with the program. Rainey, appreciate you coming through.
Love you, baby.
Absolutely.
In the comment section, Dems have nothing to tout. I don't know about that. In regards to I didn't see the name. Oh, user 7 9. In regards to suggesting, and I'll go back to the box. But in regards to suggesting that Dems have nothing to tout, I think to the LGBT community, they don't need to say a damn thing. All they do is need to just simply play clips of what the Republicans are saying. LGBT wise, pro-choice women, you don't need to say anything to those folks. So, and this is very similar to how folks suggested there's no way Biden could have won in 2016 because he was in his basement while Trump was campaigning. Well, when you look at some of the things that are being said, there are certain communities where Biden doesn't have to do anything, doesn't have to come out of his basement at all. If you just play Ron DeSantis clips or some of the things that are being said out of South Carolina where they want to execute a woman if she has an abortion, the liberal person doesn't have to say a damn thing. Just play that over and over again. So understand that that is an issue when you say that there is nothing the Democrats have to tout. They may not need to if some of the folks on the right keep saying some of those extreme policies. Looking in the comments, fear of a black planet is GOP's whole agenda. Wow, that sounds like replacement theory, G Sharp. That really sounds like you're talking about replacement theory. Play clips of the LGBT folks in the Christian's face surrounding him. Real nice bunch. Brown's backer. You make a legitimate point. And I'll go right back to the box shortly, but there's LGBT folks walking down the street, for instance, chanting, "We're here, we're queer, and we're coming for your children." Or, for instance, the transgender woman that took off her shirt and bared her breasts at the White House. Listen, I don't believe that the LGBT community are harmful to children or that they're coming for children. But there are plenty of people that do, and when you have folks out there doing stuff like that, it's setting the community back. So Brown's backer, you do have a legitimate point there. Going back to the box, nevertheless, we'll keep it moving. Miss 420. Okay. I always like the interesting names. Miss 420, if it lets her in.
Going, we'll keep it. By the way, tap the screen, get your boy up to 20,000 likes. We don't block, ban, or censor here as usual. Miss 420, good evening. I don't know if my last caller came on. Miss 420, okay, perhaps not. We'll keep it moving then. Uh,
Says American Warrior. That doesn't say anything. Biden is the worst, Bridget Ortiz. And that's what we're trying to elaborate on. Yours truly, I lean left. I make no secret about that. I do prefer conversations with the right. The program is always will remain MAGA friendly, but liberals are also welcome. And that's what I often hear from folks on the right is that Joseph R. Biden is the worst president, worst commander in chief than any of his 45 predecessors. Why is that? What has Biden done in only 2 years of office that would lead America down such a awful path to make him the worst commander in chief in history? So I want to hear from you folks. What say you? Yours truly, I still need to be sold on that. That sounds like an extremist point of view. Nevertheless, I always let you get your opinion across without any fear of being blocked, banned, or censored. So I'm coming to the folks to hear your opinion. Can't form a complete sentence, says Reagan. Well, if he's having mental health issues, that alone doesn't make him the worst president in history. If he's insane, so to speak, then you're holding an insane man accountable for his actions. Is that how that works? I mean, if he's not within his mental faculties, then you you would essentially give him an asterisk. A worst president in history should be based on things you actually are doing coherently. Let's keep it moving. House Coat Chronicles.
good evening. Welcome to the program. See if it works this time. House Coat, good evening.
Hey, handsome, how are you?
I'm doing good. Worst president in history. What say you?
That is kooky talk, and I'm not even coming at it from the standpoint of a Biden devotee, but I just think it's like a recency bias. I'm actually open to the possibility that 50 years from now, both Trump and uh, Biden and Obama are considered to be good presidents. I'm open to the possibility.
Okay. Give me okay, so you say 50 years from now, nobody will see none of those three, Obama, Trump, or Biden. You don't think anybody will see either one of those as the worst president in history.
I I think it's more likely that they won't be. I just think there's too much emotion right now to even objectively de- decide it. And look, I don't want to get into the economy because I don't know enough to even have an opinion. But like, I think I have a different view of Clinton now than I did in 2000
Yeah.
because now I've seen how that 94 crime bill played out. I
Yeah.
have more knowledge of stuff, and so I'm looking at it from a different context than that guy is so mentally decrepit. But Kevin McCarthy, never heard him say that. All the
Yeah.
other Republicans, all the talking point is that's that. And
So, but because you hear this often, do you personally believe Biden is just simply not there mentally, doesn't know who he is?
no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. And I say that as someone who, like yourself, is old enough to remember term two Reagan. And
Yeah.
he's I don't have any concerns about his mental health. I think if that was a legit concern, even behind the scenes on the alternative media that one guy gets his information from, I, I think they'd have a plan in place for him to resign, and
So
they're gonna.
if you want to if because you mentioned Obama and Trump as well, if you can let's say we're comparing Biden to Trump. Which one out of those two commander in chiefs, out of those two presidents, Biden and Trump, who do you think, in your opinion, led America down a better path?
For me, that question is answered solely on whether they left the country in a better place. And for me, I don't measure that economically. Whoever that shakes out to be best for. Trump challenging the role of the presidency, challenging the impeachment process and what conduct is appropriate for someone who yields that power, I think is irreparable harm. And even if he winds up with a better economy and more jobs and every other metric is better, in my book, he failed in that regard. And it's just, I can't compare the two.
So, listening to the way you're speaking of Trump, is it safe to say that you do not believe he should be president again, or wouldn't qualify, in your opinion?
In my opinion, he qualifies unless he's, found guilty of insurrection or a specific crime that takes him off of the ballot. But no, it concerns me that he could ever wield that type of power, have access to the information. I just think
Well,
he's shown himself.
as commander, as president, as commander in chief, you're going to have access to what they call football and the nuclear codes and things like that. Do you have a concern with having America's top secrets in the hand of President Trump again?
Oh, absolutely. And listen, I came on here with a nonpartisan intent about, hey, they might both be good down the road. But the reality is, the biggest knock whenever someone suggests a female president is emotional, irrational. They'll start a nuclear war, hot flashes, mood swings. We just went through that with Trump. And I don't think it's crazy to say that.
You're suggesting Trump had hot flashes and mood swings?
I'm not suggesting that, but I'm saying everything that's a traditional anchor around the neck of a female candidate, we just went through. It just looked different. And no, I don't. I would. When he was elected, prior to him taking office, I thought this is going to be a good experiment. What happens when an everyday folk, like back in the 1780s, everyday folk, is in charge of government? And I thought,
you're talking about a guy that was born in the 1% and found his way into the 0.0001%, said he was worth $10 billion upon getting nominated. You don't see him as everyday folk, do you?
No, not everyday folk, but in terms of the whole, he's not a politician mantra. By the time,
but I don't even, that is a very popular moniker that Trump was not an everyday politician. But I don't even see how anyone in a city like New York that is corrupt, heavily mob oriented, there's unions everywhere in New York, how you could not navigate to become a real estate mogul in a city like New York without being heavily political. I think Trump was far more of a politician than people give him credit for.
And I don't disagree. I mean, there's politics in a lot of different types of professions, but he absolutely knew that, but he wasn't in it formally. And one of the drawbacks of that, I think you're seeing play out. I don't think he necessarily knew what he could take and what he couldn't, but when you're around, you learn stuff. You have experience with stuff. And one last thing I'd like to say, because I know you got to go, is a lot of people tonight seem to be saying people loved him before he ran.
Yeah.
Well,
that is true.
I might enjoy going to the zoo and watching a monkey throw his shit against the wall, but I don't want that monkey to be president. Highly entertaining. But I don't want him deciding things that are important to my life and to the people that I care about. But finding it amusing for him to act like an ass to someone in a boardroom on a game show, that's entirely different.
Yeah. That's the monkey threw the shit on the wall. All right, health coach. That was pretty hilarious, by the way. I got to move it on, but I certainly get your point about it's a difference between enjoying a shit show as opposed to being, led under one. So appreciate you coming in.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Going back to the box, that was kind of funny. I want you guys to hear something. I do believe it is worthy of a listen. I know some of my beloved MAGA are not going to necessarily be a fan of this, but nevertheless, I do believe it's worthy of hearing simply because many folks are often pointing out Biden. Biden is into a hell of a lot of trouble in regards to the suggesting that he's taking bribes, obviously Hunter Biden and things like that. I want you to hear the Honorable Chris Christie and just hear what he has to say.
Baseball. And it's a continued grift. And look, the Trump family has been involved in grifting for quite some time. He was doing this in terms of the people who got paid out of this PAC before, whether it was Kimberly Guilfoyle or other members of the family. Jared Kushner, 6 months after he leaves the White House, gets $2 billion from the Saudi sovereign wealth fund. When Donald Trump had put him in a position to be in the Middle East, what was Jared Kushner doing in the Middle East? We had Rex Tillerson and Mike Pompeo as secretaries of state. We didn't need Jared Kushner. He was put there to make those relationships, and then he cashed in on those relationships when he left the office. So what Donald Trump's doing now is just a continuation of what he's permitted his family to do over the entire course of his time as president.
Why do you think he's not?
Now, the reason why I played that is because we talk about Hunter Biden and the fact that Hunter Biden was getting paid by like $50,000 or $60,000 per month when he had no knowledge of the energy. I suppose you would have to have an education in energy or whatever the hell they had him doing, but he was getting paid for a job he had no educational knowledge to hold. This is Hunter Biden. Well, when you listen to Chris Christie, he is suggesting that members of Trump's family, through Trump's presidency, got jobs very similar to that. So we do have to listen to what he says and ask the question, is there some legitimacy to that? I understand, as I say all the time, my beloved MAGA, you guys do not want to hear any damn thing coming from Chris Christie's mouth. I get it. You're no fans of Chris Christie. But he is saying something that is worthy of a listen. He mentions Jared Kushner, $2 billion from the Saudis. There was no legitimate reason for that to happen. Very similar to Hunter Biden in the Ukraine. That's not being discussed on right-wing media outlets. But that is a legitimate point to make. Why did he get such a huge investment deal with the Saudis? We can't just simply point to Hunter Biden receiving all of these huge paychecks that he did not deserve, but ignore Jared Kushner. There are similarities to that. So I did want to point that out. By the way, tap the screen, get your boy up to 25,000 likes. Looking in the comments, Christie is a lapdog. He likes anyone who will pet him. Well, we can debate that. I mean, there are folks who suggest Trump likes anybody who will compliment him too. Whether Chris Christie is a lapdog or not, fine. But that doesn't take away from what he's saying. What he is saying needs to be analyzed. He is saying that Jared Kushner received these huge investment deals from the Saudis under Trump's presidency. Whether he's a lapdog or not does not take away that. Is that true? And if so, why isn't it being discussed? How did Jared Kushner get such a cushy investment contract? That is worthy of discussing. Christie is 100% right, says Chantel Jones. Yeah. How many things that has went by with the left and the media never talks about them? Doug and Jelly, well, that's one of the things they're talking about Merrick Garland on, is that he silenced a lot of things that would have been negative to Biden to help him get elected. We can debate that. As I said, we're not trying to suggest that the liberals are innocent. I'm just pointing out that if you're going to attack the left on something that looks very suspicious and something very similar is taking place on the right, it is a worthy conversation. I'm not saying we need to be silent on Hunter Biden. That is worthy of an investigation. But that doesn't mean you ignore Jared Kushner. That also is a worthy investigation. And you're not hearing that either. We can talk about, we didn't hear nothing about Hunter Biden. We don't hear nothing about Jared Kushner either, or the 26 patents from Ivanka Trump. So that stuff needs to be discussed on a parallel plane. Looking in the comments, liberals are killing the working class. Be careful if you piss off all blue collar workers, be careful. Ryan, how do you suggest that liberals are killing the working class? Now, under Biden, we can talk about the economy, but salaries under the Biden administration have went up significantly. You got burger flippers making $19 an hour. Obviously, the Biden administration just got shot down with tuition assistance. That would have helped the working class. The liberals are for a minimum wage increase. That would help the working class. What do you mean when you say liberals are killing the working class? Liberals are pro-union. That helps the working class. I'm trying to elaborate on what you're saying. I'd like to hear a little bit more. We'll keep it moving, though. We'll go straight to, what is that? Says I can't pronounce it, but we'll tap it. We'll tap it and see what goes on here. Appreciate you folks holding.
Tap the screen, get your boy up to 20. I mean, you're civilized. Both sides say, oh, follow the program. You're in the right place. Senior, good evening. Senior, are you there?
Not using his own money to
All
pay
right.
his little food.
This is the cheapest I've ever met in my life.
Okay, we didn't mean to hear Chris Christian go. We'll keep it moving. My last guest was not there, so we'll go to Joby.
Evening, Joby, if you are there. I don't know what's going on with it, but we want to find out. The suggestion is that Biden is the worst president we've ever had. What do you think, Joby? What the hell's going on with my callers here? All right, well, let's try.
Looking in the comments section, why do you think a minimum wage increase would be covered by? Well, who do you think a minimum wage increase would be covered by? Us, by increased costs. Well, user 79, in regards to inflation or an increase in the price of goods and services, if the wages go up, that's debatable. But I have never talked to a entry level worker, because you're suggesting that the Liberal Party is hurting the working class. I've never talked to a member of the working class that said, you know what, I think things would be better if you keep my wages low. I've never heard of that. We can talk about from a small business perspective, if the price of labor goes up, they got to charge more for goods and services. That's something that is debatable. Working class people are not saying keep my wages low because it keeps the price of goods and services down. That's something that's coming from small business and big business. And you're echoing what favors them, because you might believe that if small business or big business is taken care of, then they will help out the working class. But yeah, working class people are not saying don't raise the minimum wage and keep wages low. That makes no sense. So that's the point I'm making. And Alf-Man said because he's an idiot. Most of them don't have real bills. Kenny Davis, what is a real bill in your opinion? CNA worker, security guard, factory workers, hotel. You realize how many people, in regards to the argument about raising minimum wage to $15 an hour? Let's go back during the Trump administration, because COVID has raised wages up significantly under Biden. During the Trump administration, when they were talking about a $15 an hour minimum wage, you notice you don't hear about it under Biden because wages have went up. But under Trump, you heard about this. Everyone was suggesting, well, burger flippers do not need to earn a living wage. That's for children or high school kids. Do you realize under the Trump administration how many people of various jobs were making less than $15 an hour? It was not just high schoolers flipping burgers. We're talking certified nursing assistants, assistant teachers, school bus drivers, factory workers, security guards. People with actual career jobs were making less than $15 an hour. The burger flippers was making between 7 and 9. But there's a whole lot of more jobs, paramedics, lifeguards, all types of other positions that require actual college training that was making less than $15 an hour. So anyone who automatically jumps and pushes back on a $15 minimum wage, being disingenuous. There's a lot of other people that make less than 15 bucks an hour. There's a lot more people in that mix that are not burger flippers. Looking in the comments here, do taxes go up when you get the higher wage? They do. Then it's just a way to get more tax money. You know, we can debate all day what goes up when you make more wages. But if I am actually a worker, I am willing to take upon all of those risks. I am never going to be on the side where I want my wages to stay low. As a tax-paying working individual myself, I do not ever believe that I benefit by having lower wages. I don't understand that. Why there are so many Americans, many of them not making much money at all, that think they're doing better if they don't get a wage increase. That makes no sense to me. Because if you look at what the minimum wage has done over the last 20 years, where it has not increased by much, the price of goods and services has been going up anyway. So they've shown you that even if we don't give you a raise, we're going to find ways to charge you more for shit anyway. I mean, there are states in this country right now where the minimum wage is less than $8 an hour. And it's been that way since the early 2000s. You're going to tell me goods and services have remained the same in those states? So if you were making $8 an hour in Alabama in 2000, and they're still paying the people that do your job $8 an hour now in 2023, you're going to tell me their money is able to do the same? No. So goods and services are going to go up whether you get a wage increase or not. That's going to happen. Why would you fight to keep your wages low? What working class American thinks they're better off keeping their wages low? I don't understand that. Miss 420, let's try it again. Yes, I'm in New York making.
That's all right. Yeah, but New York is a different area. Most of the states that want to keep wages low are in red states. That you don't hear Democrats talking about is better off keeping the wages
Hi.
low because it saves everybody money. Miss 420, good evening.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm doing good. We're being told that Biden is the worst president in U.S. history. What say you?
No, he isn't. I don't think either Trump or Biden is the worst.
What do you
Neither
think that's
one.
even? What do you think? And I agree with you, but what do you think is even making people suggest Biden is by far the worst president ever?
Naive.
How so? What do you mean?
I mean, like people are really just looking at the outer perspective of him. He's old. He's too old. The older you are, the smarter you are.
Mm. So
He got a little bit of
considering Biden,
time in this. So
so
he knows.
considering Biden, well, when you say the older you are, the smarter you are. Considering Biden is the oldest president we've ever had, do you believe he's one of the smartest we've ever had?
Oh, hell no. But he knows how to manipulate the system the best.
Okay. Well, Trump is the second oldest. What did you think of Trump?
He's a lovable fool.
He's a he's a lovable. So you do favor Trump over Biden?
No, I didn't say that. Hell no.
Well, well, if it comes down to it, if it
If it
comes down
comes
to it,
down to it, both of them are shitty. I mean, if it comes down to it, we need to try something different. We need to go ahead and, like, I'm not putting nobody. It's a lot of people that's going independent. And we need to steer away from the two clowns and find something
but let
better
me
to
ask you
do
this:
with our lives.
what if at the end of the day we do not successfully steer away from what you refer to as the two clowns, and it is a ticket of Trump versus Biden? Where is your vote going, Miss 420?
Oh, I'm not voting. I'm not voting for
You
neither
would
one
not
of them.
vote at all.
I would
You would
not vote.
actually not vote at all.
I will not vote. Why? I do not, because I don't got no say so.
So let me ask you,
Cause I
who
want a
did you vote?
third. I want another option. Cause I don't want to vote Democrat. I don't want to vote Republican. I don't want nothing to do with neither party no more.
Who did?
They
Okay,
have
so
literally made a ass of themselves. Both of them. Both of them.
who did you vote for in 2020?
Of course, I voted for Biden. I would not, but
2016, Hillary versus Trump. Who did you vote for?
I did not vote for the new black is orange. Did not do that at all.
Okay, so but you're saying that they both made an ass of themselves. Obviously, you're no fan of Trump, but what has Biden done to make an ass of himself?
Oh, because like I said, the older you get, the more you learn. Yeah, he ain't. I ain't gonna say he learned politically, but he learned how to cover up his shit better. You see, he been did his shit, but his shit just now coming out at the end of his presidency. Trump was doing his shit, and it was being exposed as he did it. That's
Well,
the
you know
difference.
but you know there are some people that suggest that Trump was never given a fair shake, and they would want. Do you think Trump was judged or harassed unfairly?
Oh well, definitely. I I definitely can say that because even though I didn't vote for Trump, Trump did have a lot of good points too. Now he ain't all the devil, but they're both clowns, and I think the American people should have a better chance. And there's the guy I'm voting for. I'm not going to do that on your show without your permission, but he's an independent. He's a young African American man, but he don't just got plans for the melanin people. He has plans for everyone.
Does
Everyone
he
that
have
makes sense.
does he have name recognition?
See, that's the whole thing. Why does it? That's well, he will. He will. He's a
Well, I'm just letting
doctor.
you know. I'm just asking because otherwise you might be throwing away a good vote.
Oh no, I'm not gonna throw it away. But if he doesn't make it as an independent, there's more people running as well. I feel as though it's enough of us that's tired of both of the shit shows, and we might as well find somebody independent to roll with.
How do you respond to folks who might suggest, since you definitely are no fan of Trump, and you sound like you lean more left than right, that by you not voting at all or actually
Oh no, the
voting in
Democrats is a shit show right now. Right now, if I had to
the
vote, it would definitely be Trump. I'm sorry.
so if you had to vote, you'd vote for Trump.
Oh yeah,
Okay, but
he's an honest criminal.
okay, all right. Now, and the reason I'm asking that is because I was going to say it sounded like you were the type of voter that if you voted independent or sat this one out, your vote would really be more beneficial to Trump than Biden.
Oh yeah, it would, but I'm not voting. If I can't get my independent on the ballot, I don't even care who is independent. If they stand make any sense to me, I'm definitely not going. And I'm a campaign manager for an independent party.
What
So
about someone you talk about the African American community? What about somebody like Tim Scott? He's African American.
no, I didn't say Tim Scott is still part of the shit show.
How so? What is he doing that's shitty?
Well, one, how he introduced his presidency. That was real, like, no,
It was goofy.
nothing.
It was
Nothing.
goofy. But you would throw his whole candidacy away based on that little introduction.
Not even that. It's just like I don't know, he just rubbed me the wrong way when I first heard him speak, and I just didn't even look into him. I'm not even gonna lie. My first impression was no.
Well, let me give it to you this way. Let's see. Let's talk actual policies. How do you feel on Roe v. Wade being rolled back? You think that's a good thing, protecting the sanctity of life for the
No,
unborn?
no, no. See, that's why I want to go with this independent because he has his policies that could be put in place. Because if we can move more parties away from this two-party system, more people away from this two-party system, me and you wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
Okay,
Because they're so,
what about getting rid of affirmative action? Was that a good thing?
I can't say it was. I can't say it was. I mean, because you gotta look at the whole gist of it.
Right. Allowing businesses to now have the right to discriminate against the
I
LGBT
did
community.
not. That's what I say. You gotta look at the gist of it, because you shouldn't have had discrimination. It's not discrimination if I don't know how to word this correctly politically. It's not discrimination if I don't feel as though I want to serve you for whatever reason. I should have the right to tell you I don't want you in my place without being. I don't have to be racist. I don't have to not. I don't want to serve you for whatever reason.
What does discrimination mean to you?
Discrimination is based. Well, yeah, because that's what I said. It borderlines because as just like I said, I should have the right to not want to serve anyone,
I
but
get
I
that.
should have the
I heard that part. I
I
heard
should
that
have
part.
the right to be served by anyone. So I that's why I say it's borderline
Okay, I
because
get
it's
that
something
part.
called white privilege. I don't want to sound racist. That's
Okay,
what
I
it
get all
is.
that. I get
But
all
you
that.
know
But
what?
let
Right?
me. But wait a minute, wait a minute. But
With
I'm
white
asking you.
privilege,
Wait, hold on. I'm asking you. What does discrimination mean to you?
discrimination means basically off of your looks, off of your appearance, and that's it. I don't gotta open
Okay.
my mouth. You don't know my education. You don't know my background. I didn't come in here steal nothing just because of my appearance. If that's
Do
the
you
only
believe?
reason,
And you believe that businesses, if they don't like your appearance, they should be to kick you out of the place.
no, that's why I said I'm on both sides. Like if you don't like my color of my skin, that's what I mean by appearance. If I'm too dark, then you know, or if I'm too just like, but not because of how I'm dressed, not because I'm a man dressed as a woman. Not, I mean, literally, people discriminate. They be like, "Oh, that's a group of black kids. I don't want them in here."
And you're okay with that.
No, I'm not. But I'm
You
not.
just said
I'm
you
not
were.
okay. I'm
You
not
just
okay
said you
with.
were.
No, I didn't. I said I'm not okay. That's why I'm on the fence because I'm not okay with nobody telling me if a group of people are in my store cussing and yelling. I don't got the right to tell them to get out
No,
either.
we're not
So.
talking about we're not talking about somebody being disorderly. We're talking about what you said originally. You should not have to serve people you don't want to serve.
Yeah, for a reason. I mean, once it's a reason, but they can say it's no reason that they can make up a reason. They've been doing it
What if the
for years.
reason so what if I'm Catholic and the reason I don't want to serve you is you're gay and you go against my Christian beliefs? Would you be
I
okay
don't
with me
believe in
not
that.
serving
I
that person?
don't believe in that. That's what I'm saying. I don't
Okay.
believe in
Okay.
discrimination for your preference. It's your appearance. Like if you're dark skinned, it's more so. But I live in Ohio. If you're dark and you can't go in
Okay.
certain places because of your skin. But I don't care if you're gay, if you're Catholic, if you're, I don't care your religion.
Let me present it to you. This is Ryan in the comments. This is an interesting comment. I'll let you tackle it. Ryan says, "It is my right as an American citizen to deny service to anybody I want to." Do you agree with Ryan?
See, and yeah, it is, but it's not. So no, I don't agree with you, Ryan.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I just wanted to get some clarity because you work kind of, as you say, you're on the fence. You could go either way with this. And the reason I'm asking you that is because what Ryan is saying, even if he is not homophobe or whatever, if you allow him to do what he wants to do, it opens up the door for homophobes and racists to do what they want to do as well. That's the point I'm trying to
And
make.
it opens up the door against us. That's what the administrator, yeah, that's they went against us. So, but at the same rate, I don't want to I clean houses. I don't want to be able to say I don't want to clean your house because it's too much chaos in here. and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, she's discriminating." Are you serious?
Well, you can set rules for that. It's a difference between being black or being gay as opposed to being disorderly or being a sanitation risk. Like no shoes, no shirt, no service is something people can deny you service for, but that's a sanitation risk. Being black or Hispanic is not a sanitation risk unless you're talking to a true racist. So that's the
Or
difference.
unless you live in Ohio.
Well, maybe some true racists there. I got to move it on, Miss 420, though.
Have a
Good
good
stuff.
one.
Absolutely. You're welcome back anytime. Look here.
Comments. Just say you don't clean up if you are a hoarder. That's the point, Dwight Hanson. Yeah, that is true. If you're clean, if you're doing hospitality work, you can easily set parameters for the type of positions you'll do. You can't be, safety risks such as mice and rodents and shit because you got so much crap in your house. You can write that down, but yeah, simply refusing to serve somebody because of the way they were born, the way they were created by the deity, by God, that's a whole different ballgame. In other words, this is something that the person, no matter what they do, they can never change it so that you will serve them. Because you basically have banned them from the point they were born. From the point they became a human being, something about them disqualified them from ever being served by you. That's sanitation issues and stuff like that. Looking in the comments, if somebody doesn't want to serve me, I don't want to eat there. I don't want to eat at their establishment. It's as simple as that. Scott Anderson, I hear that point all the time. By the way, folks, tap the screen. Get your boy up to 30,000 likes. As always, the program is forever will remain MAGA friendly. MAGA are my preferred guests, period. But liberals are welcome as well. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. You don't have to agree with the damn host. So understand that if you have a difference of opinion with yours truly, I'm not going to censor or limit your time in any way at all. It's all about free speech here. In regards to the comment Scott Anderson made, if somebody doesn't want to serve me, I don't want to eat at their establishment. It's that simple. You might not be at an establishment where you're trying to eat. You may be damn near out of gas on a rural highway and you walk in and they don't want to serve you. What if you need a prescription filled because your insulin levels or your sugar levels are off and you walk into a pharmacy and they don't want to serve you and you literally are about to pass out. So understand, we're not just talking about something where you actually have the ability to hold off and go somewhere else. There could be some important services where somebody may decide they don't want to serve you. So keep that in mind. It's not just about eating in an establishment. Going back to the box. El Blanco, I can't pronounce it, but we'll make it.
El Blanco, I know that's the white something. Good afternoon, or good evening.
What's
El
going on,
Blanco.
man?
Not much at all. So we're talking about, as you see on the monitor behind me, number 46, Joseph R. Biden, possibly the worst president in history. Do you submit to that belief?
He's up there, but I mean, I wouldn't say that he's technically the worst. You know,
Top 10?
yeah, I'd say top 10. You know, uh,
What has he done to get that horrible ranking with you? What has he done? 50 years from now, what will we be still talking about that make Biden just an awful president?
honestly, I see it. I lie in the libertarian status, so I don't fall,
Okay.
left or right.
All right.
I see it
Well,
as the
libertarians are they're independents, but they do tend to vote right.
yeah. I would agree. I would agree.
Okay.
I would say for him, for example, is his confusion, his delirium. That would probably be the number one outstanding mark that will stick with him. The other stuff with the way the media is, a lot of it's covered up. They got Trump with all these files and stuff. Well, Biden had the same thing. And he's had them since
So are you saying that? So you say Biden is one of the worst because of some of the files and things that are covered up, but you're saying Trump has a. So you're saying Trump is in that category as well?
Oh, for sure, 100%,
So
100%.
So both Trump and Biden are pretty bad in terms
Yeah,
of
yeah,
presidents.
I would say both of them are probably going to go down as the two clowns. It just depends on what
Yeah.
side that you want to vote on. I mean, that's how I see it. Me myself, I'm not going to wear knee pads to vote for anybody. You know,
Mm.
that's how I see it. You know, I see, their points. Some of them have good points. You know, Trump had good points. Biden has good points. A lot of the social programs that America needs, for the people, you need them. A lot of people need them. But I also see it from the conservative side that there should be a limit to it. That it shouldn't just be a free running game that you can consistently use and abuse. So I see it from both sides.
How do you feel about some of the highly controversial Supreme Court rulings that's come down the pipe? You think those are good for America?
I see it in multiple ways. I see it as in it's personal freedom. I believe everybody has the
Well, rolling back of Roe v. Wade. Do you chalk that up as personal freedom?
I'm for women's rights. That's how I see it. Whatever a woman
So
wants.
that's the opposite then.
Yeah, yeah, of course, yeah, and that's what I'm for. I don't have the ability to produce a child myself. Can I make one with a woman? Yeah, but me myself, I don't have the ability to push one out. So that's how I see it. And at the end of the day, I see women. That's their right, and they, however they choose to go along with it. Well, to me, that's on them. Now if
Okay.
they have somebody else.
But you are a fan of allowing businesses to pick and choose who they want to serve, or being able to discriminate against the LGBT community.
I would not see that's a tricky deal because it's getting turned into discrimination. I don't see it as discrimination. I see it as freedom. Me
What's
myself
the
as
difference? If
uh,
I am racist or I'm homophobe, and you give us freedoms, you're giving me the freedom to be racist or homophobe too, though, right?
yeah, I agree to that.
So
But
that's the only point I'm making, is that you are. It's like saying I don't want folks to have to finagle with my door to come in my house. I want it to be easy and people to have freedom for my guests to come in my house. Where you're leaving the door open for burglars to come in there too. So you're leaving it wide open for these type of people to do what they want to do as well.
yeah, yeah, and how I see it is this: I chalk a lot of that up to personal business. It's their personal property. If you own a business, you have the right to do whatever. Just like during COVID, where they were telling everybody, you have to wear a mask or you have to get out. Now you can assimilate that to health and safety. But even if after they said, "Oh, you have your vaccines and your boosters and you're good to go," oh, we still need you to wear your mask. You still have to wear a mask.
But
I
here's
think,
the difference. Here's the difference. When it came to COVID, two reasons. COVID was like no shoes, no shirt, no service. They believed, whether we can argue whether they were right or wrong, and history shows that they may have not been right, but at the time, they believed if you were not vaccinated, you were a sanitation, you were a health risk, like no shoes, no shirt, no service.
yeah, yeah.
When it comes to discriminating against people, you're doing something that they cannot say, well, what do I need to do so that I can come back and have you serve me? Like a person who has not been vaccinated can say, well, what do I need to do so that you'll serve me? Well, you got to go get vaccinated. If I'm black and you're discriminating against me, there's nothing I can do to get you to serve me. I could be a 1 day old child. You're not going to service me because of the way I was born. So that's a little different.
So I see that, and here's my point to it is that okay, so if you have a business that is saying we're not going to serve, I'm white, and they say they're only serving white people, correct? Okay, majority of people, as much as the media likes to play a role in it, is there a lot of racism around? Yeah, I will agree, but I think that the media plays it more in reality than what is in real life, because here's how I see it. Those people are going to out themselves. That's how I see it. If they are going to do that, they're going to out themselves. They're going to see
Okay.
people. People are going to see them and be like, hey, there's only white people going here. Hey, they're only allowing white people. That's a
They don't.
racist
But,
group.
but wait a minute. If I own a bunch of hardware shops, or if I own a bunch of tire shops, or even restaurants in rural Alabama, let's say I got 6 stores, and I'm doing what you're suggesting, and I have outed myself as someone who doesn't want to serve black people. It's not going to hurt my business in rural Alabama. In fact, it may actually get me more customers.
Possibly, but
Yeah.
it's all speculation. We're going off of coulda, woulda, shoulda. And how I see it is this: is that at the end of the day, America is based on freedom to do whatever. If you want to have a sex change, congratulations. But if you want to go to somebody's business and have them conform to you, as in we want you to cater our wedding, and we're having a gay wedding and all this other stuff. If that business doesn't want to do it, well, that's on them. You just have to go find somewhere else. I mean,
But what if you happen to be in a situation or an area where you can't find any? Let's say you're out at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you got a flat tire, and this is the only service station open, and they don't serve you. And when you got to go somewhere else. Maybe there may not be nowhere else.
that's true. And in that situation, I would say learn how to change a tire or call AAA. Hey, but I do see your point. I do see your point 100%. There's a lot of negativity that could arise from it, but also at the same time, there's a lot of positivity. There's a lot of people that could out themselves. They could out themselves. If you and your friends and me and my friends, and if I go to a store, the only whites allowed like this is 1950, and we only serve whites. I'm not going to shop there. I'm not going to, and I'm white. I have no racist in me. I don't like ignorance. I don't like ignorance. That's
No,
what I.
but you got to keep in mind that that in this country there were thousands of businesses that only serve whites only. They didn't mind outing themselves, and it didn't hurt their business at all. And that's why I brought up rural Alabama. You can out yourself all day, every day in rural Alabama as a homophobe or racist, and it's not going to hurt your business. It's just not.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, with everything, there's always there's pros and there's cons to it. I mean, how I see
There's
it
no
is this.
cons to it. There is no cons to it. If you're a homophobe or a racist in rural Alabama, there are no cons to
Yeah,
that.
that's true. That's true. But as I'm saying is this is I go off of the freedom aspect and the freedom to you can't I don't see it as in you should cower to their wants and allow them to do what they want to do. That's how I see it.
So let me give you an example. Let's say, for instance, I came to this country to visit, take a vacation. I happen to flew here. I'm a Nigerian, or I'm a black man from a black country, Fijian, Samoan, whatever. And I flew in to see my sister that lives in Birmingham or in Alabama somewhere. And all of a sudden, I went to a host of places that would not service me. And I'm telling my sister, I thought you guys were the freest country on earth. I'm over here and I'm not free to get served anywhere. How do you guys suggest that this is the most free, hospitable country on earth and I can't even get served? How do you respond to that?
Hang on one second.
Okay, I
So
guess my
no, you're good. I look for my So how I see it is, like I said, at the end of the day, it's about freedom. It's about freedom. Uh, if you know
free,
that
free to
places,
hate, freedom to hate,
freedom to do whatever you want to do. If
including hate, including hate.
freedom to do whatever you want to do.
It's okay to say the word hate, though. It is okay to say that.
Hate, love, whatever you want to
Yeah,
do. It's
yeah.
if I believe that in America, if you want to go and you want to buy a machine gun and you want to grow marijuana in your backyard and you want to marry your partner who is the same sex as you and you want to hate everybody else and deny everybody else from coming on your land unless they look exactly like you, then that's how I believe it.
Do you believe America is a better country by allowing people to hate? Do you think that would make us a better country, giving that freedom back to people?
It's very subjectual. It's very subjectual. I've never been to a lot of countries. I've been to a few countries, and by far, America is the best country that there is. That's why people
Okay.
come to America. They're not leaving. There's not many people running across the border trying to get into Mexico. They're
Well,
coming up from South
if
America into
with this
America.
new law, a lot of them people that are coming to America are going to find out they can't go many places now. A lot of them folks are no longer going to be able to do anything in a hell of a lot of places. You think this makes America a better country, though, right?
It depends. It depends. America has gone on changes and changes for the past 240 years, 250 years. It's gone on changes. So there's always going to be change, and it's always subjectual to who thinks the change is good. And just because
So,
if I've been living in a bubble my whole life, and my mom's been around taking care of me my whole life, and then one day I'm released out of the bubble, well, everything's going to be new. It's a whole new change.
so in regards to change, do you see this change as progress or regress?
Overall, regress. I do see it
Is
as
re
regress.
is regress good or bad?
I, it's subjectual. That's very subjectual.
Give me some good that comes out of this.
The good is that it allows freedom. The negativity is that it can play racism as a part of discrimination. That's where I see it.
You're getting the freedom to do what?
The freedom as in the freedom to do as in what?
Yeah, I don't. To me, the only good I see in it is folks who think it's good to be able to hate certain people. The only reason, as a business owner, you want to not serve certain people is you don't like them. I don't see any other thing coming out of this but hate.
Yeah, I mean, how I see it, like I said, is it's about freedom. It's a freedom.
Yeah, but I agree
If I
with you. It's about freedom, but I think you're skipping over the main free. If you are a business owner, the purpose of a business is to make money. The only reason why you would not take someone's money if they're not a safety risk or a sanitation risk is out of hate. That's the only
yeah,
benefit to this is you have the benefit to hate now.
and I 100% agree with you. And like I stated before, those people will out themselves. It's simple as that. They're going to out themselves. You may compare it to, rural Alabama, and there may be a lot of, backwoods, hillbillies that are that way. And that's the way it is. But at the same time, if it's been like that already, this ain't going to change it any. If you're saying they're already that way, if you're stating that these backwoods hillbilly, you know,
It ain't just backwoods hillbillies, though. This is going to be in all 50 states. There are going to be people picking and choosing who to hate on in all 50 states. I think that where you and I have a slight difference of opinion on is you're referring to it as freedom. In my opinion, it's strictly hate. The only reason a business owner is going to turn down money is because you hate somebody. It's hate. You're just calling it freedom, but it is hate. If I'm running a business, I want to make as much money as possible. There's no excuse for me turning down money unless I hate your ass. So it ain't freedom, it's hate just being called freedom.
yeah, and I do see your point, but how I see it is it's freedom. It's freedom, and freedom can get misconstrued as hate. It could get misconstrued as discrimination. It's freedom. If you are a person that wants to reject someone based on their sex, their color, their creed, their nationality, their disability, at the end of the day, that's just it's freedom. And in America, we have too many laws as it is. We have too many laws. I think there's way too many laws. We have laws telling people, you can't have 10 on your window. You can't have 10 on your window when you're driving down the road, or else you'll get pulled over. But the police can have 10 on their windows.
All
We
right.
have we have too many laws in this country, and
Bring
more
bring
laws.
us okay, I gotta move it on, but it sounds like but we're to sum it up, bring us your tired, your weary, your poor. We just may not serve them when they're right. I gotta move it on though, man. El Blanco. Appreciate you
Hey,
coming
have a
in.
good one. Have a good one.
You too, you too. And
In regards to my last caller, I do agree with him that it's freedom. it's just freedom to hate. If you just say something is freedom, it sounds good, but in reality, business will not serve anybody. It's because you're hating on that, hating for what they stand for, hating on what they look like, or hating on their gender or their race. I mean, it's hatred. There's a business turning down greenbacks. There has to be a reason. So it's freedom. He's right. It's freedom, but it is freedom to hate. He just may have not been real fond of saying that, but it's freedom to hate. Looking in the comments, right? And he's confused about what hate. I don't think that statement on that screen is true, and that's what we're talking about. President Biden, is he the worst leader in American history? Yours truly, I lean left, so there's no way I'm going to submit to that. Nevertheless, I'm hearing that more and more often, so I figured I'd get on here and talk to the folks so I can hear your opinion. Do you believe President Joseph R. Biden, 46th president, commander-in-chief, is the worst president we've ever had? And if so, what has he done to lead you to that decision? What has he done with this country that has led us in such an awful direction that would make him qualify as being the worst commander-in-chief we have ever had? That's what I want to ask you folks. Real quick, I wanted to play another video. I'd like to get you guys' opinions on something. This is once again the guy you guys come to know and love, or in some cases know and hate. But I want to hear your opinion, because we often talk about presidents, commander-in-chiefs that are doing a good job or not doing a good job. And I'll go to the box right after this. But I want you to hear, this is in regards to Chris Christie, and he's talking about something that many folks consider a bad deed from a commander-in-chief.
And what he's very good at, Caitlin, is
hang on a second. I don't know what the hell just happened there. Okay, here we go.
Threshold.
Okay, so you'll be on the debate stage.
I certainly will be. And if anybody's concerned about that, go to chrischristie.com right now. Donate and we'll be fine.
Now, nobody's going to donate to that, I'm sure. But listen to this.
Was there yesterday. Obviously, he's another 2024 challenger. He was asked by a high school student about January 6th and how Republicans handle that. This is what he said to that student.
This is Ron DeSantis.
Do you believe that Trump violated the peaceful transfer of power, a key principle of American democracy that we must uphold?
Are you in high school?
Yeah.
So I wasn't anywhere near Washington that day. I have nothing to do with what happened that day. Obviously, I didn't enjoy seeing, what happened. But we've got to go forward on this stuff. We cannot be looking backwards and be mired in the past.
He talked a little bit before that about how Biden is running for office.
Listen to his response.
Biden running and why he should defeat him. But is that the way you think Republicans should be answering that question on January the 6th?
He wasn't anywhere near Washington. Did he have a TV? Was he alive that day? Did he see what was going on? I mean, that's one of the most ridiculous answers I've heard in this race so far. You don't have an opinion about January 6th, except to say, I didn't particularly enjoy what happened. People were killed.
Exactly a strong statement.
People were killed, Caitlin, as you know, that day on Capitol Hill defending the Capitol. We had members of Congress who were running for their lives. We had people trying to hunt down the Vice President of the United States, chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." And Donald Trump the entire time sat outside the Oval Office in that little dining room of his, eating a well-done cheeseburger and watching TV. And
so, Chris Christie doesn't. I want you guys to hear that, because in regards to the notion that Biden is the worst commander-in-chief, I'm asking the question, what has Biden done that is so bad 50 years from now people will still be talking about? January 6th qualifies. January 6th qualifies as something that will still be being discussed 50 years from now. What has Joe Biden done 50 years from now, considering he is supposedly the worst commander-in-chief in U.S. history? What has he done that will still be being discussed 50 years from now? Let me go into the box. We'll keep it moving. Too old for this shit.
Okay, I say that off. Too old. Good evening.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Not much at all. Good to have you on. Joe Biden, worst president in history. What say you?
Man, you got a
Are you
delay.
there?
Yeah, you got a delay.
You
Yeah, I
said
just
you got
heard a
to be
delay.
late.
Yeah, I heard a delay just then.
All right, let me drop you and bring you back. Let me.
I don't know what happened there because it was also pretty noisy on that end. Let me try. We'll try it one more time.
Team here. He shit his pants. All right, Karen, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I guess the delay is not there. All right, so Biden, the worst commander in chief in U.S. history. Do you buy into that? Do you believe Biden is the worst president we've ever had?
No. And in 2021, U.S. News and World Reports actually has a list of the 10 worst presidents in U.S. history.
Okay.
And Donald Trump is number 2, and he's the only living one.
Who did they go for number
You can
one?
pull it up. Yes, he's number 2 behind James Buchanan. So just pull
Wow.
up, you can pull it right.
Wow. They gave Trump number two? Jeez. So why do you think so many people believe? Oh, I think she may have had a call. She dropped or something. 'Cause I wanted to find out from her.
And apparently she got a call or something. This woman is exactly what's wrong with American Democrats, says Scott Anderson. She didn't even say anything other than a U.S. News report. She stated that in the U.S. News report, James Madison or Buchanan was number one and Trump was number two. And your response is she's exactly what's wrong with American Democrats. She didn't say anything. you were judging her that quick based on just reading the report? Damn. MAGA want a dictator. Wow. U.S. news is fake news, says Austin Lynch. Well, where do you get your news from? Tucker? Alex Jones? I mean, where do you get your news from? Because these folks have lost huge settlements proving that they were fake news. I don't know if U.S. News has ever lost a massive settlement like that. So anytime someone suggests that any news organization, whether it's Fox or CNN, MSNBC, Newsmax, ON, anytime someone suggests a news organization is providing fake news, I want to know, where do you get your news from? Who do you trust, and what makes them more trustworthy than the organizations you're throwing dirt on? I want you guys to hear something. Speaking of fake news, this is something I've played before in the program. I want you to hear this because this kind of fits a narrative of a question, and I'll tell you what the question is when I come. People often ask about President Trump.
Stay there. It doesn't matter what they want. Okay. Are you
It's
aware?
a much better idea, and certainly better for us.
Are you aware that the liberal media and the Democratic paint you as a racist? Are you aware of that?
I think so, but I think people know better than that. I'm probably the least racist person on earth.
Well, I've known
I
you a
think
long
people
time,
know
and
better than that.
I never saw any racism from you. However, when you tweet out a thing, and this bothered me, I got to tell you, you tweeted out that whites killed by blacks, these were statistics you picked up from somewhere, at a rate of 81%. And that's totally wrong. Whites killed by blacks is 15%. Yet you tweeted it was 81%. Now,
Bill, I didn't tweet. I retweeted somebody that was supposedly an expert.
But you don't
and
want
it was
to be,
also a radio
why do you
show.
want to be in that zone?
Hey, Bill, am I going to check every statistic? I get millions and millions of people.
You got it. You're the president.
Now, I want to pause real quick. He tweeted out, Trump retweeted, that 81% of white homicide victims are killed by blacks. In reality, it's only 15%. So Bill O'Reilly is pointing out, why would you tweet this information out? Did you fact check it? You hear Trump saying, I don't have time to fact check things. The reason I'm bringing this up is because one of the viewers just talked about fake news. Here you have literally the author. I guess maybe him and Sarah Palin are the ones who are well known for talking about lamestream media and fake news. Here you have Trump stating that he tweeted out something and does not even have time to fact check it. The guy who often credits people as sending out fake news is admitting that I send things out and I don't even check them out. I don't even verify them. So just want you to hear that, because regardless of what you think it is, how can you be suggesting people send out fake news, and then when you're caught doing it, your response is, well, I don't even have time to check what I send out. Then why send it out? If you don't know if it's true or not, and you want people to be honest and truthful about what they send on you, why not do the same?
I get millions and millions of people.
You got it. You know, presidential continue.
I have millions of people. You know what? Fine. But this came out of radio shows and everything else.
Oh, come on.
All
Radio
it was
shows?
a retweet. I didn't say, excuse me. All it was is a retweet. It wasn't from me, and it did. It came out of a radio show and other places, because you see all the names.
Look, you know I'm looking out for you, right? You know that? Yeah, I'm looking out for you. I look out for every...
Another interruption. Now, he's suggesting that it's not for me, it's a retweet. As if President Obama could just retweet racist quotes from Farrakhan all day and get no blame for it because it's just a retweet. That's another huge issue. President Trump is a very successful real estate mogul. Most of our lives, if not all of our lives, this guy has been hugely successful, signing some of the biggest contracts on earth. He's had businesses, golf courses, skyscrapers, hotels all over the world. He knows what it means to put his name on the dotted line. Yet here he's making it sound like I just tweeted out some bullshit from my account and it's meaningless because I didn't check it. He knows the value of putting his name on the line for something. Yet here he is making it sound like it doesn't mean anything. He tweeted this from his own personal account.
Radio show and other places, because you see all the names.
Look, you know I'm looking out for you, right? You know that? Yeah, I'm looking out for you. I look out for every honest politician. I don't care what party they're in. Don't do this. Don't put your name on stuff like this, because it makes the other side, it gives them stuff to tell the ill-informed voter that you're a racist. I mean, you just hand him in the platter.
This was a retweet. Yeah. This was a retweet. This was a retweet.
All right, whatever it is.
And it came from sources that are very credible.
You shouldn't be tweeting. Don't tweet. Give it up for Lent. Lent is coming soon.
Okay.
So I just wanted to point that out. In the comments, and I'll go right back to the box, but in the comments, Millennial Mom is saying that Biden is incompetent. Well, we could discuss that, but if this guy is tweeting out stuff, doesn't check it out, he's coming across as incompetent also. Like, you don't know, you're not savvy enough to at least fact check what you're sending out. Now, real quick before we move on, I also want you to see the actual tweet, because it is something that needs to be taken into context. There is the tweet, if you can kind of see it on the screen there. I don't know, my lighting is kind of poor here, but if you notice on the screen there, it's a picture of what clearly looks like a thug, an African American. The guy's wearing, well, actually the guy has black arms, so you can clearly see he's black, but he has the gun, the pistol twisted to the side like the thugs or Hollywood gangbangers often do. He's wearing a do-rag, a blue do-rag like you would normally see with the Bloods or Crips rather wearing. And I mean, everything about this is basically an attack on minorities. There's nothing, you don't see this character and think of a white person. And then, of course, obviously leading folks to believe that if you are a white victim of homicide, there is an 81% chance that an African American did it. Now, obviously, this leads to a major issue. If I'm white and I don't have any black associates or any black friends, and I believe this, that if I'm ever the victim of a homicide, there's an 81% chance that black people are the ones that, anytime I saw a black person coming, I would get the hell away from them or put my hand on my gun. I wouldn't want to be around him. I mean, because this makes us sound like we're murdering white people wholesale. 81% when the actual number is like 13, 14%. No apology, no explanation for why he even did this in the first place. Regardless of what you think it is, whether you think it's racist or not, that's fine. Why would you do this? And we have to ask the question, how are African Americans supposed to take this when you're painting them as murderers of white people wholesale? when it's not even, I mean, his numbers are not even close. I mean, you're talking about you're inflating the numbers many times. You went from 13, 14% to 81%. And by the way, the tweet here at the bottom of it, which you cannot see because YouTube has the little timeline down there in red, the source listed on this particular meme or whatever the hell you want to call it, it came, the source is the Crime Statistics Bureau, San Francisco. That source does not even exist. It's not even a real source. There is no Crime Statistics Bureau in San Francisco. Bill O'Reilly pointed that out. So when you talk about fake news, this is 100% fake news coming from Trump. 100% fake, no explanation, no apology, nothing. Just tweeted this out and bounced. So, like I said, it doesn't matter what you call it, if you think it's racist or not, or why send this out? What was the purpose? I'm just going to tell white people that blacks are killing you. I'm just going to tweet that out so that you know if you're white, blacks are going to be murdering you. What is the purpose of this? I don't understand it. And I would ask anybody who supports Trump, how are we supposed to take this? Going to the box. Somebody said I'm missing a good fight on ESPN.
Snow's
in the
snub.
house.
What am I supposed to do with this information?
Well, you know what? Hey, is it racist not to pay attention to the major cities that are
What is it?
black
What
on
is
black
it?
crimes?
What is it? What is it?
What's what?
What is this? You tweet out that blacks are killing white people wholesale. You don't explain why you tweeted out, and you don't apologize. What are we supposed to do with this?
Well, he should apologize if it was bad. If it was bad, but
He didn't.
don't you think it's racist that President Biden doesn't pay attention to the black on black killings?
Wait a minute.
He's the
We
president of the
before
United States. There
we
are
can't just
major
wait a minute.
We wait really quick here. It'd be hypocritical to say that about Donald Trump, but it's also hypocritical to have the current president of the United States not paying attention to the black on black killings that are happening in the major cities across this country. So
Okay, we
would you
can
say that
discuss
that would
it.
be
Hold
as
on, wait a
racist
minute.
to ignore
We
that?
can wait a minute. Hold on. We can
What?
discuss that, but I asked you a question first. What are we supposed to do with this?
Check the statistics.
We did, and they're phony. They're way off,
Well,
and he didn't
you need to really
apologize.
dig deep. No, you need to really dig deep because Trump got it off of some articles, and we need to check out those articles to fact check it. We can't just sit there and assume what he said is not the truth or the truth. We're listening to a Riley who got fired. He was some sort of rapist, so he's got fired, and he's on a different news station. So how are we to believe him? Why do we have to believe him when we believe the news? You just said news was fake, but we
But when
only believe
Trump,
the things that
wait a
Trump
minute,
says.
wait a minute, hold on. Let me ask you this question, Snuggles. When
Right,
Trump was talking to O'Reilly, he admitted himself he
right.
didn't fact check this. Why would he say
But
this
he
comment?
got so he fact checked it. So he got it off some news article. Just like we said, the news is fake. We're all human. We all make mistakes, right? You just talked about fake news, so he got it off a fake news article and he tweeted it. So what?
So he is criticizing everybody else for talking about fake news on him, but meanwhile he's doing the same thing to other people. Is what you're saying?
No, what he's saying is he got it off of fake news. Those
He tweeted
statistics.
out fake
Where did he
news.
get those statistics? Where did he get the
That's a
statistics, though?
that's a really good question because he didn't explain
Thank
anything.
you.
We
So
don't
that's
know
for us
any
to
of
dig
this.
deeper.
So
What people
so
do,
let me
like
also ask you
what you're
this.
doing right now, is you're taking a little excerpt and you're making a narrative out of something that's really has to be investigated more. Where did he get the news article from?
So then I have to ask you, what would be the purpose? Let's say it was true. Let's say this was
Right,
actually true. What would be the purpose of a
right.
president tweeting this out to the people?
What would be the purpose? Just
Yeah.
to look at some of the statistics,
Just I'm
and
just
I
going
want to
to
know
start.
what I want to
So I'm just
investigate
going
it
to
deeper. I don't want to.
I don't want to have a discussion. I don't want to have a discussion on it because we need to dig deeper on where he got his statistics from to find out what he really what the tweet was really all about. We can't just go off of Bill O'Reilly and everything. We have to figure out what information and what news articles he got that off of to make a
So,
judgment.
well, Snugs, let me ask you.
Out that
Go ahead. I
whites
guess
killed
the,
by
the,
blacks.
the question I want to ask you now, the article suggested that 81% of white homicide victims were killed by black men. Do you really believe there's a possibility that 81% of American white homicides are black people? Do you think that's even possible?
Well, today we don't. It's not very transparent across the United States to be able to dictate what murders are happening across the
No,
United
no,
States. We really
that's
don't know.
fine. But so you're saying that there is a possibility that 81% could be accurate.
Absolutely.
You do realize that there's a hell of a lot of areas where white people live that black people are not even there, right?
Right? But we don't know. So we have to find out what article did he do to fact check that. We need to know what articles there are to be able to make a judgment on that. Seriously.
So, and you believe that we may be able to fact check this and find out it's true. And to this day, I mean, I'm still trying to figure out what is the purpose of sending this out to begin with. You don't see any possible division that this could cause by telling white
No.
people blacks are murdering you wholesale. You don't see that being divisive at all.
If I could see the stats on the paper, what I do find divisive here too as well is that we have black on black killings across the United States in major cities and no one cares about it. Nobody. No one cares that a 12-year-old black girl that was killed, 12-year-old girl that was killed in a drive-through in Chicago, and nobody cares about that. No news on it. No Reverend Sharpton. No one. No care. No nothing.
Well, let's talk
Mothers crying
about
on
that.
televisions.
Well, I don't,
And don't
because I
tell
don't
me I
think
don't
you have
care,
an answer.
Dot, in the comment section. Don't tell me that I don't care.
Well, let me respond to that. Well, obviously on this you don't have much of an answer for, but in regards to a 12-year-old black kid, why when we hear about black on black crime, why don't we hear about that in St. Louis, Jacksonville, Memphis? Why is it always Chicago? Do you realize how many black on black crimes, black on black murders are happening in Republican states? Are we really
Yeah,
concerned with
I'm at
black
this.
on concerned with black on black crime, or are we just using this as a standing
No,
point to
no, no.
attack Democrats?
No, no, I'm very concerned. I mean, these are lives. These are lives. These are human lives.
So, so what are folks like Ron DeSantis doing about all the black on black crime in these areas? Because we only hear about it when it happens in liberal areas. There's a hell of a lot of killings in
Yeah, I just
Jacksonville,
don't
Florida.
know.
What is Ron
Right, right.
DeSantis doing about that?
I'm talking about everybody. Okay, we're talking about everyone. I said across the United States. Across the United
So,
States. Doesn't
so
matter
then I'm
red or
asking.
blue. I'm talking about lives.
But I'm only hearing the red suggest liberals and Black Lives Matter doesn't care about black on black killings. But you're admitting the Republicans don't care about it either, right?
Absolutely. I'm talking
All
about the
right,
President of
then.
the United States. What is the
And
President of the United States doing about it? He's our leader.
so you believe Trump was actually doing something about it,
Trump's not our president. I'm talking about the current president.
right?
If Trump
And
didn't do good, why isn't
you're
this president doing better?
well, it depends on who you ask. Some do believe he's doing
Well,
better, like the
it seems to me that everything that Trump does, it's Trump's fault. Like the train that derailed, it's Trump's fault. The balloons that flew across. Well, there's 3 that flew across in Trump's era. It seems to me that everybody's making excuses. Like
not
Afghanistan, 13
you.
soldiers died. Well, why
Yeah,
didn't
but
why
you.
didn't Biden just come in and take care of Afghanistan, come in and take care of the railroad tracks, come in and take care of the sex trafficking, come in and take care of black on black shootings? It seems to be excuses because we deflect back to Trump. What is
Yeah.
this current president doing in the United
Well,
States? What is this current
you're
president doing
you're
for the American
saying
people?
you're saying that everything seems to be Trump's fault, but according to you, this page right here is not even his fault. You're saying it's Biden's fault. You blame Trump for anything.
He's our current president of the United States. If Biden was so bad, or if Trump was so bad, why isn't Biden fixing it? He's the worst
I'm not
president too.
Yeah. And I don't disagree with your belief. As a liberal, we're not, that's why Biden's poll numbers are not that great. However, as of now, Biden's competition is Trump. So even if we look at Biden and say, well, he's not a good leader, talking about Democrats, if liberals look at Biden and his poll numbers are not that high, the the answer to that is you guys sending us Trump again. So as
Right.
long as you're continuing to send us Trump, Biden, even if he's not performing well, is still going to be the likely choice because you're admitting Trump didn't do well either.
The only thing that Trump
You're breaking up. I'm gonna have to
We need
move
our
it on,
economy
Snug.
back.
Your signal went out.
Those
All
are
right, we'll
facts.
keep it. Yeah, we'll keep it moving. I don't know
But
if
he
what
did
happened.
better economically.
Okay, well, there's a lot. There's
more that folks are concerned with in terms of the country than just economics, though. Looking in the comments, the Supreme Court is actually helping Biden. Eric, I agree with that 100%. And I think that President Trump also agrees that the Supreme Court is helping the liberals because President Trump is quoted as saying that rolling back Roe versus Wade was going to hurt in the midterm. So, and now they don't went from rolling back Roe versus Wade to a couple of other controversial issues. I don't think what was it? Affirmative action, the discrimination on LGBT and tuition issues. Now, I don't believe rolling back tuition assistance going to hurt them really bad. There are some liberals that even believe if you take out a loan, you should have to pay it back. And all liberals don't owe student loans. However, when it comes to affirmative action and certainly allowing people to discriminate, that's really going to be bad. I think probably if I had to go with those four in terms of which ones are most damaging from worst to least, number one is rolling back Roe v. Wade. There is just nothing good coming down the pipe for women. Rolling back Roe v. Wade is designed to protect the life of the unborn. It has no consideration at all for the life of the mother. It is about saving that kid. I don't care what she's going through. We are interested in saving the baby inside her. So probably rolling back Roe v. Wade is the worst. Probably the second worst is going to be allowing people to discriminate. And the reason I'm saying these things are worse because the sheer number of people it affects. I mean, rolling back Roe v. Wade is something that can affect any fertile woman walking around. They all lose their right to choose. So, in those states, at least right now, until there's a chance of it going federal. But right now, from a states' rights standpoint, it affects all of the fertile women in those states. So, number one is rolling back Roe v. Wade. Number two is allowing people to discriminate because that's clearly a stepping stone. That would be very similar to Democrats being able to prevent you from buying an AR-15. Well, the belief is next they're going to go after something else. It's a stepping stone. Well, if you allow people to discriminate, well, you not expect the Democrats to see the stepping stone argument as well. So allowing people to discriminate is probably number two. And then I would probably think affirmative action because there is a hell of a lot of minorities in the Democratic Party. I get it. Affirmative action also harm white people. It could harm Asian people. I get it. That's a legitimate argument. But the Democratic Party is loaded with minorities. So I do more than I think even more so than Asian, for instance. So I do believe affirmative action would probably be number three, and then last but not least, tuition assistance. But the first two are the most damaging. Rolling back Roe v. Wade and allowing people to discriminate. I think those two are literally like nuclear bombs. I do believe they're going to hurt pretty bad. Looking in the comments, in TD man said affirmative action in itself is racist. That's definitely a debatable issue. There are ways you can definitely word it to and show examples. That's a debatable issue. I'm not going to shoot that down. There are ways to use that to actually be racist, but allowing people to discriminate is also promoting racism. It is also opening the door to promote racism, where now you don't have to serve anybody you don't want to serve. That is certainly going to open the door to racism. So if you want to say that affirmative action was racist, but now you're okay not serving people, then you just literally traded one for a bigger one. Looking in the comments here, how do we reduce discrimination? Legally, by not allowing it to happen, by giving people recourse to challenge you if you're caught doing it. They've lost the ability to do that now. Now you can openly put on your website, we do not serve LGBT, we do not serve the LGBT community. You can literally now put that on your website. It's legal. So that's where the difference is. I mean, you are going to probably see websites that may have a picture of the rainbow flag with a circle and a line drawn through it. We don't serve this community. You can legally do that now. It's called 97% of blacks violent. Why was his opinion important here? Poppy Odie. You're talking about snuggles, and I'll go back to the box real quick. By the way, folks, tap the screen. You could be any damn where you want to be this Saturday evening. So the fact that you're here rolling with your boy, it's always an honor. You know what I say. The program is forever. I mean, when I say forever, I mean it will forever remain MAGA friendly. But liberals are welcome as well. Tap the screen. Get your boy up to 55,000. Helps out the algorithms. Let me take this shit down. Helps out the algorithm. It does bring in more MAGA, but what we're talking about today is the notion that President Biden is the worst president in U.S. history. I don't submit to that myself, but I often hear it, so I want to find out from you folks. I'm pleading ignorant. I want to find out from you folks, where is that coming from? What has Biden done that is so awful for America that folks will suggest he's the worst commander-in-chief we've ever had? Going back to the box. And yeah, I have no answer for why that man would say 97% of blacks are violent. That's awful. Takesha Blue. Good evening and welcome to the program, Takesha. Good to have you back on if TikTok will allow it. Good evening.
How are you?
I don't even know. 97% of us are violent.
You know what? Handsome liberal. I get so sick of the black on black crime, outrage from the white people. They ain't standing us. They just want to have something to bitch about. The only reason that it seems like we do the most killing to each other is because of the percentage that we actually represent out of all the races, and because they push our crimes out in the public more than they push out crimes
Well,
of
I
any
got
other
a
race.
counter though. I got a counter when it comes
I don't
to.
care about you countering.
But I mean, I got to ask you though. When it comes to murders, we do murder each other at a hell of a rate. You don't. I mean, in the big cities, we are killing the shit out of each other.
I want you to go and look up murder. Just don't look up theft and all this stuff. Just look at the percentage of murder rates between the races, and then you come back and talk to me about that.
So you believe
I
that?
want you to go and look up
I
the
hear you. I
percentages,
heard you. I heard
not
you
of
like.
all crimes, but of murder rates. And then I want you to come back and talk to me about that.
So you do believe that whites are responsible for more murders in this country than blacks?
What I'm trying to say is this is not as high of a percentage as you think it is in the black community. I'm telling you. And I had to I thought it too until somebody brought it to my attention. Now let me say this. I get so sick of fabric softener. Coming in these
What does
lives,
that mean? What does that mean?
snuggles, fabric softener. Coming in these lives, talking about what is Joe Biden doing about black on black crime, what Joe Biden doing about this, what Joe Biden doing about that. If Trump dropped the ball, then why didn't Biden pick it up? Then why is y'all trying to get a ball back to Trump? If he dropped
Good
it the
point.
first time, what you want to give it back to him for?
Yeah,
Biden's
I don't
yeah,
disagree with that.
Biden.
I'm in the
Hold on.
same.
Biden's poll numbers are low, but that's because the people that they polled are not taking the time to find out all the accomplishments that he has.
What if
But
they
gotta
don't see? Wait,
research.
wait, wait. When you say they're not taking the time to find out all his accomplishments, what if what Biden considers as an accomplishment is something that that voter doesn't see as an accomplishment?
Well, they're ignorant because what? Because the things that he's passed, it doesn't help one group. It helps all of us.
Yeah, but that's
Infrastructure.
not. I don't think that's a
Infrastructure.
fair. I don't think that's a fair judgment because Trump would suggest that building a wall is an accomplishment, and many of us might say, no, you were doing some racist shit. So when Biden does things that is, in as a voter, you don't feel it's an accomplishment. You're entitled to judge his actions
Let,
any
let
way
me
you want.
let me let me say this. When they told me the three little pigs was hiding behind that wall Trump built, and the big bad wolf came and huffed and puffed, and that wall started falling down, he could have kept that money.
What do you say? The construction was poorly done.
They say that wall is weaker than a 10-pound table with an 800-pound woman sitting on top of it.
Well, how do you respond to folks that say the only reason that wall is weak is because liberals were trying to constantly tear it down?
The wall is weak because it was put up by weak material. I don't
Do
care
you
who
think we?
tried to take. If it was strong, they couldn't have tore it down. I don't care who got up there trying to tear it down.
Do you think a wall is needed?
Listen, them folks know how to scale up under the ground. They probably could take a lasso and throw it across the wall and tie it to some on the other side and slingshot themselves over.
So, in other words, the wall is a waste of money.
The wall is a waste of time.
Mm.
But go and look at the numbers at the border. They have significantly gone down.
Yeah, yeah, under Biden. That is under
For real.
Biden.
But see, that's what I'm saying. They don't want to give him credit for anything because they don't want it to look like this man that they say got dementia is actually accomplishing something with dementia.
Well, but like I said, they think that that guy with dementia is the worst president we've ever had. Then where is that coming from? If that's not true, what do you think is making them say that?
It's coming from people, like I said. Number one, it's coming from people that don't like him. It's coming from Trump supporters. It's coming from MAGA cultists. And it's coming from people that don't know what he's done. They just
Well,
listening to people saying he ain't did this and that without finding out what he did. So of course they gonna think he the worst president ever. But why would you think he's the worst president ever when you got sticker hand Trump over here selling out secrets to the other folks, showing out documents to people that ain't supposed to have them, started a whole insurrection by his words. He keeps showing up on TV with that done suntan spray on, that toupee on backwards, sniffing all the time to make sure he
well,
ain't poop. Listen,
I'm gonna
listen,
feed you another one. They coming after
listen,
you, so I'm gonna
listen.
give you a little something to eat right now. In the comments, the end, which is an interesting name, the end is listening to you speak, and his words are, "She is a welfare mom."
First of all, he finna get the end. Let me get on his ass. Let me cuss for a minute. Motherfucker welfare ain't seen me a day in my life. You's a welfare man. You little crusty, little dick, little man. Because if your mind wasn't little and your dick wasn't little, you wouldn't be talking at me about welfare. Your mind can't go past welfare. That's why you got, hold on. That's why you gotta sit down and piss. Cause if you stand up, you're gonna piss in the crease on your side. Don't come for me. Do not come for me.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So
Don't
at
ever
the
come
end of
for
the
me.
day,
I'm not on welfare. I don't need welfare. You gonna need welfare. And farewell to you.
all right,
And back to
make
what
your
I was
point.
saying, because that ain't even important. Don't never tell me no idiotic stuff like that. I talk to people with common sense. And evidently he ain't got none. Now, back to what I was saying.
All right. I just wanted to throw it out there because
No, don't
that
throw
was
nothing
an.
at me because you know how I get. You know how I
All
get.
right. Okay. So at the end of the day, do you think Biden, based on his performance, is worthy of a second term?
Let me say it like this. If Biden is running against Trump, he deserves every term they can give him. Because I'd rather have him than Trump.
So are we picking Biden because of his credentials, or are we picking him because we just hate Trump that much?
I really think he did. I think to me, he's not doing perfect, but he's doing a good job because he's doing stuff that Trump said he would do that he didn't do. How long was Trump talking about infrastructure? He never did it. Biden did it. How many times was Trump going to replace Obamacare and bring a new insurance? They still waiting on, they going to the doctor telling them I'm here on the Trump insurance. The folks kicking him out saying ain't none. So he never did accomplish that either. He said China was going to pay for the wall. Who got China paying more money towards border security? Biden did. So yeah, he's done some stuff. He's kept some of his promises, and I can stand by somebody who can at least keep some of their promises or try to without somebody blocking it.
Well, but Trump's phrase is promises made, promises kept. He believes he
Well,
delivered.
the man ain't keep the promise that he made before the Lord to his wives, okay?
Yeah, I gotta
When he
agree with
supposed,
that. He
when he
certainly,
supposed
yeah,
to be
he
faithful
certainly
to his
lied at the
wife.
altar. That.
I don't trust no man that his wife can't trust to keep no promises. Like he is not
So,
Drew Hill. He is not Drew Hill. He ain't never made a promise he can't keep. He ain't keep a
mm.
damn promise he made.
So I gotta move it on. But last question in the comments, Rocco Golded said TDS, suggesting that maybe you and I have Trump derangement syndrome. How do you respond to folks that suggest that anytime you bring up Trump, they say you have Trump derangement syndrome?
The only person that is deranged is the people that still support Trump after all he has done. They deranged because all they want to do is be bend over Barbies for Trump. They want him to pat him on the butt, tell him good boy, and send him on home. And that's all I'm gonna say about that. Derangement
Mm.
syndrome we don't have. They do. Because what we're not gonna do is support somebody that seems like they done sold us out to other countries. They're the ones that are deranged.
Mm. All right, appreciate you coming through, Takesha. Good talk.
Good talk. Goodbye.
Hey. All right. Takesha never disappoints. All
Pleasure speaking to Takesha. She don't hold no punches. Looking in the comments though. Whoa, Valley Girl. That is, yeah, I like that. I like that. It was cute. Thank you, Valley Girl. It's not they, it's they. Learn to speak. Oh, I wish she was still here, Randall. He taking their money. His legal fees. You know something? I want to play something for you folks before we go right back to the box, because in regards to the notion that Trump is taking somebody's money and paying legal fees and things like that, I want you to hear this particular clip because I think it does play into that a little bit, and I find it to be kind of interesting. And it's not very long, but we'll talk about it on the other side. If I can get my audio right. Maybe not. Hang on a second here. Because you guys said taking his money and playing legal fees. What the fuck is wrong with this thing? Okay, we may not be to play this clip for you because I'm having audio troubles apparently.
For his personal legal
Okay,
fees. What
here
do you
we
make
go.
of
We're
that?
talking about legal
Disgraceful.
fees.
Political action committee that he is raising.
Okay, here we go.
And I think they want to hear it, but no one's been saying it to them. Now I'm going to say it to them over the next 7 months.
We have questions about your fundraising, but on Donald Trump's fundraising, he has quietly begun diverting money that he is raising for his 2024 campaign into a political action committee that he has used, which we can see from filings, for his personal legal fees. What do you make of that?
It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful. He's going to middle-class men and women in this country, and they're donating $15, $25, $50, $100 because they believe in Donald Trump and they want him to be president again. They're not giving that money so he can pay his personal legal fees. And let's remember something. He's a billionaire. He's a billionaire, self-professed billionaire. Why can't he use his own money to pay his personal legal fees and not use money coming from the public? It's disgraceful. And it's
Now, I want to point out something, because while this clip is playing, there are no shortage of individuals in the comment section suggesting that because this is a clip from CNN that somehow it has to be inaccurate or fake or something like that. On CNN a few weeks ago. Does that mean that everything Trump stated while on CNN was fake news? I'm trying to figure that out because how is it that Trump can be genuine anywhere he goes, but the network is supposedly fake? If CNN is a fake news network, then why was he on it? Why was he on it? So I'm trying to find that out because, yeah, it doesn't make any sense that you're dispelling this entire network, but yet when Trump was on the network, you believe what he had to say. That just doesn't make any sense. In the comments, Thankful and Blessed says, no, it's Chris, he has a vendetta. Yeah, I believe Chris has a vendetta. I believe Merrick Garland has a vendetta. I certainly believe Trump has a vendetta. Yeah, there are some political vendettas out there. I don't disagree with that part. But just because you got a vendetta doesn't mean it's fake. I mean, many folks voted for President Trump because he stated, I donated money to both campaigns. I know where the bodies are buried, and I'm going to expose stuff. He had a vendetta. They all have vendettas. I don't get why this stuff is different when someone else other than Trump does it. Looking in the comments, though, Chris Christie ain't real. You know, here's what baffles me. How is it that all of these folks had no problem for decades, in some cases like Mitch McConnell, generations, getting Republican votes, winning election after election after election from Republicans? And then the minute they criticize Trump, they suddenly become unreal. How does that work? You've been voting for the same guy for 50 years, like a Mitch McConnell or somebody. You've been voting for this guy damn your entire life as a Republican Party. The minute he criticizes Trump, he's not real. You had no problem voting for Mike Pence. Twice. The minute he criticizes Trump, he's suddenly... All of the time he was a governor in Indiana, you had no problem voting for him. 2016, no problem voting for him. 2020, no problem voting for him. The minute he criticizes Trump, he suddenly becomes a fake Republican. Now, in the comments, I see DJ Soundchaser saying cult, 3 exclamation points. It does sound odd. It really does sound odd that you can see someone as a hero, as a champion of good causes, someone like General Milley, as a patriot, and then the minute they criticize Trump, they're suddenly not real. How does that work? Let me go to the box, because I am clueless on that. How you could really favor someone, and the minute they criticize Trump, all of their credentials are lost. Ron DeSantis is a perfect example. The right libertarian.
Good evening and welcome to the program. How does that? Why are these people losing their credentials, libertarian?
Um, to be honest, I think they're all, I don't want to curse, friggin' terrible. Trump included. I feel like every politician is in worth as far as you can throw them. I don't think any of them ever had
Yeah, I can
credibility.
understand. I'm fine with that. That politicians are crooked and untrustworthy. I don't disagree with that. But the point I'm trying to find out is why is it that these folks will vote for the same person in numerous elections, and then the moment they criticize Trump, they're suddenly the enemy? How do you explain that?
Um, Honestly, I don't know. The closest thing I could come to is that within our corrupt two-party system that we have currently, it's one person versus the other person, and it's a team sport, or like, I don't know if you're familiar with the video game Halo, red
Yeah,
versus blue,
yeah.
and in order for their side to win, they have to root for the strongest person that will uh, get their side that victory. And I feel like a lot of people do believe that that is Trump for the red side. Um,
Let me interrupt you. I don't see any issue with someone believing that Trump is the best person to lead this country forward. There are a lot of legitimate, even though I lean left, there's a lot of legitimate reasons to favor Trump. But I don't see any legitimate reason to suggest that someone cannot criticize Obama, Biden, Trump. The moment you start suggesting someone is above criticism, you don't see any cult like activity in that.
I see it from the loudest, but I don't think the majority is like that.
Well,
I
Liz
think the
Cheney.
loudest
Well,
are
but think
seeing
about it. Liz
more.
Cheney, Mitch McConnell, Ron DeSantis. They're losing votes by the majority. Majority of the Republican Party is doing that to Republicans that criticize Trump.
So I'm more of a DeSantis guy over a Trump guy. I'm from Florida, so we're celebrating today. Um, and
Have you not seen after speaking of the fact that you're from Florida? Look at Ron DeSantis' performance in the midterms. It was damn near historical. Look where his poll numbers are now that he is running against Trump. How do you explain that? He no longer is loved by his own party anywhere near as much as he was last November, and he's literally done nothing wrong. How do you explain that?
yeah, so the way I see it, I do think that MAGA, if we're going to call it that, is I think they're vitriolic for sure. I believe that for them, the staunch Trumpers, um, I think that for them it's Trump or bust. Um, there's nothing else. That's it. Um, and another portion of it, I think that with a lot of people, it's kind of like, I don't know if you remember the little things that people would put on their desks back in the day, where it was like five balls on ropes, and you would swing one way, and then it would make the
Yeah,
other.
swinging pendulum,
Yeah,
swinging
yeah, yeah,
pendulum.
yeah. I think that's what it is. That once it goes so far one way, it's inevitably gonna swing farther the other way. And I think that's kind of the phase that we're in right now, where it went so far one way, it's going to swing so far the other way, and then when that
Yeah,
one comes
but you
down,
could,
it's going to
but
swing farther.
that's a different, to some degree that's a different point. But the point I'm trying to make is that Ron DeSantis was extremely well liked by the Republican Party during the midterms. The entire MAGA, everybody loved Ron DeSantis. You know, you hear a lot of Trump supporters say, "Why did black people like Trump before he became president?" It's the same thing with Ron DeSantis. MAGA loved Ron DeSantis before he announced he was running against Trump. Now all of a sudden he is viewed as literally a piece of crap. And I'm trying to find out why it causes that.
To be honest, I'm not sure. I think it could be that a lot of the DeSantis crowd is possibly also in that middle part of the Venn diagram that, the Trump and DeSantis Venn diagram, and a lot of people are within the middle of that.
Wait, I don't get what you're saying. Say that again.
So if it's a Trump and DeSantis Venn diagram, the center section where the uh, two groups would
Yeah,
intersect, I
yeah.
think there's a lot of people within that intersection of that Venn diagram where they're both Trump and they like DeSantis, but I
So
think part of it is name recognition. Uh, Obviously, far more people in the nation resonate
I
with the
don't think
name
there's
Trump.
anybody in this nation at this point. 'Cause you talk about name recognition. I don't think there's hardly anybody in this country at this point that know who Trump is and don't know who Ron DeSantis is. That is a Republican. He doesn't have the name recognition of Trump, but he has a hell of a lot of it. I mean, there's not many people that don't know who Ron DeSantis is at this point. He's got to be probably the most well-known governor in this country. I mean, even
Well,
go
no,
ahead.
there's a lot of people that don't know who he is, because like people like you and me, we kind of live within this realm, so to speak. We're within this realm, so in our mind, we assume, you know, everybody knows who these people are. But I feel like the average American that doesn't, uh, you know, get too much into politics or the news, is they wouldn't know who Ron DeSantis is. They wouldn't know who people like Nancy Pelosi is or uh, AOC is. Like
Yeah.
my sister and brother-in-law, they generally don't look into politics until around election time.
So let me,
And
but let me. Now you said you were a Ron DeSantis guy, right?
oh, between Ron DeSantis and Joe DeSantis.
So in the comments, Sunflower 2023, his comment is, or maybe her comment, the rhinos are backing DeSantis and people see it. How do you respond to someone who would suggest that DeSantis backers are rhinos?
So I would say that there's definitely going to be an intercept there, because uh, quote unquote rhinos, they are, what I would just call these establishment Republicans. They would side with a ham sandwich uh, with an R by its name over Trump.
Yeah.
And I mean, we all know this, whether you're left or right, you know this to be true. Um, they would vote for a ham sandwich with an R next to its name over Trump. So you could say that for Vivek. You could say that for Christie. You could say that for everybody that's running on the GOP ticket. Um,
What about some of them? Now you're DeSantis over Trump. What about some of those other folks, like Chris Christie? What do you think of him?
I do not like Chris Christie. Now, correct me if
What
I'm
about
wrong,
Tim
and I'll have
Scott or
to.
Nikki? What about Tim
I'll,
Scott or Nikki Haley?
um, Tim Scott, I'd have to look more into him, but I think I can get behind him. I am starting to like Vivek, or Vivek. I don't want to butcher the name. Um, I could get behind them. Obviously, like I'm gonna need to do some more research into it.
Would you? Is there? You would pick DeSantis over Trump. Is there any of the other candidates running that you would pick over Trump?
Um, Maybe Vivek or Tim Scott. Uh, Not Haley, not Chris.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Now you're not. Yeah, you're definitely not MAGA then to make a statement like that. I mean, you favor some things by Trump, but you're not automatically saying he's the best thing since sliced bread.
Yeah, but I would want somebody more libertarian than either of those. Like I did like Ron Paul. Um, if he was running again, he'd have my vote.
All right. Fair enough. All right,
But
libertarian. I got to move it on, man.
real
Appreciate you
quick,
coming in here this time.
real quick,
Sure. Go ahead.
the
Go ahead.
reason why I jumped in is because you were talking about the removal of the affirmative action.
Yeah.
I'm assuming your position is you believe we should keep affirmative action.
I'm open. I would prefer it because I know what has happened to African Americans, but I do sympathize with folks who suggest that it also leaves the door open to be racist to the majority. I don't disagree with that. So I'm in favor of it by about 70-30.
Well, I come from it from a different angle. I'm against all anti-discrimination laws. Um, for the private sector, the public sector, there's an argument to be had there. But as far as the private sector, if I own a private business, would you say that business is my property, correct?
Somewhat, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
And should I not be able to determine what is done with my property and by whom?
I'm up in the air about it because I know people can get hurt. If my car breaks down in some town and I need to go to a gas station or rent a hotel room, everything in town is private.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, uh, my private property, should I not be
Yeah,
able
and I
to?
and I agree with what you're saying 100%. It's your private property, but I'm saying that people will be hurt by that. Is that like I said, there will be whole town. If you're an LGBT member, certainly if you happen to be walking around, like say you have a drag queen show, and now you've left that show and you still got the makeup and the clothing on, there'll be whole towns that won't serve you. Whole cities down in the south, whole towns will not mess with you. I just see places getting hurt. I think it's a freedom to discriminate, a freedom to exercise hate.
So it could be that,
It will be. There's no
but
good to it about it. It will
I
be.
would say sacrificing property rights would be a far greater danger.
All right. I
Because
don't. I mean, it's a debate. It's a debatable topic, well, over property rights versus hatred. But there's. I mean, the only reason you, as a business owner, is going to turn down a customer is for hate. There's no other legitimate reason to kick somebody out doing regular business hours other than you just hate that person. If they're not unsanitary or they're not causing a disturbance, and you just doing it out of hate. So you're calling it property rights and freedom, but at the end of the day, it's only based on hate.
yeah, so I'll say it, it's terrible business to do
It's
said
hate.
thing. It's terrible business. But what I think is, for example, if let's say sex work is legal within the United States, and you have an African American sex worker. Under non discrimination, should she be obligated to provide her services to a white man if she specifically does not want to provide those sex services to a white man?
You're talking about should a poor to to work with somebody else?
No, no, no. I'm speaking in a hypothetical where sex work is legal within the United States. Therefore, she would be self-governed. Her body would be self-governed by her, and which would make her body her own property.
I
And
don't.
within that, would should she be obligated to provide those services to
I mean,
somebody she does not
no,
want to?
no, I don't. I don't think you should force a black sex worker to work with somebody. I mean, I get your point, but it's so obscure because now you're talking about somebody's body and also something that is way over on the rarity scale versus what we're talking about in regards to rolling back LGBT discriminate. This is something where you can discriminate wide whole spread against whole groups of people. You're talking about a sex worker. I mean. That's something that represents a tiny, tiny, remote fraction of people. What we're talking about can represent an entire race.
Yeah, so with that, it's a hypothetical to test the logical consistency of the position. You take it to that level so that if the principle doesn't apply to the extreme, then it would be just special pleading to this specific
I
people.
don't know. We'll just have to agree to disagree on that. I mean, now you're talking about sex workers, and yeah, we're in a different playing field on that. I mean, I understand the point you're trying to make. I think you're taking it way off somewhere on that. But okay, I got to move it on, man.
All right, and I'll just say I don't think there should be laws against deciding who you want to provide your business services or property to. And I also think that on the flip side, we should also determine who gets to stay in business when they make those decisions.
Yeah. What about redlining? You know, where blacks couldn't move in certain neighborhoods, and you're okay with that, then, right?
So, uh, refresh me on that. I know that redlining is
Redlining means that what happened with redlining. That's what this is where what they call them HOAs or whatever, house homeowners association, where they would have you sign a contract when you move in a neighborhood that you're not going to sell, you will never sell your home to a black person. This is where HOAs came from. So it basically prevents black people from moving into a neighborhood. Same thing with apartment owners. You will never rent your apartment to an African American. That way, if you did, the HOA could sue you for violating the terms. And this is what you would sign when you would purchase homes. This is what kept African Americans out of neighborhoods. Also, too, a bank could simply not lend you money to purchase a home in certain neighborhoods. Now, you're okay with all of that based on what you're saying, right?
so banks. I would say no because they're not. No big bank is actually private. They're generally
What about a credit
funded
union?
heavily by
What
the
about a credit
government.
union? What about a credit union?
If it's a private credit union, I say they should have the ability to do this, and if they end up going under, I don't think they should be bailed out.
But you do believe any private lending institution should have the right to discriminate.
If they're wholly private and do not receive any type of funding or assistance from
Right. So in
our
other
tax
words,
money.
yes. So you can. So what about homeowners associations and tenants banning up not to rent to black people? You're okay with that too?
Yes, and I would also be all right if it was a privately owned black credit union, not.
Yeah. You do realize this is exactly how ghettos were created, where we didn't have nowhere else to go because of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
This is also why HBCUs was created, because we didn't have nowhere else to go because of what you're talking about. Hell, this is even why BET television was created, because no, I mean you do realize that this could lead to all of this, right?
Yes, it can. It has led to this, but that does not mean that that would be the only possible destination for it.
But it is certainly one that is possible.
Yes, and you would have to also concede that by going down the path that you're going, the hypothetical that I presented to you would absolutely be possible.
So in other words, we just have to hope for the best. I mean, for these groups that used to be discriminated against, we're going to go back to these policies and just hope things don't get as awful as they used to be.
Yes, and I know a lot of people will say it happened before, so it will happen again. I don't necessarily believe that. One, there wasn't the societal stigma and backlash against stuff like racism or segregation back then as there is now.
Oh,
And
wow. All
I
right.
believe culturally that will play a big factor within it.
Yeah, we totally disagree with it, right, Libertarian? It's always a pleasure talking to you. Anytime, man.
Yeah, man, thanks for having.
Anytime. Okay, he's not the only caller I've had that states that. And I mean, I'm seeing it everywhere. I'm seeing it on right wing media outlets and everything. There's a lot of people that agree with what he's saying, is that you should have the right. In fact, I've had 3 or 4 callers tonight. So the idea that we're rolling this country back to the 1950s, in my opinion, is so obvious that a lot of folks aren't even denying it. I mean, I've had 3 callers already state that outright hate is okay based on the fact that you should have the freedom to do so. So the possibility of this being rolled back to that era, if I'm a betting man, I'm gonna put it at around 3-1. I mean, he just clearly made it clear he's okay with redlining. You know, so anybody who believes that this stuff can't happen, these are constituents, voters. I'm talking to MAGA, I'm talking to libertarians, I'm talking to regular, everyday, average folks. Most of them lean right, but their mindset is that hatred of the LGBT community and or other minorities is okay, as long as you package it as freedom. You should have the freedom to do whatever you want with your business. If you're choosing not to serve black people, you should have the freedom to do so. I don't want to sound like Leonardo after hitting the iceberg, but this is bad, Rose. This is bad. This is real bad. I mean, I'm hearing the comments. I mean, I'm hearing it. Wow. All right, let me go back to the box. Tap the screen. Get your boy up to 70,000. Still nearly 450 of you guys on here. This is bad. I don't know what else to say about it. Wow. Karen Douglas.
See Karen come back. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Reality.
This is bad.
I knew it is. It is bad. And just listening, I've decided that
Let me
dementia.
interrupt you real quick. Let me interrupt you real quick, because you heard.
Yes, I did.
Now he was in the comments saying he never said he was okay with redliner in. Did you hear him
Oh,
suggesting?
yes, he did.
I
He
thought
he
I
made
heard
his
that.
position. He made his position very clear.
Yeah, I
I
thought
mean,
I
you
heard
couldn't
that.
have said it any clearer, you
Yeah.
know, how he feels. And so no, don't try to deny it now. We heard you. We understand the code. That's one thing black folks we've learned very well,
I don't even
living
think
in a
that's code.
racist society.
Yeah, I don't even
So,
think it's code
okay.
anymore. I don't even think it's code anymore. I think it's pretty
Well,
open.
you know what I meant was, how he was giving you, the examples, for you to respond to.
Yeah.
Especially that last one was really wild and inappropriate.
You talking about the sex
You
worker
know,
statement?
yeah. I mean, just ridiculous. I don't understand why. I've come to the conclusion that the narrative that they keep trying to um, disperse and support about black folks' intelligence, they don't really believe that.
Yeah. Well,
They
let
know
me ask
that
you
black folks are,
in the
I mean, you
comments.
can,
I want to present this to you. Trucker ain't easy in the comments is saying that most conservatives are not like my last caller. Do you believe that that was like kind of an outlier, that most conservatives are not actually in favor of this stuff?
if they are still Republican at this particular point in time, based on what has been rolled out, the actions that have been taken, the laws or legislation supported or rejected. Uh-huh. Yeah. And it's just, I personally, in terms of affirmative action, that whole bit, I think that that's all right, because I know for a fact at one university where my mother was a professor, the minority scholarship was in her name, and she was very upset the last 3 years before she passed away, because she told me that the majority of the people who were getting awarded her scholarship were white women. And
Yeah, I've
it
heard
was
white
only
women.
then that I found out that they're classified as a minority. Did you
Yep,
know that?
yep, they are the biggest
And so
beneficiary
they
of
were the
that.
ones who benefited. So, you're not really hurting us. But again, that's this whole mentality that we're stupid or something. I heard a man on another live say that affirmative action was letting black folks into college who couldn't even pass the SAT, and that degrees should be earned. Black folks' degrees are just given. Well, that's just stupid as heck. If I'm in a class and earning and working hard for a degree, and a person of another ethnicity who I know has not done anything is going to get awarded the same degree that I'm going to get, I don't think folks would be quiet about that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You, right. And so that's just the story that they keep telling themselves. So, anybody who says, and it's so obvious, that they're not racist and they're still a Republican, they're lying.
Mm.
You're going to have to come up with something else. That's not working. To support those policies, there's absolutely no way you could be looking out for
Yeah,
my best
I don't,
interest.
I mean, I had a worrisome opinion before I started this live. This has really confirmed. This has really confirmed all of the worst fears I had, because there are so many people that are in
Yeah.
favor of bringing back discrimination. I mean, they're all in the right, but everybody. No, I take that back. Takesha, who's a frequent guest on the program, I think she even says she's in favor of a business being able to pick and choose who they want to serve. But it's going to be minorities that are going to, because obviously we own
Well,
far less businesses, so we're going to be
I
the ones that are
lived
going
through
to.
that. We don't want to go back through that. I lived through that. That was part of my growing up. Born in 1948. So I've seen it at its worst and got better. Now you're moving backwards. I know I said that about a year ago. You could tell. You could tell by the climate. But in terms of the whole affirmative action, that whole mentality, it's important for that segment to believe that black folks are inferior.
What
My
I
father,
want to ask because you were born the same year as my mom. What part of the country were you born in?
the Midwest, but
Okay,
I
so
spent
you didn't get that
1960.
southern stuff.
Oh, yes, I did. Missouri is Southern. Did you not
Oh,
know that?
okay, yeah.
But I spent 1966 to 1973 in Nashville, Tennessee. I was down there
Oh,
doing all of those riots. I've been hit by billy clubs, water hose, and all of that. And I'm telling you, you know, people, you don't want to go back to that. And our youth have not experienced that. They're always saying not their ancestors. You're damn right. I mean, the fact that you could say that is a direct result of the BS that we went through. So now here this stuff is happening again, and it's just out of control, rolling back.
yeah. They really want, in my humble opinion, because my mom never talked about it much, but folks like yourself that went through it. In my opinion, you guys need to certainly speak out more because a lot of folks want you guys to die off so that they can tell the current generation where you never went through that. Why are you talking about it? So people who
Right.
actually went through it that are still alive should speak out more.
And somebody just said in the comments something about I was stuck in the past, Nashville or whatever has changed, Tennessee has changed. I don't remember saying that I was talking about anything but the past
Right.
at that
Yeah.
point. So at any rate, I've decided that I want that condition called dementia because if President Biden has it, I want it because this man is always coming up and thinking about ways that he can support the American people, the middle class on down. He always has something. He got a plan B for this student loan debt because his attitude is a how dare you. So, I'm tired of people saying he's a racist. He's a white man raised in Delaware. What the hell? What are you expecting? He's doing good. At least he's working on it. He has kept his promises to us. He's got the most diverse cabinet that there ever was. He has appointed, I don't know how many black federal judges, female, and what, and you've Latanji Jackson as a Supreme Court justice. So I don't know what you got the infrastructure. He's doing so much, but you don't want to give him credit. Trying to say he's old, but his mind works, and if he's got dementia, I want it because if Donald Trump doesn't have it, he don't have dementia according to them. He doesn't have it, but I've never heard a policy since he's come along
Mm.
that he's
So,
pushed and supported.
so why do you think, as you see on the monitor behind me, why do you think there are so many people suggesting that Biden is the worst president in history?
Oh, because they want it. They want it. That's all. And they do not research or read. He banks on that. Now, here's a man who run for president. He's caught in all this corruption and treason and all of this mess, espionage. Yet, you don't think he's done anything. I just don't understand.
Well, they believe it's all a witch hunt. They don't, yeah, they don't believe he's did anything. They believe all of that stuff that they're saying
That's what
about
I'm
Trump is a witch
saying.
hunt.
But he
Yeah,
banks on it. He uses the Presidential Records Act, and it's on the doggone second page, like second or third paragraph, clearly says you can't take anything. That's the
yeah.
summary. It goes to the archives. The archives makes decisions about everything you want to do, even what you destroy. So it's obvious he hasn't read it, and he doesn't believe that they're going to read it.
Well,
So
we may end up getting him back as the president. I mean, if he ends up being our 47th president, what do you think the country will be like if he gets back in office?
like it was before. Utter chaos. chaos. You're on edge. Your body's on edge all the time. For the next chaos,
Well,
and
but
he's
the
trying
thing
to
about it
convince you
is,
everything's good.
yeah, but the thing about it is, since he has been gone, thanks to the Supreme Court, we've lost some people in this country have lost some rights. So it's
Yeah.
going. I mean, yeah, things are. I mean, women in particular. I personally don't believe there's anything good coming down the pipe for women. They're going to be, when it comes to rolling back abortion, you're going to start seeing women being criminalized for a lot of stuff. So
Oh,
it's already got. Go ahead.
your mother and I lived when it was not legal.
Yeah,
So
I didn't think about it.
ask her
Yeah.
about it. People die, uh, from that. They're going to get abortions. Rich white women always got abortions safely, through doctors.
Well, but in
So,
regards to what it was like before abortion was legal, this is very similar to affirmative action or even this law allowing you to discriminate. Now, many folks, particularly on the right, believe that those laws are not needed because people are nicer now. Nobody's going to discriminate. That's an older time. That time is gone. Nobody, like
They
even
know
with abortion.
they're just saying that they don't believe that. If have you ever known alcoholic? I mean, a real alcoholic, and they're talking to you, and you see them, every time you see them, they say the same thing, just like it's on like it's on a recording. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever,
Yeah, yeah.
experienced that? So, that's what that is. They don't believe it. Their actions show that, but they have learned that if they say that, you're just supposed to believe it, because they're part of that, white society. You're supposed to. You know?
Yeah, to me, it's just like when people say that we're not trying to ban abortion, we're just trying to hand it back to the states when really the goal
Right.
is to do it federally. I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is not looking good. There is nothing unless something happens. There's nothing good on the horizon for this stuff.
No, it isn't. And the guy that was distorting those crime statistics is just terrible. And all you have to do, you can go on Reuters. Reuters debunked that long time ago. In fact, I
Yeah.
was surprised that the rate of white on white crime versus black on black crime is actually not significantly significant, or it might be slightly because it's like 80% on white and 88 on black. So I mean that's not a huge margin at
Yeah.
all.
And
So
those
that's
numbers,
kind of
yeah, those numbers that Trump tweeted out are really bad. And yeah, I did have, I think it
well,
was Snuggles. Yeah, Snuggles was on here trying to defend that and say it
well,
might be true.
he Snuggles. I mean, consider the source. I mean, he's not. I mean, I wouldn't even waste my time trying to talk to him. He
No,
makes my
we
butt
have good
hurt.
time. We don't agree, but I have a good time with all my guests. I don't talk
He
down to the man. We just disagree.
I'm so glad that you young folks have gotten that down pat. That's good. But he makes my temperature rise. So yeah, I don't engage in any conversations with him because my mother raised me to be a lady,
I want to,
and
but
he might
before I
make you
let you
cuss me
go,
out now.
I wanted to ask you something. Before I let you go, because you grew up we were in Nashville, basically right after. Well, the Civil Rights Act, what was it, 1964? So you were there right after that, then, right?
Right after that, 66, and then we riots, in 67 and also 68. In fact, I was researching, doing some research about a month ago on something else and came across, come to find out, I was involved in a race riot. It was not a race riot. I don't know where this guy got his stuff from. That's one of the things I'm going to have to correct, how people distort history and everything.
Hmm.
But it was not a good time. I'm telling you, folks. You think that this is not a joke. Ask your mom. I had to
Did you
sleep
have
in the
any?
hallway with
Did you have any?
with
Were there
guns
lynchings?
pointed at.
Were there lynchings and stuff going on in that area down there?
Not lynchings, but killings for sure.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, we had ricocheting bullets. You had to sleep in the hallway. Some folks got maimed and stuff. So every time I hear you know, a person of color said that they're not going to vote, I just want to run over there and, choke
I
them,
get it.
smack them in
I
the
get it.
face. But I mean, it is a right. You have that. But they just you don't know. They don't know. See, if you have not been faced with that type of racist venom, you don't know
Let me
what
ask
you're
you
going
this:
to do.
in the comments, somebody with the name of Big Bitch 420 says, "Who was doing the killing during that time?"
Both.
So we were killing them as well.
Yep.
Wow, that's got to be, yeah, that had to be frightening. And now in the late '60s, you would have been in that though. You never, why you didn't? Did you think about fleeing that area, getting out of there?
You could not get out. You could
Why
not get
not?
in once the violence erupted. They would shut down all transportation. You could not, because the second year when the you tell it was the start, because that was when Dr. Martin Luther King was killed. That was like in April of '68. I never will forget. The first thing I did was try to call and fly out of there back to St. Louis. You could not. You could
Oh,
not.
you couldn't drive out of
Uh-huh.
there either.
Nope. And nope. You couldn't drive. You couldn't do anything. And they weren't letting people in either. Now, I don't know what they did with the cars, but it's
Right.
not a good time. I'm telling you, it's not a good time. Um, it's not a good time at all.
Yeah,
But on the positive,
my mom grew up. Yeah, my mom was born in Memphis, Tennessee, and my both of my grandmothers, for instance, my grandmother was born in Memphis, Tennessee as well, and my other grandmother was born in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and they both fled those areas back in the '40s and moved to Chicago, which is where I'm from. So they actually
uh-huh,
fled during some of those
during
eras,
that
but.
time.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
that's what I used to wonder is why when this stuff got to be bad like that, why didn't more people flee? Like I even wonder now, Mississippi is still pretty bad in some areas. Like why would you even live in that?
Well, you know, uh, folks, it was not as overt as it was. It used to be extremely overt.
Yeah.
And so, not that people didn't hold those views. I mean, it's just like now, people will tell you they're an ally, but when they get behind that voting booth and those results come out, pretty obvious somebody was lying, because the numbers don't indicate that. But I
Yeah,
think we
I don't.
forget about power. Power is in play here. You're talking about folks who have had power over our people for all of these years. Still got the thumb on your neck. They got the knee on your neck all the time.
Mm.
And you asking them to give that up. What they gonna do? They don't know what that looks like. So I mean, we have to be realistic. Resistance is a normal, I think, a reaction
Wow.
to the
Frightening.
loss of power.
It, I'm 50, so it's even more frightening for people that are just coming in because they got to live a lot more of their lives through this. But Karen, I do got
Hmm.
to move it on. Real good talk. Real good talk. I do got to move it on though.
All right, thank you for letting me up.
Appreciate it. Come on back. Definitely. I look forward to talking to you again sometime.
All right, bye.
All right. Now,
In the comments, because I was telling my last caller about um, my own grandparents fleeing the Jim Crow South and going to Chicago. And I see somebody, Jason, in the comments put Chicago looking really good right now, huh? Well, let me just say this in regards to Chicago. Most of the crime being committed in Chicago is bad guys shooting bad guys. There is a hell of a lot of crime in Chicago. But if you are a typical working, tax-paying American just going to and fro, you can navigate through that. It's not. I mean, I still regularly am in Chicago. I'm regularly am in Milwaukee and some of the urban areas in this country that have a lot of crime, and it's not really innocent people getting caught. There are people getting caught up in the middle of it, but it's mostly bad guys shooting bad guys. Most of the murders taking place in Chicago are young black men, drug dealers, gangbangers, killing other drug dealers and gangbangers. That's most of the killing that's taking place in Chicago is that type of stuff, which is also why I push back on Second Amendment folks who go, Chicago is tough laws do not work. No, because the people who are getting shot in Chicago are gun owners. They're not legal gun owners, but they are perfect examples of having a gun does not stop people from messing with you. It's mostly drug dealers and gangbangers getting in shootouts and getting shot. They all have guns. They all do have guns, and it's not saving them. So I just wanted to point that out because folks that live in Texas and others, well, we don't have those gun laws like you guys got. That's why it's not happening here. No, they're shooting armed people. These are armed people getting shot. Looking in the comment section here. Hey, Mr. Hanson, Rep, good evening to you. Or almost good morning. Why did you lie on me? Takesha, you said you do believe that if a restaurant owner does not want to serve someone, they should not be forced to do so. Did I miss that? Did I misinterpret that? I do believe you said that. Amen. Same in Kentucky, Louisville. Yeah, most of the black on black killings are folks who are doing up to no good, taking the life of someone else that is up to no good. They're not just walking to schools and taking out innocent students. There's another group of people that are doing that. But for the most part, the killings you're hearing about in the major urban areas in this country are people taking out their ops. People taking out people that they have some type of knowing opposition with. It's people that are linked together. You doing something you shouldn't be doing on my block, or I'm doing something I want to do on your block that you don't want me to do. And that's what's happening. By far, that's what's happening. Looking in the comments, Takesha gonna come in the box and rip you into. Yeah, I don't play around with Takesha. Takesha's serious. She's serious as a heart attack. My brother and I say that all the time. Gary Owens, yeah, exactly. It's bad people killing bad people. It was planned to make you think that and put us behind bars. Innocent people still in jail today. Yeah. Jail was, the prison industrial complex, that's a whole nother show. Profiting off of incarceration and things like that. Stop sidestepping the real issue, says Bradford 1977. Well, in your humble opinion, what is the real issue? Every single voting constituent, when asked to define the real issue, will have a different issue for the evangelicals, protecting the sanctity of life was the real issue. For LGBT, same-sex marriage may be a real issue. Willie Nelson and Snoop Dogg legalizing marijuana. Depends on who you are. Everybody has a different opinion of what a real issue is. So your real issue may be meaningless to someone else. Chicago, St. Louis, Detroit, New Orleans, high gun crimes, all blue. Betty, that's not true. That is not true. The urban areas may have a Democratic mayor, but if you're in a Republican state, that's not all blue. You mentioned New Orleans, for instance, or better yet, you mentioned St. Louis, for instance. St. Louis has a Republican governor. You're going to tell me that all of the crime in St. Louis, the governor is absolved of all of that, even though most governors run a campaign on they're going to reduce crime? The Republican governor of that state also has some responsibility for what's happening in that city, because he's certainly using the taxpayer money he's getting out of his largest city to help the rest of the state. So why not help them out on the crime? You don't get to blame the city. What we're doing is playing a game of find the highest ranking liberal you can blame things on. If you go higher, stop blaming them. Because in Illinois, we don't just blame the mayor of Chicago. We blame the Cook County, whoever's in charge of the county. We blame the liberal governor. We go all the way up to the chain. And even when Biden got elected, then we blame the liberal president. But the moment some of these entities start turning into Republicans, you cut off the level where you do the blame it. Because in New Orleans or in some of these Republican states like Jacksonville, Florida, for instance, you don't blame DeSantis for the crime. You cut it off all the way down at the mayor of Jacksonville. So you're basically playing a game of let's find the highest liberal to blame. If all of a sudden Florida had a liberal mayor or a liberal governor, then you would blame the governor too. And then when the president becomes, then okay, now it's crime is the president's problem. But the minute it becomes Trump again, suddenly the president's not responsible for crime anymore. People can see through that. People can clearly see through that. I don't care who is in charge. This crime has got to stop. Daddy Mac, crime will never stop. You're always going to have crime. The only difference now is we're painting a picture that portrays African Americans as all of this killing and robbing and things like that. African Americans are violent, they're committing all the crime. When African Americans were going through Jim Crow era and whites were lynching and killing folks and robbing them, like my last caller said, nobody was saying that whites are committing all the crimes, even though they were. I mean, there's a reason why they're yelling Black Lives Matter, because they didn't matter back then. But nobody looks at our history and says, wow, white people were really violent back then. No, we don't say that. You don't say nothing about it, even though they were the ones that were doing all of this stuff. You could just see a black guy walking down the road and pop him and get away with it. Nobody was saying, well, wow, whites are really violent. You know, you look at the cops hosing them down in those photos. And stuff. Nobody said, wow, white people were violent. No. It didn't start being violent until black people were harming. Now it looks violent. Now all of a sudden you guys are violent as hell. But, you know, you're spitting on a kid because he's going to the wrong school, or you're pouring soda on some black guy because he sat down in the wrong restaurant. No, nobody was saying white people were violent at all. Yet there's a huge, huge amount of history of that stuff happening. So it's always in how we judge things. If you judge something from a biased standpoint, you can make anything work. Because there's no one that said throughout American history that white people were violent. Even during slavery, where they could cut off limbs and shit like that, nobody was calling them violent at all. Just only when African Americans started committing crimes and Hispanics started committing crimes that folks could then begin to see violence. Looking in the comments, politicians get off with a slap on the wrist when they do similar crimes as regular people do. People say, yeah, that's true. Most neighborhood shootings are black on blacks. Yeah, there's a lot of black criminals shooting other black criminals. But keep in mind, as I just pointed out before about seeing crime from a biased perspective, when Al Capone and the mafia were shooting each other up all over Chicago, nobody said anything about it. It was not referred to as the same way as black people shooting each other up all over Chicago. Yet Al Capone and his clan, those folks, the Dillingers and all these folks are doing the same shit. They were doing the same shit. It was a bunch of people killing their ops, and it was viewed totally different than African Americans doing it. They were doing this stuff throughout the late 1800s, the early 1900s, up to and including the mafia area in the 1960s and 70s when they did this shit all over Las Vegas and stuff. Nobody viewed that blacks, whites are really violent. Killing each other and burying bodies in fields and shit. Look how many mafia movies that are out. That's all. That ain't no different. Watching mafia movies is no different than watching modern gangbanging movies. But we view it differently. Mafia movies are like romance stories for some damn reason. They're pulling people's tongues out and shit like that. All of a sudden, when African Americans do it, or the cartel does it, it's not romanticized anymore. Killing is killing. You had folks invite somebody into their own house, a person they grew up with, and the dude looked down and realizes he's standing on plastic, and he takes his life. And all of a sudden, nobody said these people are violent, but when minorities started doing it, same shit. It's all of a sudden violent now. Just want to point that out. I let folks speak. I don't block, ban, or censor anybody, but I always like to be able to show you both sides of an issue. And when you look at the history of this country, there's a hell of a lot of white violence that was not referred to as white violence. It only became violent when the brown and black people started doing it. Looking at the comments, I'm not hiding anything. I just don't cry about it. I don't get that point there, Betty. I don't get that point. It's so true that mafia is romanticized. Yeah, it's the same shit. Mafia were violent as hell. I mean, violent as hell. And they do not get the same type of opinions that you would put on black gangs or even Hispanic, MS-13 and stuff. The MS-13 and the black gangs are treated like they're just, society's poison. Meanwhile, the mafia was hanging around with politicians in high society, but they were just as murderous. They were just as fucking murderous. You were no safer snitching on the cartel. It was just murderous. Looking in the comments here. I'm 65, never heard of the Tulsa Massacre until now. That's another one. You're talking about Black Wall Street. Wait a minute. Yeah, Black Wall Street. Yeah, there's bodies all over. By the way, Oklahoma is really bad with that shit. There are hidden mass graves all over Oklahoma. They did black people like shit in that area. Built highways and stuff over the bodies. Passed laws that stated that you couldn't even have a funeral or a grave marker or even put it in the paper. Just literally wiped your ancestor out. Like if you had a brother or a husband or somebody that was killed, in that Black Wall Street event, they actually had laws at that time that you could not talk about it. It couldn't be on the media. You could not put a gravestone on a person's grave. Nothing. They literally wiped your relative off the face of the earth. And right now, that's why they're finding bodies that are buried under major roadways and shit like that. They just literally wipe those people out. They never existed. Like they literally never existed. Nobody called that white violence. I'm wide awake. Good afternoon. Good evening. Look at them.
Wide awake. Biden for firing squad. You want to put an 80-year-old man in front of a firing squad? What is he? Eichmann? Adolf Eichmann? Wide awake. Good morning or good evening. It's almost that time. Wide awake. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I came in because of the headline in the background, but I called to ask in the last conversation about violence and race on race violence, and I was chiming in the comment section. But as far as Biden's concerned, is he the worst leader in American history? He's up
That's what
there
I'm
for sure.
hearing.
But he's
Say that
definitely up
again.
there. I was just saying he's up there in the top 5 for sure.
So yes, you Biden being one of the top 5 worst presidents in American history. Give me something 50 years from now we'll still be talking about because he was just that awful.
Yeah, when he came in 2021, the continuation of the CDC's regulations and guidelines killed our economy and fucking just surrounded us in national debt in a way that it didn't have to. Because if you look towards the end of 2020, when Trump was in office, he was starting to open up the economy and starting to open things up to where we wouldn't have had the crippling inflation and the national debt that we otherwise had with Biden. And we spent the whole 2021 passing out more COVID checks and printing money. And I think we're going
You
to feel that
think
for
you think you
generations.
think that you think the economy we're dealing with right now, people will still be talking about this 50 years from now?
50 years from now, I think the things we'll be talking about is most likely, if we're going to talk about this point in time in history as it is relevant, is going to probably be the fact that 2 presidents, one that was current at the time and one that's former, having a special counsel investigate both of them, is
Yeah.
probably the everlasting talking point, probably.
Well, but something has to come out of those investigations. If they investigate Biden and nothing comes out of it, kind of similar to how they investigated Hillary Clinton, if nothing comes out of it, I don't think it's going to make much conversation 50 years from now. If you don't get a conviction or somebody's home raided, for instance, or an indictment, I don't think none. I mean, there has to be more to Biden than an investigation. I mean, they went after Obama with Fast and Furious. Didn't nothing come out of that. Nobody's going to be talking about Fast and Furious 50 years from now. So if Biden's investigation doesn't materialize into an indictment, I don't think it's going to be discussed.
Yeah, I don't think it'll materialize into an indictment as long as he's the sitting president. I think if that happens, it'd be after, in which case, if we're looking at him mentally and physically, he's declining rapidly. So I don't think it'll probably happen, man. I don't see the Department of Justice with Merrick Garland as the Attorney General. I don't see anything coming out of that. Like Ben-Hur, the guy that's investigating him, he's only talked to one witness during the last 18 months. One witness that he on record.
You mentioned Merrick Garland. Do you think he's politicized?
Absolutely. He's jaded, man. I mean, when you think about it, he was supposed to be a Supreme Court justice, but
Yeah.
because of what happened during Biden's or Obama's administration,
What happened? What did happen during Obama's administration? What are you talking about? Explain.
Mitch McConnell and the Republicans in the Senate basically said that a lame duck president cannot appoint a person to the Supreme Court. And so they wrote
So
that all the way.
they basically use politics to basically wrongfully do something wrong to him.
Absolutely, they did.
Yeah.
Absolutely, they
Yeah.
did. And as a
Yeah.
result, he's definitely got an axe to grind. There's no
Yeah.
doubt about it.
I don't, you know, something, even though I do believe Trump is not a totally innocent man, I agree with you. I believe Merrick Garland is politicized as well. And I do believe that most people, I know I would be, if I was, if I was the potential appointee to the Supreme Court under Obama, and the Republican Party hated Obama so much that they cost me a job that I rightfully should have had, I wouldn't like him either.
No, I agree.
I think he might be politicized, and I think he kind of has a reason to be. What they did to Merrick Garland was wrong.
No, I agree. I agree. And at that point in time, I was a two-time Obama voter myself, and at that point in time, I thought it was outrageous. I thought that by our Constitution, Merrick Garland should be sitting on the Supreme Court right now. There's no
Yeah,
ifs or buts about it. What Mitch McConnell and the Senate did was wrong.
yeah. And Trump was a supporter of that. He didn't have any problem with that being done. I mean, he was a
No,
supporter of that. So if
yeah,
what ended up happening is the Republican Party may have targeted Merrick Garland, and Trump may ultimately be what they end up having to pay for doing that.
yeah. And then when you think about it, I mean, that's one less seat that he would have got to appoint, and we've saw the
Yeah,
ramifications of having a completely conservative Supreme Court justice. We've saw what's
yeah.
happened with the college, with affirmative action. We've saw what's happened with reassuring the Second Amendment. We've saw what's happened with religious liberty as it pertains to working on Sundays with the postal office. And I don't think those are bad things, though, if I'm being honest. Like, I agree with all the points that the Supreme Court justices have ruled on, with exception to Roe v. Wade. I think that the Democrats have had more than enough times where they had the supermajority in the House and the Senate to where they could have codified Roe v. Wade, and
Yeah.
this wouldn't be something we're talking about. And they didn't do it.
I agree with you 100% that the Democrats under Clinton and Obama should have codified Roe v. Wade. But I will say this: you had a hell of a lot of Supreme Court justices. I think all three of those ones that Trump appointed, they lied about what they were going to do with Roe v. Wade. They made it sound like that was already, adjudicated law, and they weren't going to touch that. They lied about that. So, in regards to Merrick Garland being politicized, those lies may lead to further politicization. But those Supreme Court justices, Barrett, Kavanaugh, and the other, they all said that they were not going to go into Roe v. Wade, and they lied about that.
But you gotta look at how that happened. It wasn't like they just pulled it up onto the docket, right? You had what was going out there in Washington State that ultimately got its way and worked its way through the district
No,
courts and up through.
they didn't have to hear that case. They could have
No,
done
you're
like
right.
when Trump said the election was stolen, there was not enough evidence in the Supreme Court. They didn't want to hear that case. They could have said Roe v. Wade is already law. They didn't have to hear that.
Yeah,
They knew ahead of time. They planned on hearing that.
yeah, you're right. That's fair enough
Yeah,
assessment.
they
I agree
lied.
with that. I
Yeah, they
agree.
lied about it.
But I
Yeah,
think that
so
ultimately, right, like that's going to be the thing that no matter what happens in 2024, whether Trump's reelected or not, or whatever comes out of his court case, that's the one thing that's going to be, you know, for generations to come. That's going to be the most impact he's had to the federal government, his Supreme Court justices and how they
yeah.
rule on the things that we're seeing.
Well, I will tell you this: if they keep going as far to the right as they've went they've went very far to the right really quick. And if they continue going, because you got women now that can't even have an abortion in some states, even if they're carrying
Alabama.
yeah. It's they've moved to the and now not only with rolling back Roe v. Wade, this anti-LGBT stuff where you can now legally discriminate against people. They're moving hard right fast. This is like literally taking away your right to own a gun within the first year. They're moving very far to the right. So it would not surprise me if the liberals tried to pack the court soon because
Yeah,
they're moving right so fast.
yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised either. I just think that it's a dangerous time in our society, man. I think that like we used to be able to say cooler heads will prevail. We're past that point, man. There are no cool heads left enough that has enough say so in the situation of how things are going to turn out that are left for their heads to prevail. Like we're past that point. It's like you're either far left or you're far right, and if you agree with one side for one reason or another, you picked your team and you got to fucking
But
die on
just, but
the hill.
I don't. And by the way, Frank, appreciate that heart. Thank you, there, Frank, for your generosity. You guys who are watching, the screen, get your book to 80,000 likes. There's a lot of you guys on here. I appreciate that for this time of night. I don't agree with that totally because you said you're either far left or you're far right. There are moderates
Well,
out there. I don't think Nikki Haley's not far
no, not
right.
at all.
I
But
mean,
but there's not enough. So what I'm saying is, let me restate that. The masses are either far left or far right. So the people that are in
yeah.
the moderate have to choose between which way they want to go in that situation. Otherwise, they're wasting their vote because there aren't a lot of moderates left in our society, man. I hate to say that. It sounds so pessimistic, but I travel all over this country. I go to red states and blue states just by the nature of my employment. And I can tell you wholeheartedly that there's not a lot of middle of the road people, man. It's either you're riding with them or you're riding with
Yeah,
me.
but we voted in Biden, not Bernie Sanders. Biden is not far left. He's not compared to Trump in this. I don't think Biden is as far left as Trump is moving far right. I don't think Biden is that far to the left. He like, for instance, if you guys, well, I'm gonna say, I don't know if you're MAGA or not, but if the right side of the aisle, if folks on the right had an example of Christian cinema or Joe Manchin, their lives would be in danger. Biden is still willing to work with Joe Manchin and Christian cinema. You guys would not even tolerate that.
Yeah, no, Joe Biden, historically speaking, has been very middle of the road moderate. But if you look at his policies, right, that he's enacted with big government, big bureaucracies, big federal spending, and expanding the federal government, right, those aren't middle of the road things, right? Like that's just simply not somewhere where I can meet you in the middle of the road and be like, all right, I can get on board with this. Like that's not the case. But I don't think it's necessary. Let's be honest, man. I mean, we've all seen Joe Biden speak in public, and when he goes off script, it's very incoherent. It's very erratic. It's very clear. Like he's made some statements that it's very hard to ignore. That seem to. He even acknowledges on several occasions that if he goes off script, he's going to be in trouble. Like that's problematic when your handlers and bureaucrats within our government are dictating policy, and you're just the guy who is supposed to be the one in charge and you're just following along like a clueless individual. That's fucking concerning for all Americans.
But his competition is Trump. Trump is more coherent, and he's, even though you can hear him clearly, he's still saying crazy stuff and talking about past elections and things like that. Do you think he is a better choice in
No,
terms of coherency than Biden? Because Trump is not stumbling his words, but he is saying things that are still equally as crazy. He's saying he won the last election. He's talking about windmills give you cancer and stuff. You can understand it, but it still doesn't make sense.
the person I'm riding with, but I feel like the left has completely wrote him off because of COVID, is Robert Kennedy Jr. That is the person that I will be voting for if we can somehow get him on a general election ticket. What I'm afraid is going to happen, one way or the other, whether it's Trump or whether it's RFK, is we're going to see a fucking Ross Perot moment, and that's going to be
You're
catastrophic.
not going to. But let me start out by telling you, with RFK running as a Democrat, I don't even think he's going to get 1%. There's not, I've been listening to him. He was on News Nation the other. Not one of his policies sounds like a liberal. If you wrote his stuff down on paper and asked somebody, what party do you think this person is? I don't think anybody would guess he's a Democrat. I don't see why he ran under the Democratic ticket. He ain't nothing he running for sounding liberal.
What No, I don't think so. I think honestly, the things that I've heard is a libertarian, like a straight libertarian, small government
Then why
intervention,
not?
no
Then why
federalism.
not Why would you write you opposing everything they're for? I mean, he's anti-vaccine, and he's talking about,
But he's
you
not
know,
anti-vaccine. He's not anti-vaccine. He's anti-COVID vaccine, and for good reason.
that's what we're
I
talking about. When somebody says they're anti-vax, we're not talking smallpox. You know what we're talking about. He's anti-vax. He's
yeah.
anti-vax. He's talking about, these Kennedy-like conspiracies. I mean, there's nothing about him that sounds like a Democrat, not even a moderate one. He
Well,
sounds like he's the
if you look at
anti-Democrat.
if you look at Eisenhower's peace speech and what he warned about the industrial war machine in his farewell speech before Kennedy's inauguration. And then you look at Kennedy's speech 1,000 days before his assassination, where he talked about completely, eradicating the Central Intelligence Agency and the bureaucrats within our government. I don't like he's very much a Kennedy Democrat. He's very true to his family lineage and the policies that he's advocating for. I don't think
I'm just going to say this. Every person I've heard that says RFK is a decent candidate is not a liberal. Everyone I've heard, they're either independents, they're libertarians, or they're Republicans. I have not heard of one Democrat that says this is a decent candidate. Every one of them is either MAGA, they're Republicans, they're conservatives. Not one person I've heard speak favorably of RFK also admitted to being a Democrat.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I would fucking based on what I've seen for the last I don't know, call it 15 years in this country, and with it. So what does it take? And you're a very wise man. I've watched your lives for a few years now, man, since you really started taking off on TikTok. But what
Thank
does
you.
it take for brainwash, right? Repetition, right? Telling somebody something over over again, despite what their eyes see and their ears hear. And eventually they acknowledge it as factual, despite what their eyes and ears tell them. And I think that the mainstream media, which has, and I'm sure you'll agree, despite the fact that you're a liberal, tends to lean Democrat, right?
Yeah,
The narrative tends
yeah.
to lean Democrat.
I believe
When you
that.
fucking when you control the masses through their only means of information, if that's what they hold on to and they truly believe in what they're being told, I mean, it it's very easy to see why a Democrat wouldn't support someone like Robert Kennedy Jr., right? Because the mainstream media constantly labels this man as a conspiracy theorist, as an anti-vaxxer. And I think that anyone that's ever watched one of his speeches in full and in context would say that this man has a lot of great ideas that benefit and unite the country, and people would be able to get behind
Well,
him.
let me just say it like this. When you talk to liberals, this is the same argument I give folks when they say the media is why African Americans don't vote Republican. And I always say this. If you put this group in a room, let's say you took 1,000 liberals and you put them in a room, or 1,000 African Americans and you put them in a room, and you asked them to write down on paper what issues concern them the most, and you took the issues that represent the top 10 that you've seen on paper, for African Americans, Republicans would be against all those issues. And when it comes to RFK, if you put 1,000 liberals in a room together and you ask them to write down the top 10 issues that are concerning them the most, and you collectively took down the top 10 out of that group, RFK is on the other side of those issues. He's just not a liberal. He's not a Democrat. He doesn't. You're not going to hear him talking about George Floyd bill and tuition assistance and shit like. He's not in favor of any of that stuff. He's not a liberal. Now you're talking about a 1960s liberal. Maybe that's something different. But RFK does not modern Democrat is not one of them.
Well, I think he is though, because when you hear the left, they talk about American imperialism and about stretching our resources across the globe and impact, like especially on the far left, where you hear, well, socialism's never worked nowhere because America's always intervened, or communism hasn't worked anywhere because America's always intervened.
That's not what when I tell you the top 10 issues that Democrats are in favor of, the stuff he's preaching, we're not even talking about that stuff. By the way, he is pro Russia. He is also in favor of Russia. He's not even pro Ukraine. He is the issues we actually care about, not the stuff he's talking about. He's not on our side, man. He's just not.
So bringing our troops home, not policing the world, right? How is that not a bad thing? Where we can bring our resources back, and then if you look at like the fentanyl epidemic that we're seeing. He has a legitimate plan. He wants to criminalize marijuana at the federal level and allow all states to legalize marijuana and then take the federal tax money from that and create wellness health centers across the country for people to go to with federal funding, no insurance needed, to help cure and heal our country from mental illness and addiction. Like, those are good policies. Like, how's that not a
That's a
liberal
good
policy?
policy. That's a good policy. I don't disagree. That's a good policy. But when it comes to the top 10 issues concerning liberals, it's not one of them. You can have good policies that are some we're not focusing on. The things we really want done, he's not on board with.
Like what? Give me an example of something that he's not on board with.
Well, what are we talking about right now? Women having the right to choose. We favor the Ukraine. Liberals overwhelmingly are in favor of helping the Ukraine now. So he's on the other side of that. The affirmative action shit, the stuff the Supreme Court justices are doing right now. Liberals are in overwhelmingly talking about opening up marijuana treatment programs. That's not something they're talking about. Even though they may want it, that's not even
I
on
would
the
say,
discussion block.
I would ask you to please. I follow him, and I am a MAGA guy, right? I'm somebody who's seriously considering relinquishing my vote for Trump in 2024 for this guy because I genuinely believe, based on the full context of who he is uniting for this country. The things that the things that he's running on. But everyone seems to get hung up on the anti-vax thing, and he's not pro-Russia. He's not a communist sympathizer like a lot of people try to label him as. What
He
he
ain't
said
pro
was,
Ukraine. I can tell you that. He ain't pro Ukraine.
no, he's pro-American, keeping their commitments that they made over 40 years ago when we said we wouldn't move a
Yeah.
single inch east
Yeah.
towards Russia, and we moved over 1,000 miles in 14 countries in that time frame, and had 14 more countries join into the NATO alliance and moved 1,000 miles closer to the Russian border when American presidents past committed
Well,
not to doing that.
I'll say this in regards to your comment that you're considering relinquishing your vote and going with RFK. Greg Gutfeld, if you are aware of who he is, he's on Fox News, he's on the Five, and he has his own program. He actually said that. He said that RFK would probably split the Republican vote. He said that because that's who likes this guy. Most of the
Well,
people that like RFK are either Republicans or independents. They're not liberals.
so what do you think then? I hear everyone on the left talk about democracy a lot and about how our democracy is dying, and they tend to point to the right and mainly the far right for the reason why that's the case. But when you have a president of the United States who is being primaried by more than one member of his party that doesn't want to have debates, what are your thoughts on that? That's un-American.
Well, if we wanna tackle Biden on, he's being primary and not having debates, that already happened. There were four people that tried to primary Trump. Those states just gave the electoral college votes to Trump. There were people that wanted to primary him
No,
that were
I'm
not
talking
allowed to.
about, yeah, no, no,
What I'm
I'm
saying is,
talking
it's
about,
already happened. What I'm saying
no,
is,
no,
if we're gonna point to this under Biden, that's already happened. Trump
Trump.
did the same thing.
No, yeah, but listen, the threshold for the Democrat, for the DNC has always been 15%. If you can garner 15% in the polls, then you're eligible to hit the debate stage during a
Okay.
primary, even with an incumbent. And RFK comfortably holds 22% right now, and Joe Biden is denying him a chance to debate in front of the American people. That's un-American. That's never happened before, ever happened before.
If what you're saying is true, I'm not going to take away from you that it's never happened before, but you got to understand the Democrats, when they look at Trump, they see this as an emergency. They're willing to break the glass and do something that's never happened before. I mean, I get your point, but they know that the possibility, if you let RFK in there, he divides the vote up, is another Trump term. They've seen what 6 Supreme Court justices can do. They're willing to break a few rules to prevent Trump from being president.
Well, I just think that the American people, if they're going to be an informed voting population, they should be able to hear from every single person who's vying for that seat and be able to make an informed decision. When they walk into that poll, they should be confident who they're casting their ballot for. And that goes for anyone in the Republican Party and anyone in the Democrat Party. If you have something to say and you're sure that your message will resonate with the American people and you're sure that your policies will benefit the American people, then you should have no problem standing on a debate stage and sharing your ideas and the American people make an informed decision. But when you try to do that, it
Well,
seems
let me say
disingenuous.
this in regards to that. Let me say this in regard. Well, first of all, I will say this too. You know, Trump is talking about he ain't going to debate either.
And I
But
agree.
let me say, yeah. What I want to say is this: people are going to look at what happened in 2016, where Bernie Sanders did get a chance to debate, and Bernie Sanders, very similar to RFK, was running as a Democrat when he really was not a Democrat. And the end result of Bernie Sanders is a Democratic Party that had a severely split vote, and Trump won. If Bernie Sanders was not in the 2016 picture, Hillary Clinton would have got a hell of a lot more to vote and probably beat Trump. But a
Yeah,
hell of
but
a lot of
The DNC cheated Bernie Sanders. Bernie
yeah.
Sanders should have been a
That's the point
nominee.
I'm making, and that's the point I'm making is that when when Bernie Sanders got in the race and folks say the DNC cheated him, Bernie Sanders is a socialist. Just like Trump is not a true Republican. Trump runs his own party, but he ran as a Republican to get access to the Republican coffers. Bernie Sanders did the same thing. That is why both Bernie Sanders and Trump have so much problems with the traditional members of their parties because you're not one of us. You're not Bernie Sanders is not a Democrat. He should have ran as an independent. You're taking money from a party and you don't represent nothing they stand for. And that's the same thing with Trump. Trump is taking the Republican Party and literally destroying all of the members by calling them traitors and rhinos and making his own party. That's why a lot of them don't like him as well. So we don't want to go through that again with RFK. Let
Yeah,
him run his
so
own party.
I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we're what about 18 months removed from shit really hitting the fan and figuring out where this whole thing is going to land. But I want somebody that can unite this country. I'm so sick and tired of the division. It's unbelievable. Like,
But if you're tired of division, then you should be. Do you think Trump is trying to unite the country at all?
no, at this point now, that's why I'm looking for other options, man. And I am a diehard Trump supporter because of his policies, but his rhetoric and his personality are completely polarized in this country to the point that people cannot get behind him, despite whether or not they like his policies. They can't get behind him because they don't feel morally, they would feel morally responsible for the outcome of that. The man had good policies, but he couldn't stay off of Twitter. He couldn't stop, getting down in the mud with people who were beneath the office to the point that, anyone that genuinely, thrived during his administration because of his policies, they've completely written off his policies. They have no interest in finding out how much they benefited under him. They hate him so much they don't even want to acknowledge it. So, I think we're past that. But Joe Biden is not the answer. I mean, this guy is 80 years old. He's clearly physically and mentally declining. And Kamala Harris, she has the lowest favorability of any vice president in American history. And it doesn't have anything to do with her.
Yeah, but let me say your audio just changed. I don't know what happened. You sound kind of tinny, but I will say this in regards to Kamala Harris, and I agree with you. Her poll numbers are horrendous, but it really isn't based on much. There's no legitimate reason to be hating Kamala Harris the way folks do. She doesn't have much of a record. People just hate her because she laughs or she comes across as disingenuous. But if she actually becomes president, she actually might be good. There's
She travels across this world unprepared for the events that she's supposed to attend and has word salad conversations with the media that doesn't make any sense or hold any relevance or have any ground what it is she's dealing with. Well, whether it's the southern border, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Iran, whether it's China, everywhere she travels to, she makes a mockery out of the office that she holds because she's not equipped to hold that position because she just simply is in over her head. I mean, she's not capable. And Joe Biden, he is mentally and physically inept, and it's clear that he's not making the decisions. He's just the messenger for somebody else's decision making. And it would be disingenuous for anybody who's watching this that's engaged in politics at a high level to say anything different.
all right, fair enough. What about Mike Pence? You think we want to hang her?
Mike Pence, I think that he's an honorable man. I don't agree with his policies. I don't agree with him using religion as a way to direct policy. There's a lot of things I don't like about him. But what I will say is he is an honorable man, and he's worthy of holding office. I just don't think that he would drive it in the direction. I mean, I look at what he did in Indiana. He was pretty successful there, but I would not vote for him on policy. Vivek, that's running for the Republican Party, starting to gain some traction. I think that he is very promising for the Republican Party, somebody who is very moderate from a Republican standpoint. And I think him and RFK are the ones that have my attention right now, if I'm being honest, man. I
All
think they
right.
have good policy. And I would say this to you, man, because it sounds like based on your opinion of RFK that you've kind of had a foregone conclusion based on probably some loose
Yeah.
reporting.
I
But I
don't see.
would
I don't. I watch a lot of politics. I don't see not one thing desirable in RFK to get my vote. I mean, I don't see where he's promoting anything that I'm a fan of.
Well, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna follow you, and I'm gonna forward you some shit in your inbox. And I want you to check it out. You just maybe the next time I come on, you'll have had a chance to go look at it and tell me what you think when it's in its full context. But I have the potential, especially with his family's lineage and the policies that I'm very aware that he's enacting or would want to enact as a president, that I think you would get behind. So I'll send that stuff to you. You check it out, and then hopefully by the next time we conversate, you can let me know what you think in full context.
All right, I'll take a look at it. Appreciate you coming on, Wide Awake.
Thanks for having me, brother. You have a good night, man. Happy
All
holidays.
right, you too.
You too. Have a good holiday. Guest, please don't curse. This is a family life. RFK is being used to take votes away from Biden, and I don't think that's going to be successful. I don't think that. To me, Bernie Sanders could do that because Bernie Sanders had a hell of a lot of things that liberals favored. In fact, many liberal politicians have to be moderate to get elected. You can't just, do something that only one side of the country wants. Bernie Sanders was far enough left that people were like, well, screw the Republicans. This is what we actually want, and they were going to vote for. I don't think RFK is promoting anything that an actual liberal favors. I mean, when it comes to COVID and the vaccines, the Liberal Party is really in the camp that you should be vaccinated. They favor the booster shots and things like that. There's some that don't, but overwhelmingly, the Liberal Party is a fan of that. And he's on the other side of that. The Liberal Party is a fan of helping the Ukraine. He's talking about other stuff like, we shouldn't have let him in NATO or things like that. He's not the same on that. All of the issues that we really are concerned with, he's not even talking about. Let us hear what he has to say about Roe versus Wade or not this affirmative action issue or what does he think about the LGBT community. Nobody wants to hear about vaccines at this point. That's kind of, we kind of already talked about that. He's not talking about things that the Democratic Party are truly concerned with. So, yeah, I don't see any hope at all for RFK from the Democratic Party. Everyone I've talked to that speaks positively of RFK is not a Democrat. Everybody, I mean, you hear them talking about him positively on the Five on Fox News and stuff like that. Everybody that speaks well of RFK is not a Democrat. So unless he comes up with some kind of nuclear bomb policy that people love, I don't see it. I just don't see it. And the folks that are mostly speaking positively of him are going to probably vote for Trump or DeSantis. I think here's my analysis on RFK. He's saying a few things that the right thinks are good policies for this country, but they tend to favor Trump. But they're promoting him because they hope he siphons off a few Democratic votes and splits that party. Most of the folks favoring RFK are not going to vote for RFK. They're going to vote for Trump, but they hope he splits the Democratic vote. And to me, that's RFK in a nutshell. Looking in the comments, American Freedom Defender says maybe people are ignoring parties for once. Not with RFK. Not with RFK. I get your point, but I don't think it's enough on with RFK. I don't see it. Real quick in the comments, not DeSantis. Nobody really wants him. Lola, her name was Lola. That was not true a few months ago. Ron DeSantis, the worst thing that happened to Ron DeSantis is he ran afoul of President Trump. Ron DeSantis was riding on cloud nine in the midterms. MAGA was strongly in the Ron DeSantis camp. All of a sudden, Ron DeSantis comes out there and his numbers started free falling. He didn't do anything that is really something that the Republican Party disagrees with. Everything he is doing is stuff that folks on the right side of the aisle favors. Okay, Disney is moving a few jobs out of Florida, but they certainly favor the reason why he's going after Disney. He's done nothing wrong other than getting on Trump's bad side. And that alone has been a lot. That alone has hurt him badly. It ain't his policies, it's his enemy that's killing him. Looking in the comments, he's not real. He wants to be Trump 2.0. Won't work. That looks like that's true. That looks like that's true. Damn right. Old Ronnie ruined his political career. Yep, just like Jeb Bush. Who else got ruined? Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger. He sent John McCain passed away when he would have been far more heroic than he really hurt John McCain's legacy. All Trump. These people didn't do anything different than the same heroic shit they did the entire time you folks are voting for him. The only difference is they got into an argument with Trump, and suddenly the way they were viewed is totally different. Same thing with Attorney General Barr. John Bolton, Ambassador Bolton was well liked. The entire Bush family was, for the most part, Bush got 2 terms. His brother Jeb was on the way of getting another one. All of these people that are being treated like shit is just because they ran into Trump. They didn't do anything. Jeb Bush didn't do anything to earn that. He just got into a fight with Trump. That is why I'm suggesting to you that Trump is not a Republican. He's tearing the party apart. Now, my beloved MAGA, you guys like it, that's fine. You have a right to like Trump. You love this guy, that's fine. But at the end of the day, he is not a basically cannibalizing the folks who have established a lifelong reputation as being a Republican. Think about it this way. Every single living Republican, former Republican president or presidential candidate on the right side of the aisle, MAGA does not like. McCain, who's now deceased, Mitt Romney, George W., George W. and also Jeb Bush. Those are all of your main folks of your party. Up to and including even the VP now. Mike Pence is now in that shit. All of the main long-term, long-standing, highly reputable members of the Republican Party. And they didn't do nothing wrong other than get in an argument with Trump. That's it. Nothing, no policies, nothing. Why don't you like Jeb Bush? Well, Trump said he has low energy. You didn't have a problem when he was governor of Florida, did you? You were celebrating him as governor of Florida. What did he do? Well, he got into a presidential campaign with Trump and he convinced us he was low energy. So his whole career is gone now. Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney didn't leave after 2 terms as a bad guy. It wasn't until he got into an issue with Trump. Just destroying Republican careers right and left. And folks don't see that. These people ain't doing nothing that you guys didn't love other than getting in an argument with him. Now all of a sudden their whole career is gone. We don't have that on our side. Even you look at the issues between Obama and Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton refused to concede when Obama beat her until like the summer of 2007. They're friends now. They don't hate each other like that. They understand you get back. Trump shit is personal. It goes on forever. It's like that. The song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on. So he's not a Republican. You may love him. You have a right to pick and choose who you want, but he's not a Republican. Just like Bernie Sanders is not a Democrat. And what he's doing to the Republican Party is illustrating that quite well. Is that all of your long-term members of the Republican Party don't like that guy because they see this is not, he doesn't really run on traditional Republican values. He runs on being him. and his supporters, Trump could literally get in there today and say a woman should have the right to choose. And if he was able to give Roe v. Wade back, MAGA would be totally happy with that. Whatever he does, they're going to follow that because he is his own party. If Trump gets in there and says we need to quit hating on dictators and meet with Kim Jong Un and meet with Putin, we need to set up a dialogue. That's a good thing, is what MAGA is going to say. If he decided tomorrow, no, Kim Jong Un is a tyrant, and I decided to bomb him, he's a tough guy and he did the right thing. No, it doesn't really matter what he does. They're going to roll with him. Looking in the comments here. He's for the American people in America first, says Lola. And that is what most Trump supporters operate. They believe Trump is for America. Why don't you work for a news channel, Mo Abdel? That's interesting. I don't think you think I could hold down a news program? I'd be willing to give it a go. What do you guys think? I'm gonna go back to the box. Who? Aquafina Squirter. What is that? What is?
All right. Good morning, Aquafina Squirter. What kind of a name is
You
that?
know me.
Oh
I
no!
lost a bet. I lost a bet. I lost a
Hey,
bet,
good.
so I have to change my name for a minute.
That ain't a bad name if it actually means something. But I'm thinking, so folks are suggesting. You see on the monitor behind me, Biden, the worst president in history.
Mm.
What say you?
He's not the worst president. They just big mad. Trump's just a big mad because he's doing what he said he's doing. You know what I mean?
You saying that President Biden fits the phrase "promises made, promises kept"?
He has done a lot, and that's why they big mad.
So you think Biden's doing a good job?
Yeah, he's going to do a good job. And I'm telling you, when I told you the first time, if you think Trump is going to win, they're going to be on menopause. They are going to like it's going to be the biggest blue wave that you ever did see. They just done pissed off Gen Z.
Mm.
They just did it. They just pissed them off. So if you think the Trump is coming back, oh boy, the red tears is coming.
Well, but wait a minute. Folks are suggesting that Biden don't even know where the hell he is most of the time. They're saying that Trump
They
is America.
always be saying that. You know what
Yeah.
it is though? You know what it is though? You know when they tried to hold the debt ceiling and all this crap, he just suckered them. He played chess and he won. They
So
didn't
you
get a lot of shit from him.
so
From
you
the
believe
red. Come on now.
you believe Trump suckered his voters?
No. Oh no no no.
What are
When
you
they
saying?
did that, okay, when they held a debt ceiling, you know what I mean? Like the
Okay, yeah,
Republicans,
I know what you're
oh,
talking
we're
about. Okay,
not.
all right.
Joe kicked their ass. They
Mm.
didn't get shit out of it. So I guess he does have dementia, huh? Kick their ass.
But you do have people that have what might be referred to as Biden remorse. Antone Salas in the comments said, "I'm disappointed that I voted for Biden." So
Oh, he
there are
never
people that
voted for Biden. That man never voted for Biden. He's lying through his teeth. Because a real person that voted for Biden knows that he's kicking ass. Come on now.
mm,
He's all
okay,
for
well,
us. He's not for the clowns, Omega. And then they always say, oh, he has low poll scores because they're not polling good. They're not going for the Gen Zs. Gen Zs don't ever do polls. Gen Zs don't do none of that. They just show up. See,
well,
that's what the Trumpsters think, that then we're not going to show up. But honey, you pissed off the Gen Zs and we're coming and they're going fast. And we're going to
now what
show
is
up.
Gen Z? What is Gen Z? The young folks, right?
Yes, Gen Z are the
Yeah.
young ones, the young ones, LGBTQ, all of them. They're gonna show up.
You know,
See. Let me tell you about
I
Gen
gotta
Z.
say,
Let me tell you
I
about
gotta
Gen
say
Zs.
that, yeah, I gotta say, I do believe that. I do because those are the ones that are being hurt by this Supreme Court stuff the most is the
Yes,
younger generation. I do believe that.
And they're going to show up, and they're going to show up hard. They don't take these little stupid polls and all that shit. No, they shut up and they just show up. That's what Gen Z's is. Gen Z is going to be coming, and this is what this is what it is. The new generation is the Gen Z's. And you think the GOP is going to win? No, Boogie. No, no, no. No, we
Let
don't
me
want
let me ask
fascists.
you this thing now, because even if Biden gets reelected, it doesn't stop the 6-3 majority of the Supreme Court. Do you think there's a chance that the Democrats may try to pack the courts?
They're going to pack the. You think, come on now, they're going to. Watch. Gen Z's coming. They're going to show out. You done pissed them off.
Let me ask that in the comments. I won't do the poll. I'll just ask by way of yes or no. In the comments, you folks, do you agree or disagree? I know I got a lot of liberals in here as well as folks on the right, but do you think the liberals should pack the courts? Now I know folks on the right do not think that, so you don't really have to answer the
Oh
question.
no, of
But
course they're
folks
not
on
going
the
to think that. They cheated. They didn't let Biden have his thing. We're coming. You pissed
yeah.
us off. You pissed off the blue.
I
That's
don't
it.
think it should be an issue about whether we get pissed off because people win or lose. I think the issue though is they went so far to the right
They're
so
taking our
quickly.
rights away. You don't think we
Yeah.
shouldn't be pissed off? They're taking our damn rights away, taking LGBTQ rights. Hell, African Americans, they're coming for us. Come on now. They just took the college. You don't think we're not going to be pissed off?
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do believe that they went so far to the right so quickly that there probably is more of a call to pack the course than there normally might be because it would set a huge historical precedent. But the stuff they're doing is doing exactly that. They're setting the precedent with these
They're
major
setting
changes.
themselves up to fail. They think they won. See, they think they won. But 2024 is coming. All we gotta do is take back the House. We gotta win more seats in the damn Senate. We got it. And guess what we're gonna do? Pack the Supreme Court. We are gonna do that.
Wow.
We are. We are.
But you
Think
do
we're not.
realize that could have consequences down the line when it's time for them to do it to us, though, right?
They're not gonna do it. You know, let me tell you something about Mega. GOP's gone. The GOP is gone. There's going to be a whole new Senate. GOP is
What do you
gone.
mean by that? When you say the GOP is gone, what do you mean? We're going to beat them or something?
We're going to beat them. They're never going to be in the House again. They're never going to be like again because they're a cult. They're fascists. And the
Mm.
United States ain't fascists. They are. They are the new KKK. They are. Be real about it. Let's be real about it.
So how do you
Let's be
respond to when you say they're the new KKK? How do you respond to all of the African American folks that identify as MAGA and they're Republican?
the Uncle Toms. They think they're going to be them. They think they're going to be all this big money. They're clowns. They're
So
voting
you
against
see,
their own damn interests.
what do you see
They're clowns. They're
Like
kissing the white man's ass.
Tim Scott? Tim Scott's.
Yep. The
You
little
see him.
raccoonies. The little raccoonies. You're my favorite one. You should see tonight when they shoved it in your own face how they like to hate. Now, if you don't like that, let me tell you, my little raccoonie, look at them. They said it to your face. They want the hate. Am I
All
lying?
right, girl. All right. Okay. You
You know
wild
I'm
as
not
hell.
lying. You know I'm not lying. They said it to you tonight.
It's been an interesting night. I'm not going to lie. It's been an interesting night. And all jokes aside, I don't hesitate to admit this shit's scary as hell because
It is scary.
obviously people.
That's why the blue, that's what I'm telling you. That's why the blue is coming. And you think they're going to be on menopause. You feel what I'm saying? Because the blue is coming and it's coming hard. You feel me?
It's going to be
Yeah, Mega
squirting
don't
everywhere.
like me. Mega hates me because I tell him the truth.
What
There
do you
ain't gonna
think?
be
What
no
do you
Trump
think of?
24. He's gonna be in jail. You fucking. Did you see how slow these people are? They
You
really think this
really?
man is
Wait a minute.
coming.
Wait a minute. Do you really think a former president is actually going to be in jail?
Well, if he's not in jail, then he's gonna be disgraced to the. I mean, I wouldn't even want to. I wouldn't even want to talk to him. You feel what I'm saying?
But they love
The
him though.
only
They think he's
reason
doing a
why
good
he's
job.
running, the only reason why he's running is that he won't get indicted and crap. He's coming up again for more indictments. Good
Well, shit, he's
God, how
already
many
been.
indictments does a man need?
Well, he's probably going to get indicted in Georgia. That's certainly going to happen, and there's probably going to be a January 6th indictment. So he's probably got
Yep,
two more coming.
two more, and
Yeah.
that they want him in so bad. He don't give a damn about these people. He's doing it for himself. That's how stupid these. That's why he said. That's why he said what he said. He likes the uneducated.
So you don't. So you. What do you believe? Voting for Trump means you're uneducated.
Hell yeah, and a racist. Hell yeah.
Everybody. Wait. So you
If
believe
you walk
everybody
like
that
a duck, you walk like a duck, you talk like a duck, and everything else like a duck, you a duck.
you believe everybody that votes for Trump is a racist.
You vote for Trump because you believe in what he believes in, right? Right? He's a
Yeah.
racist. Racist is a
Wow.
racist. Us blueies over here, us blueies, us Gen Zs, we're all for going for everybody. We're all for peace. We're all for, you leave people alone. You feel what I'm saying? And leave the LGBTQ alone. Leave everybody alone. Leave African Americans alone. Hello.
Damn. All right, girl. I gotta go.
I got to
I
go
got
and roll me a blunt, honey. So I'll see you later, my little favorite little
always.
raccoonie.
Damn. All right. I'm out. Okay.
Every time. All right. Our rainbow back. Is that what they said? She can't claim what is that? She can't claim Gen Z old as shit. You guys are mean. You guys are mean. The only reason they are trying to get Trump is because he is running. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree that trying to prevent Trump from being president again is a huge part of why they're going after him. But at the same time, you don't think that the reason they're going after Hunter Biden has something to do with the same type of shit? You really think that folks are concerned about what Hunter Biden is doing? Or are they trying to go after his dad? That's what happens. You see what happened with Hillary Clinton? The minute she decided she was no longer going to run for president, all the investigation stopped. So, yeah, there is some politicization to it, but it's not like it's unique to Trump. Trump had folks believing for at least 3 years that he was going to lock Hillary Clinton up. Not even one investigation happened while he was in office. Fact is, it was very similar to what he's going through. It was done to get her out of the environment, get her out of the political sphere. The minute she was out of the way, nobody gave a damn about what she did. Because at the end, most of them are like that. They're all using nepotism and using the office to get paid. So you bring it up to hopefully turn people against it, but once it works or doesn't work, you move on. Trump never had any true aspirations to lock Hillary Clinton up. He was just using it as a wedge to punish her. And that's what happened. That's what happened. It worked. And it may ultimately work against him. Looking in the comments, says Robin McDonald says, you should try doing TV commercials. What would I be pitching? What do you think I should pitch in a TV commercial? By the way, I would have to have somebody, usually TV commercials work with somebody coming to you and asking you to advertise. By the way, that did happen. I had an e-bike company. Because I did a video. I have e-bikes and e-scooters. I ride a lot of that shit. And I got some of the ones that go pretty fast, and I like to ride some of my electric vehicles. And I did a YouTube video on an e-bike I purchased, and it's gotten thousands of views. And another company asked me if I would do a review on their bike, and they sent me a free e-bike. So that did happen. It's interesting you brought that up. Looking in the comments, Trump is a traitor. Lock him up. Let me see what else is in here. Hang on a second. I'm trying to get this stuff. I get some of the craziest stuff come through here. I think it'd be amazing sportscaster. Can I come up and explain the presidential debates and why Biden isn't doing it? Lola, I think we all know why Biden isn't getting involved in the presidential debates. There's nothing for him to gain. Same reason Trump is talking. And Trump came out and said the quiet part out loud. I'm 40, 50 points up. Why would I risk letting somebody this far down hurt me? In other words, Trump, if he gets in there and debates with the likes of Chris Christie and Tim Scott and all of those folks, and they're only like single digits, and the only way for Trump to go is down. So why do it? That's the only reason why not to debate. You don't need the rest of it. The rest of this shit don't matter. Why would you debate something, get involved in a debate where you're not going to score any points? That's why he's not debating. That's the same reason why Biden is not. Why would Biden get in there and debate RFK when the Democratic Party are showing RFK no love? So if he gets in there and debates with RFK and RFK scores a good one on him, it's going to bring RFK's numbers up and Biden's down. Nothing RFK can do to bring Biden's numbers up. Biden cannot gain anything by debating with RFK. He can only lose. So how would you do it? There's no further explanation needed than that. There's nothing to gain by debating these people. Now, looking in the comments here, and I see Tony Rodriguez says Biden would lose to RFK. Okay, go with that. He can't gain anything from him. He can only lose to him. He can't win. You're already up umpteen points. So he cannot beat RFK in a debate. He can beat RFK. The biggest victory for Biden debating RFK involves doing this, not showing up. He's going to win by far more points with RFK by not showing up to the debate than he would having a debate with him. Even if he made better points than RFK, he would do just as well. It would be like putting Obama. Let's say Obama was in Biden's position, a far more eloquent speaker than Biden is, and RFK was running. It wouldn't be in Obama's best interest to debate RFK either. You already got all of the victory. Why would you go and even put a smidgen of a risk with somebody like that? That's why he's not debating him. Every analyst, every one of his advisors is going to tell him, you would tell any person you were advising, don't go debate this dude. There's nothing to gain in it. So, no, he's not going to debate him. And as Andy points out, he's not a Democrat anyway. I agree with that 100%. He'll just hide in the basement again. Addicted to Profit. I love the name. In regards to Biden hiding in the basement. Possibly. And that shit could really work. When you get folks, as my last guest was talking about Gen Z, when they see you guys rolling back Roe versus Wade and talking about executing a woman that has an abortion, which they are talking about doing, you got affirmative action, you destroy tuition, any hopes of tuition assistance and things like that. Does Biden really need to say anything to them? All you gotta do is play tapes of what the Republicans are saying, and they'll vote for Biden. You don't need to say anything. So the idea that Biden may hide in his basement could actually do that and be successful. They're passing laws that now allow you to discriminate against the LGBT community and God knows who else. Biden doesn't need to come out of his basement and say a damn thing. Just play the video of them being in favor of that. And that's going to be worth tons of, thousands of votes right there. Just play the video of folks suggesting it's okay to discriminate. You're going to get all the LGBT votes you want by playing Ron DeSantis and Trump and all these folks that are in favor of that. The Democrats don't need to do any damn thing but play the tape. You don't need to say a word. Just play the tape. And that right there will get you the entire LGBT vote. So he can hide in his basement and just keep pushing play. Just keep pushing play. And it's going to get a lot of votes. Looking in the comments, Arifin says he's just a puppet. We can talk about that. Banning books isn't free speech. No, it's just the opposite. You Trump supporters, get your knee pads out because Jack Smith is coming. Yikes. This country has done nothing. What does that say? This country has done nothing but went downhill since that corpse became president. How is America going? Listen, the economy is not great in my humble opinion. I've heard some guests say otherwise, but we haven't went. The way Biden's detractors portray America sounds like we're on the cusp of a Great Depression. World War III is around the corner. It's the Armageddon politics. If Trump gets reelected, he'll be saying the country is in fantastic shape within 6 months, which means it's not doing bad right now. 6 months from now, you'll be saying this country is doing better than it ever was doing, which means it's not doing that bad right now. He would not be saying, well, I still got work. No, we're doing great. It's fine. It's not as bad as you guys are making it sound. I don't see anybody on their porch eating the rest of their dog because they have no food. I don't see July 4th, this week, Tuesday, where nobody can travel, nobody's buying fireworks because everybody's too poor and broke. I don't see that. I don't watch baseball games and see empty stadiums because nobody can afford the tickets. People are doing shit. People are not hurting as bad as you guys are making it sound. It's not that bad. Look at it in the comments here. Congress runs everything. What does that mean? Yeah. Has it been the Flushing Queens then? Biden just a sleepy guy in his basement who is also running an international crime ring. Wow. An international crime ring. Well, speaking of international crime, I gotta once again play another video for you. Since you guys, and by the way, tap the screen. Maybe you guys get me up to 100,000. Tap the screen, get your boy likes up. I want you to hear this because you're talking about international crime rings. I think it's worthy of a listen because we don't want Biden in there running international crime rings. That does not sound good. Where the hell is what I'm looking for to play for you guys? Your boy, everybody loves Chris Christie, right? I'm assuming everybody loves him. All my MAGA folks love some Chris Christie.
Continued grift. And look, the Trump family has been involved in grifting for quite some time. He was doing this in terms of the people who got paid out of this PAC before, whether it was Kimberly Guilfoyle or other members of the family. Jared Kushner, 6 months after he leaves the White House, gets $2 billion from the Saudi sovereign wealth fund when Donald Trump had put him in a position to be. What's Jared Kushner doing in the Middle East? We had Rex Tillerson and Mike Pompeo as secretaries of state. We didn't need Jared Kushner. He was put there to make those relationships, and then he cashed in on those relationships when he left the office. So what Donald Trump's doing now is just a continuation of what he's permitted his family to do over the entire course of his time as president.
Why do you think he's not using his own money to pay for his legal fees?
Because he's the cheapest person I've ever met in my life.
So I want to, before I continue laughing at Chris Christie saying he's the cheapest person, well, let me say this. Now, the issue with Hunter Biden is that he was this whole Burisma thing where he's working for an energy company, has no credentials to have that job, and he's getting $50,000 or $60,000 paid per month. How the hell does he get that job when he has no credentials? Because his father is, basically the liaison to the Ukraine, and he's getting all these deals. Well, as Chris Christie is pointing out, Trump did the same damn thing with Jared Kushner. Now, you're not going to hear this on the right side of the aisle because they are going after Hunter Biden. But regardless of how you feel about Chris Christie, what he is saying is a worthy discussion. Jared Kushner basically got his dealings with the Saudis through Trump. And now all of a sudden he gets a $2 billion investment deal with the Saudis. How does that happen? Very similar to asking, how does Hunter Biden get an energy gig with no credentials for $50,000 a month? How is it? Well, this is something you would ask. Now, if you are truly in the camp for Trump, my beloved MAGA, you don't care about Jared Kushner. You only care about Hunter Biden. But it does appear as if both of these folks were using nepotism and using the office to get paid. It doesn't make you any less right or it doesn't make you look anything but biased if you're holding Hunter Biden but ignore Kushner or the 200 patents or 26 patents rather that Ivanka Trump got from China while Trump was in office. If you really want to point out people abusing the power of the office and you ignore it happening from one side and only point at it from the other side, then you're just being biased. But there are legitimate questions to ask about Hunter Biden, Jared Kushner, and Ivanka Trump. Not just one of them. There are legitimate questions to ask about all of them. How did they get this shit? And when you watch the media, if you're watching right-wing media or left-wing media, you get it from a biased playing field. The right-wing media is only talking about Hunter Biden. They don't give a damn about what Jared Kushner or Ivanka Trump scored. And if you watch it on the other side, they're going to go more after Trump. But they all need to be asked questions on how a $2 billion deal with the Saudis, how did that happen? Does MAGA even care about that? Now, looking in the comments, in regards to the where's the proof thing, you don't hear Jared Kushner even denying it. So, in the 26 patents that Ivanka Trump got with China, you're gonna tell me you don't believe that? You think that's made up, huh? I think that's record. Can't you just easily look that up and see that? He a Republican. Who are you Democrats for? You don't even know you will pay. You will all pay, they will get you. You know, Dude, love the name, Dude. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. In regards to who are the Democrats for? You ever heard of the phrase, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Sometimes you may side with somebody that you are not even for because they're the only way to get rid of somebody who you are truly against. I truly believe that applies to Joe Biden. Truly for Joe Biden. They just believe he is the best tool that can be used to get rid of Trump. So when you ask, what are Democrats for? The eradication of President Trump. That is what the Democrats are for right now. No policy, no legislation preventing Trump from becoming the next president. That's the answer to your question. All right, looking in the comments. Does your whole existence revolve around politics? Miss Naya, I wouldn't mind having an existence like that, but unfortunately I gotta work. So I have an 8 to 10 hour job every damn day that has nothing to do with politics. I move medical equipment all around all damn day. So no, answer to that is no. But I do enjoy talking politics, particularly to MAGA. That's why my program is and always will forever remain MAGA friendly. Some of you guys' thumbs have gotten lazy. I should have 100,000 likes by now. Ain't no love at 1 in the morning, huh? Damn. Tap the screen. Get your boy up to 100,000. Let's see what's going on in the box. What does that say? Is that Andy? Trump loves the uneducated. That's what he says. That is what he says. So does this mean even Republicans don't want Trump again either? Some of them. You think Mitch McConnell wants Trump to get reelected? Mitch McConnell or Mitt Romney, Liz Cheney, all of them folks you guys are calling rhinos that have been Republicans their entire lives, they don't want Trump in office. Shit. Speaking of which, since my next guest didn't come up, I'll give you the answer to your question in regards to folks, whether they want, who wants Trump up or not.
Or at flash.com.au. But what about this one, where, with Brett Bear in special report, you can watch that on Fox.
What I was trying to bring up didn't come up, but there's a hell of a lot of folks in regards to your comment about who wants Trump to come back up or not among the Republican Party. There's a lot of them.
.com.au.
I don't know what happened to my shit. So anyway, but well, look here for a minute. Yeah, something happened to my damn stream, but yeah, there's a lot of Republicans. Most of the ones that was on his damn cabinet don't want him elected again. Most of the folks that he was bringing on stage talking about how great this person would be as an ambassador or how much this person would be as a secretary, most of them folks, the Scaramucci's, the Spicers, his vice president, Pence, most of them folks do not want him to be president again. I know you guys believe they're all suddenly rhinos now, which means Trump Trump is really skilled at picking rhinos, I guess. But yeah, it's a lot of Republicans that don't want Trump to be president again. Looking in the comments here, or better at the box. Maybe I see Andy, you having a bit of a problem.
Come on, but he destroyed the GOP party, the traditional party. Yeah, he did do that. Good evening, or good morning, Andy.
Hello. This way Muffin can hear I'm actually from Alabama. You know, he thinks I'm a communist from God knows where. I couldn't be from the reddest part of the South.
You're a communist now, huh?
Apparently.
Well,
Who
listen,
knows?
if you're not a strong Trump supporter, you're gonna be some kind of ist, a socialist, communist, fascist, Marxist. If you don't support Trump, I've been called every ist there is except a capitalist.
Well, a real,
I like it.
something that they're not even familiar with anymore.
I like that. So
And
what
did
do
you
you
see
think?
where the Koch brothers have raised something like 75 million to run against Trump?
No, I have not heard that. They big. Those are big time Republicans. Well, one of them's dead
Not
though.
anymore.
Yeah, one of them is dead though, isn't it?
Right. And his brother and two of his biggest supporters, backers, that give them money to the super PAC, they
Right.
will not support Donald Trump. They are looking for a new candidate. Hey, maybe it'll be RFK.
Why do you think there are so many folks suggesting that RFK is the guy we should pick?
Well, RFK is backed by Steve Bannon and Roger Stone, and let's be honest, they just want him to be Trump 2.0. And
But
Democrats know what he is.
RFK is not even running on the same policies as Trump. He's not talking about making America
Right,
great.
but he's still backed by Steve Bannon and Roger Stone. So whatever he says he's running on, that don't necessarily make it true. I mean,
I believe that they're supporting RFK just to try to divide the Democratic vote. I don't think,
exactly.
obviously, do you think Steve Bannon, when he's backing RFK, do you think at the end of the day he's going to vote for RFK? Steve
No,
Bannon?
no.
Right.
I think that's the only way. When Trump was running in 2020, part of the reason Steve Bannon found the what he calls hard drive from hell is because they knew, it's in Steve Bannon's own words, Biden was just slaying them all the way through to right there at the end. And until they came up with that and the narrative he put out to the New York Globe or the New York Post, Trump had no chance. And so when they talk about the election being stolen, they don't realize they weren't even close to coming anywhere near close to winning.
Mm. Well, I don't know. So the whole purpose that I was doing the show originally on was folks suggesting that Biden, not Trump, but rather Biden is the worst president we've ever had in this country's history. How do you even respond to something like that?
That they haven't looked at his record compared to Trump because he's created, what is it, more jobs than the last three Republican presidents combined.
Yeah, but some of that's COVID though, right? That's not Biden's
No,
skills
that
alone. That's
he's
COVID.
already gotten back to COVID jobs. We're talking about the last three Republican presidents combined. We're
Wow.
talking about 8,000 more jobs than we're talking about a huge number past the COVID number. So no, they can say COVID, honey, but look how many jobs that took away, and look how many jobs were created. The number's not even close. He has outpaced the number of COVID jobs lost by at least 4 times over. So y'all can save that COVID stuff. That's your reality. It's not the reality.
What about the mental decline? He supposedly has dementia, don't know where the hell he's at, can't string together two sentences. How do you see
Um,
that?
Trump was at a rally in Alabama last year talking about, I was at the White House last week talking to Mark Zuckerberg. So he don't know when and where he's at either. There was the election where he uh endorsed somebody named Eric and didn't even give his last name, and there was an Eric running in both parties. I mean, let's be realistic now. Trump wears a diaper. I mean, for Christ's sakes, if they're going to talk about one's age and not talk about the other, but they're being disingenuous. There's
What do
only
you
4 years
mean?
between their age anyway.
What do you mean, Trump?
It's come out. I mean, have you not read all of these from his own staff? Now that they know that everybody has come out and started flipping on Trump, everybody in the Republican side has started flipping on Trump. And these aren't Democrats. These are Republicans turning on Trump. This is Rudy Giuliani because he don't want to go to jail for Trump. This is Mark
Okay.
Meadows because Mark Meadows doesn't want to go to jail for Trump. They all
Mm.
know that what happened on the 6th was illegal. And so now, since they're involved in all of this, they're all turning evidence. And when it all comes out in Jack Smith's case, They can all sit here and say, oh, it's not true. But see, the Democrats have something that Republicans don't have, and that's called evidence. And when your own party, when your own Homeland Security, like you posted that video today, when your own Homeland Security director goes, I can't vote for you because you don't have the best interest of the country at heart. What does that say about Trump?
That's saying a lot. And that's one of the problems with Trump is that a lot of his own administration, his own cabinet, people he appointed and hired, has given some scathing reviews of him, saying that they believe he is the wrong guy for the country and should, like Mike Pence, he came out and said the guy should never be president again. But I guess I have to ask this question: why are so many of them so hesitant to really tear into him like Chris
Because
Christie is
Trump
doing?
has dirt on them. They're all just afraid that Trump is going to out them for their dirty little secrets too. Look at Lindsey Graham.
Yeah.
I mean, Lindsey went from January 6th talking about
Lindsey
how
Graham.
me and Trump couldn't be friends anymore to literally almost putting himself in harm's way in the Georgia case.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham just comes across as an opportunist, though. Like he just like some of them folks will speak out against Trump until they realize now he actually is going to survive, and then they change their entire tune.
Mm-hmm. So they
So,
can say whatever they want, but Jack Smith is coming. And when he
but do
gets
you?
here,
But with Jack Smith, do you think at the end of the day Trump is really a possible candidate for being incarcerated?
I think he'll be on house arrest, neither West, either in Mar-a-Lago or the place in New Jersey.
You really think they would restrain a former president like that on
I
house
think
arrest?
they
Can
don't
you?
have a choice. I think
Wow.
Trump painted them into a corner because he didn't have to go to jail for these documents at all. He had other documents that were just as sensitive and the ones he gave back, and they're not charging him for those. They're charging
So
him for the ones he refuses to give back that don't
so in
belong
your
to him.
so if what you're saying is true, I'm gonna give you this is a comment from two angel boys in the comments. Because you're talking about, Trump felon possibly being on house arrest. Wow. But in the comments, two angel boys says Trump is the best president and rightful president. Why is there so many people that think he still is the president right now? So
Because Fox News did us all a disservice and lied to them, and they still believe it. And it's why Fox News had to pay almost $1 billion to Dominion. It's why Newsmax is going to have to pay that same price. And it's why Smartmatic is going to take them for $2 billion. And maybe after they've been drained of all their money, they'll, like, Fox has already quit giving him a platform. That's why they've turned on Fox so quickly. I mean, used to, anything you ask them, it was, oh, well, if it didn't come from Fox News, it's not true. But now, all of a sudden, well, Fox News hates Trump, blah, 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 blah. It's because they have to tell the truth. They have to come out and say, the election stuff isn't true, and we can't say it's fraudulent because they don't want to go, pay any more money. And Fox viewers don't understand that if you don't tell the truth, you got to pay up.
yeah, well, they knew that on Tucker Carlson because they even had said in court that Tucker Carlson was an entertainment program. So they knew. I mean, they pretty much admitted in court that Tucker Carlson was not necessarily being truthful, but they were. I mean,
Oh,
it
yeah.
was the ratings bonanza.
He won a lawsuit one time by Fox News saying that nothing Tucker Carlson could be believed by any reasonable person, but yet 70 million of them turned out every night to watch and believe everything he said. So that's on them, actually.
Fair enough. Well, we'll see what ends up happening. I don't know a former president being placed on house arrest. You think MAGA would behave if Trump is actually arrested like that? I mean, literally
No,
incarcerated.
actually, I think that this doesn't have as much to do with Trump and has to do with much as he lets them believe that the rest of the country feels the way they do when we know for a fact they don't.
Hmm.
He's
All right.
anti-Semitic. It's racist in a lot of cases. He's,
No,
you know,
I've had some guests come on and they suggested that anyone that votes for Trump is a racist. You don't believe that, do you?
No, I don't think that anyone that does is, but I will say that they're backing those policies by voting that way. I'll say that they're backing policies that are against LGBTQIA, women. You know, they don't care as long
Do
as
you
they get
believe?
what
Do
they
you believe
want.
Trump? Do you believe Trump himself is a racist?
I know his daddy was arrested at two KKK rallies. I know that Trump put out that article on the Central Park Five. Even, they found him
What
innocent.
about
Did
Biden?
he
What about Biden?
apologize? Nope.
What about Biden?
I think Biden's grown and learned. I don't, I can't say 100% he's legit, but I can say that at least he's showing an effort, which is more than I can say for the other one. And at this point, you're right. Any Democrat they run against Trump will win. You cannot
Yeah.
disenfranchise 2/3 of the nation and think that it's going to be okay.
Yeah, I think Chris Christie is echoing that sentiment, and I think there's a few other folks, a few other Republicans that are saying that Trump cannot win the general election. He'll win the primary, but because there is so much dislike for him winning the general election will be almost impossible.
And the
But that's
fact
who they're sending up.
they think that everybody that's for against Trump is a communist. First of all, let me make this clear. I'm not cheering on Vladimir Putin. Let's just put it that way. Second of all, we owe the Ukraine under the Budapest Miranda. These people do not understand that we have an obligation to keep our word as the United States of America.
All right, Andy, I do got to move it on. Appreciate
Thank
you
you,
coming in
sir.
here this
It
late.
was wonderful to talk to you.
As always, you have a good morning. All right, look. Comments. I wanted you guys to hear the other clip. Now, because she was talking about folks not wanting to speak out against President Trump and things like that. And I thought this was yet another comment that some of you folks may not want to hear, but I get it. But I think it's worthy of hearing what he has to say on this because I think he makes a decent point. Appreciate you folks that got your boy over 100,000 likes. So thank you for tapping the screen. I appreciate that. You know I don't block, ban, or censor any of you. I let folks speak, despite whether we agree or not. Doesn't matter. You know, program. I go from left of Bernie Sanders to we're having dinner with QAnon. So I do let the people speak. Interesting statement he's going to make about Ron DeSantis because he wants to. He's being asked why people are hesitant to speak out against Trump.
Obviously, he's another 2024 challenger. He was asked by a high school student about January 6th and how Republicans handle that. This is what he said to that student.
Do you believe that Trump violated the peaceful transfer of power, a key principle that of American democracy that we must uphold?
Are you in high school?
Yeah.
So
I
wasn't anywhere near Washington that day. I have nothing to do with what happened that day. Obviously, I didn't enjoy seeing, what happened. But we've got to go forward on this stuff. We cannot be looking backwards and be mired in the past.
He talked a little bit before that about how Biden is running for office and Biden running and why he should defeat him. But is that the way you think Republicans should be answering that question on January the 6th?
He wasn't anywhere near Washington. Did he have a TV? Was he alive that day? Did he see what was going on? I mean, that's one of the most ridiculous answers I've heard in this race so far. You don't have an opinion about January 6th, except to say, I didn't particularly enjoy what happened. People were killed.
Exactly a strong statement.
People were killed, Caitlin, as you know, that day on Capitol Hill defending the Capitol. We had members of Congress who were running for their lives. We had people trying to hunt down the Vice President of the United States chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." And Donald Trump the entire time sat outside the Oval Office, in that little dining room of his, eating a well-done cheeseburger and watching TV and doing nothing to stop what was going on until it...
So what do you guys think? Now, it does appear, and I see in the comments, looks like Tony Hawkins says January 6th was a setup. Who set it up? I mean, Who was able to get that many people to fly to Washington, drive to Washington, catch a bus to Washington, and then act like that? A setup by who? I would love to know who could orchestrate that type of outcome. And also, why are there no Republican senators, congresspersons, Republican governors, a hell of a lot of Republicans that were there that day? Why are they not calling it a setup? I mean, it would be in their best interest, right? Many of them voted for Trump. Why are they not calling it a setup? The people who actually were there that day. Just like, for instance, in the comments, Michael 889 is talking about Antifa and Black Lives Matter. There's been over 400 people that got arrested for their behavior that day. They all have had a chance to say at least one or two things here or there. They've had their day in court, many of them have. Not one of them showed up and blamed Antifa or Black Lives Matter. Why is that? I mean, you got McCarthy that soon after January 6th went down to Mar-a-Lago and made amends with Trump. He was there. He's not blaming Antifa or Black Lives Matter. The people who were there that day, none of them are blaming Black Lives Matter or Antifa. That should tell you something. None of them are in court or on TV as a senator or as a congressperson saying it was Black Lives Matter or Antifa. Everybody saying that are saying it from a distance. Where are the people that actually attended there? Wouldn't they say that if it had some type of value that could help them out and show that they didn't do this, that it was perpetrated, it was a setup, it was wrong? None of them are saying that. Is that not worthy to ask that? Why aren't they blaming that? I believe the truth is still coming out, but the media is hiding everything. Tony Hawkins, there's a right-wing media. Nobody's stopping Mike Pence from going on OAN and saying that Black Lives Matter and Antifa or Ray Epps is doing this. Nobody's stopping right-wing politicians from going on right-wing media and telling the truth what you think it is. They're not doing it. They're not. Even President Trump is not blaming January 6th on Antifa or Black Lives Matter. Why is that? I didn't hear Trump blame it on Ray Epps. Why is that? He's had plenty of time to speak. He's holding rallies all over the country. Nobody's preventing him from speaking. He's not blaming it on those people. Where are you getting it from? The people that were actually there that day are not saying this stuff. If anyone think that Antifa and Black Lives Matter would spend money on Trump clothing and gear, they're out of their mind. Original Hog Dog, I agree with that as well, because you got a very angry pro-Trump crowd. They believe that the election was wrongfully stolen from them. You think a handful of Black Lives Matter is going to go in that crowd and try to cause a ruckus? When even the Capitol Police can't get it under control, they would be decimated. No, there's no way I'm going to believe that. You know, I saw some people changing clothes. They were black. You're not going to go get involved in that shit when you're outnumbered 90-1. No, I don't believe that. That's hard to believe. That doesn't make any sense. The people who have been charged are not blaming Antifa or black. No, they're not. And that says a lot. That the people to get together with Trump, sing the national anthem, talking about the January 6th choir or whatever, but they're not blaming Antifa and Black Lives Matter. In fact, the most consistent person that the convicted have blamed is President Trump. They're going to court and saying that he ordered them to do that shit. They're not blaming Ray Epps or Black Lives Matter. They're blaming Trump. It was manufactured propaganda. Manufactured by who? And once again, why are the Republican politicians that were there that day not accusing it of being manufactured propaganda? The people who were actually on the ground there that day, the ones who actually voted for Trump, including the vice president, why is he not saying it's manufactured propaganda? Come on, Antifa is partly, what did I say? Hang on a second. Antifa is partly cops, the people that were anti-Antifa, anti-fascist, You believe they're partly, you think an Antifa member, the ones going around writing ACAB on every damn thing. You think that some of them are police officers. Really? What's next? Martin Luther King was a member of the KKK? You think Antifa is partly cops? Does that make sense? Jesus Christ. All right, most of the Oath Keepers are cops. Right. Antifa literally spraying ACAB all over in Portland. That's the police force. Okay, that really took me back. I didn't even know where to go with that. Yes, they think about it after the cops are getting paid double. Why there are no? I don't even what. Like I said, Antifa being cops. January 6th was a tour guide for most of the rally goers. The feds tried to make it violent. The idea that January 6th was a tour guide. Here's the issue I have with that. When you're at a protest like that where people are pissed off that the election was stolen, and you do have people on all sides of the building, or at least in the front of the building, entering the building violently, even before they got to the building. You got folks on the lawn talking about hanging like this. This is not the day to go on a tour. It's just not. That doesn't make any sense. You don't go in that building that's being partially overran, at least on one or two sides of it, and start having a tour. That doesn't make sense. I mean, it just doesn't. Even if you're not there to do any damage, why would you go into a building that's dealing with that type of overrun to take a tour? That, I mean, just the idea that it's dangerous at that point. They clearly do not even have the entire building under control. But this is the time you want to go sightseeing? That doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. Do you think affirmative action ended too soon? I'm 70-30 on that. We talked about this earlier in the broadcast. I do believe there is some good and bad to affirmative action. I do believe that the reasons affirmative action was put in place will resurface. I don't, just like with Roe v. Wade. Abortion was legalized because of a reason. That reason will still be here. And just like you guys believe, talking about my beloved MAGA, you believe you have Second Amendment rights to prevent tyranny. Nobody's going to come to you in 2023 and tell you, well, there hasn't been any tyranny in America for centuries. Let's remove. No, because you believe it'll come back. So that if you get rid of all of these policies, nothing's going to come back is ridiculous. So I'm 70-30 on it because I have to sympathize with some folks who are not minorities who point out that affirmative action can also be a consequence to them. I mean, there are some police departments and fire departments that have had to hire minorities even though a white person may have tested higher on the entrance exams. That's not fair to them. So I'm going to say about I'm in favor of affirmative action, about 70%. But I do sympathize with folks on the other side that says it can also be discriminatory against them. So affirmative action. In fact, I gave a spiel. There's 4 things the Supreme Court has done recently that's been incredibly controversial. Rolling back Roe v. Wade, affirmative action, blocking Biden's tuition issues, and then of course, what is the 4th one? Allowing you to discriminate against people, the LGBT community. 2 of those are huge. 2 of those will cost Republicans votes, and that is rolling back Roe v. Wade. I think that's the worst one. If I had to go in order from worst to least, rolling back Roe v. Wade is the worst one. It's going to cost Republicans votes. Number 2 is allowing people to discriminate. It's going to, because everybody believes that's going to expand beyond the LGBT community. Very similar to suggesting that Roe v. Wade is only giving power back to the states is not a issue. It's not an effort to ban abortion nationwide. Nobody believes that. Nobody believes that. And it's the same thing with the discrimination. Well, it's just allowing somebody religious freedoms or whatever the hell they call it. I think everybody realizes that that's going to expand beyond the LGBT community. And other folks are going to get discriminated against. No different than if the liberals were able to ban the AR-15. the right would be immediately saying another type of gun is next. They're not going to stop at that. They're going to go to something else. But for some reason, when you use the same logic on Republican-led policy, all of a sudden now it's propaganda and it's wrong. Every Republican, when it comes to the Second Amendment, believes that if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile, and it's a stepping stone towards taking away all rights. But when you look at affirmative action, it is, well, no, you can't use that here. It doesn't apply. Yeah, it does apply. It's the same shit. So, for instance, Roe v. Wade, folks are suggesting it's only a ploy to give it back to the states. No, it's not. It's a ploy to do it federally. Mitch McConnell, Mike Pence, Lindsey Graham, and even Trump have all came out and admitted that a federal abortion ban could happen. Mike Pence said that was the goal. Mike Pence actually said a federal abortion ban is the goal. So we know it's not giving it back to the states. And the same thing applies with this LGBT issue now that you can openly discriminate against LGBT. Minority groups feel confident that this will ultimately lead to being able to discriminate against minorities. Now, we can't say for certain because it hasn't happened yet. But I've been on here, this is like my third hour on this live stream I'm talking to now. Talked to probably a dozen guests. I've had people all in the comments saying that they think it's okay for a person to be able to discriminate against whoever they want to if they own a business. I've had probably 2-3 dozen right-wingers in the audience say that if you own your own business, you should have the freedom to serve whoever the hell you want and to refuse service to who you don't want to serve. You don't think there are business owners who don't want to serve black people? So clearly, if you believe it's okay to do it, the idea that
watching TV
the
and
idea
doing nothing.
that it's not going to spread beyond the LGBT community is just a flat out lie. It's going to happen. So number one is rolling back Roe versus Wade. Number two is allowing people to discriminate. That's order of worst, best to worst. These are what the Supreme Court, 4 things the Supreme Court just did. Number 3 is going to be rolling back affirmative action. I do believe there are some Democrats that are okay with rolling back affirmative action, and it's not as bad as Roe v. Wade or allowing people to discriminate, but it is going to cost some votes. And then, of course, number 4 is the tuition issue, because that's going to hit some people in the pocketbooks. There are some people who were looking forward to having those loans forgiven. I get what Tim Scott said. If you take out a loan, you should have to pay it back. I understand. But regardless of how you feel about that, there were people who were going to benefit financially for what Biden was doing. And now they may have to end up paying money out of their pocket for years. You talk about the main reason we voted for Trump is because you got more money in your pocket. Well, the tuition rolling back thing affected people's money. So if you're going to vote based on your bottom line, and the Republicans stopped you from having a loan forgave, they hurt you in the bottom line. So there are going to be people that are going to vote based on that. But those are the 4 decisions so far the Supreme Court passed down. Roe v. Wade, allowing people to discriminate, affirmative action, and the tuition issue. And I think that those are the order of damage, I believe, that they're going to hurt. Certainly with the Gen Z, that's one of my callers talked about, the younger folks, they're going to respond to that negatively. Looking in the comment section, Michael 889, I didn't see your comment. You said please answer you. Why would you think Trump would need to riot if he can go through the GOP and end them anyway? I don't think Trump needed to quote unquote needed to riot. I don't even say he intended to riot. He intended to upset Biden being inaugurated. Even if it was done just through peaceful protest, he was just there to be a spoiler. But when the people got out of hand, it's spoiling things even better. It's going my way. That was the whole purpose of it. I don't think he showed up there intending for people to riot. It was showing up to intend to upset the procedure. Rioting is probably the most effective way to do that. And it actually did delay the procedure till later that night. That's what happened. Looking in the comments here, 30 million people wanted their loans paid off, think they won't remember it. Original Hog Dog, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. People are going to be hurting because of that Supreme Court ruling. When they start demanding that money, people are going to be hurting. And they know Biden wants to give them the relief they want. They know Trump doesn't. Is that not going to affect people's votes? Yeah, it's going to. I mean, you're talking about somebody who's going to forgive thousands of dollars worth of student loans. Call it free shit, call it whatever you want. I call it voting material. It's going to affect some people. This is why he continues to lie all the money his supporters are giving him. That's what Chris Christie is talking about. They wanted to cut everybody's benefits but the rich. That's the way Republicans are. Yikes. And there are people who suggest that. Man, Trump really does own your head. Damn it, man, give it a break. Dave, I couldn't do this if you weren't here listening to the program. So appreciate you being here. Appreciate the comment. Thanks for the input. Be scrambling to survive and keep pace with the rest of the developed world. You think it's really getting that bad? Trump scammed all his supporters so bad he could not abandon the lie due to him losing his support. Well, he had to abandon his claim that he won 2020. He can stop talking about it. Same thing they tell us. How do you end racism? Stop talking about it. Which I think is bullshit. But he doesn't have to say he lost 2020. He can just say it's over with. And nothing I can do about it. It's not going to be overturned. And just stop talking about it. He will not stop speaking on it. In fact, I would submit to you that if Trump were to win in 2024, and he was to do it with a strong enough majority, he might try to do something where it literally gives Biden an asterisk for his presidency, where it goes down in history based on some crazy law that Biden never was the official president. He really doesn't want to give Biden that win. I mean, he really doesn't believe Biden won. At the same time, 30 million taxpayers are happy they aren't on the hook for loans they didn't take. Jeremy Parker, I don't know in regards to taxpayers being on the hook. You're on a hook for so much shit as a taxpayer. I'll just say this. If you truly are MAGA, America First, where you truly believe putting America first, why would you be against something that is going strictly to Americans? If some of the stuff like this, healthcare and tuition, these are American first things. These are stuff that's going to benefit America. Now, clearly, you guys aren't in favor of helping Ukraine out anyway, so I get it. But that ain't money going to America. Same thing with the Iraq War. That was never about America. Period. Bin Laden wasn't there. There was no legitimate reason for us to spend 20 years in Iraq. So I don't understand the claim that folks are about America first, but against virtually anything that helps Americans. You're not against the rollback way. You're not going to be in favor of giving assistance to those mothers that have those children. I don't see where the America First part comes up. Where is that at? I just don't see the America First part about it. Yes, taxpayer. I pay for a hell of a lot more than my house and property. Yeah, you don't have no control of where your tax money is going. Hell, you got a lot of Americans who don't think they wanted to pay for the wall that Trump was trying to build. Well, you don't get to say so where our money goes. I don't think we need 12 aircraft carriers when China is the next strongest country and they only have 2. I don't think we need to keep buying those things at multi-billions of dollars per pop. America has the largest air force in the world. The second largest air force belongs to the U.S. Navy. You don't think there's excess in all of that shit? I don't get to say so where my taxpayer money goes, so that's kind of how it works. I would much rather my tax money go to help somebody get an education and get a decent job and feed their family than some jet that's going to be around for 10 years and then end up going to the scrapyard. That's most likely never going to be used in a war. I would much rather my tax money go to that, or to somebody who has diabetes that can't afford insulin, can't afford their treatments. I would much rather my tax money go to that than some military piece of military equipment that's going to literally be sailing all 7 seas, oppressing other people. Because that's what our military, for the most part, does, is they police the world and tell other people what to do. Our freedoms are not being threatened by these little countries. We're over there telling them what they have to do. We're, for the most part, threatening the freedom of others and suggesting that by doing that, it makes us more free. That's kind of what's happening. Really, America is like the 300-pound linebacker walking around in high school saying, I got to keep lifting weights. Everybody's picking on me. Bigger than every fucking body in the school. Nobody's picking on you. Yet you keep getting in fights saying you got to do this so somebody's picking on you. That's America. We got the largest military by multiples. Yet we stay at war under the guise that somebody is picking on us. If you really look at it, it makes no sense at all. Who the hell's going to pick on a country with 2,000 nuclear weapons? As I pointed out, a dozen aircraft carriers, 2 huge military air forces. Who's going to be picking on this damn country? But yet people really believe we are always at war because people are picking on us. It's crazy. I don't get it. It is really crazy. Yet countries like North Korea, much smaller country with a few nuclear bombs, nobody's picking on them. Turkey, nobody's picking on Turkey. You know, India seems to do all right. They got a few nuclear weapons, a much smaller military. Ain't none of these countries claim nobody's picking on them. It's just always Americans. And people actually believe that these little ass countries are starting fights with the United States. When everybody's walking around the country, 300 plus millions of us all got guns and shit. Our military's huge, and that's the country that everybody's picking on. We start the wars. We are bully of the world. The elite push for war. Yeah, that's what it is. That really is what it is. But if you say that shit on the public forum, you're unpatriotic. 300 plus million people in this country, third largest country on earth, by far the most armed populace. And that's after you get through the U.S. military. Now you got to get to a bunch of armed citizens that also have guns. That's the country that everybody's picking on? Really? Does that make sense to anybody? Looking in the comments, why on White House Gov does Biden boast about the record number of illegal immigrants he invited? Invited? I'd like to see that. I haven't seen that. Trumpers are so dumb they keep donating to a billionaire because he tells them to. I'll leave that alone. Trump is a wannabe dictator. Facts 101 Road Tip. I do submit that there are some, to some degree, I think all folks who reach that level would love to stay in power forever. But yeah, Trump does exhibit some signs that he's a wannabe dictator. And I will tell you this, I do believe for folks who favor Trump, once again, my beloved MAGA, he would be a lot more effective as a dictator than what we have here in this country. Because if you favor the policies of Trump, but you're also admitting folks never gave him a chance and he had all kinds of investigations going on. Look, Trump promised to drain the swamp. Trump promised to do a lot of things that are virtually impossible for one man to do in a republic or in a democracy, where you got the Senate, you got the House, you got governors and folks like that can destroy your agenda. There's a hell of a lot of states' rights mindset in this country. In a dictatorship, you don't have to deal with any of that. It's your way or the highway. And that's where Trump would probably excel more, is because he's a businessman. He's owned a lot of companies. In a company, if you think you have the best direction for your corporation, you can fire the whole damn board if they don't agree with you. This is what we're going to do. We believe we should work on the office in San Antonio and expand there. Doesn't matter who disagree with you. If it's your company, you can move every damn thing to San Antonio and fire everybody that disagrees. As a president, you can't. You got to get approval of the House and Senate. And that's where Trump does not exceed, does not excel, is he's not good at unifying the folks under him. So in a business, he can do it. In a republic, he fails. And that's what has happened, is that he's just not, I do believe, he does favor being a dictator, because most of the people he speaks positively of are exactly that. I haven't heard him say anything positive about Trudeau in Canada or Macron in France or Merkel in Germany. It was all Putin, Kim Jong-un, Xi Jinping. I mean, it was all dictators. Everybody he spoke positively of are running governments where the people don't get shit to say. I haven't heard him say anything positive about anybody running a democracy or a republic. It was all those kind of people. Uh, Trump is the swamp. He is a traitor to our country. If you support him, you are a traitor too. Damn, Cheryl. Damn, really? Trump isn't a unifier. However, a half black, half white Obama wasn't either. I don't know where bringing in the fact that Obama half white. Well, in regards to Obama being a unifier compared to Trump, look, first black president, you certainly are not going to be a unifier. In Martin Luther King's day, he was not even a unifier. Look at all the resistance he had. Now, historically, Martin Luther King is favored, but during his time, he was not a unifier. That's the reason they shot him in the face or in the neck or whatever. So, compared to Trump, Obama was much more of a unifier. He was much more of a unifier than, well, Trump says he had a larger inauguration crowd, if you know what I mean, wink, wink. But no, I don't think Trump's goal was to unify. I think Obama's goal was to unify, but to some degree, his policies and certainly his skin color and things like that made it hard to do. Trump was a fuck your feelings kind of guy. Get on a Trump train and get ran over. There was no goal ever to unify. It was, I'm going to do what I want to do, and you're going to either be with it or get ran over from day one. There was never any intent, any desire to unify. That's why you see all the fuck your feelings flags. That's not a unifying statement. Reflected in candidates, all white, one black. What about a Chinese American president, Arab American? You're not going to get an Arab American president at all. This country is not very fond. For you folks who may remember, John McCain at a town hall running for 2008, when an older white woman stepped up and said she wouldn't vote for Obama because he was a Muslim. You're not going to get an Arab president. Not in our generation, you're not going to get one. People do not like, just simply because of the amount of terrorism that has been perpetrated and blamed on them over the last 40, 50 years. We're not ready for an Arab president. It's not going to happen. In fact, you've had some states pass legislation that says Sharia law cannot be the law of the land here, even though nobody was even trying to do that. So, yeah, there's a huge anti-Arab sentiment. Once again, certainly in the Bible Belt states. They believe in Christianity. You're not going to come down there talking about Allah and shit like it. It ain't going to happen. Not in our lifetime. An Arab president, I don't even see an Arab governor. I don't even see how. Maybe in a very liberal state you might get one, but even an Arab governor might be a challenge. That's going to be hard. Americans are too afraid a Muslim would infect. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. A Muslim would inflict Sharia law, so it's not happy. Yeah, and they wouldn't. That ain't gonna happen. But they're afraid of Sharia law. I do agree with that. Trump isn't racist. Look at what he did for HBCUs, among 100 other examples. Tape earlier. It's about 3 or 4 minutes long. I don't know if you guys want to hear it again, but it was very racist in my opinion. Something Trump retweeted out. Him and Bill O'Reilly talking together. It's 1 a.m. I played it a couple hours ago. In my opinion, when folks say Trump has never did anything racist, this throws that out the window. There is things he's done that are just simply not good for black people. And this tape I just played a minute ago is a good example of that. There was more mass shootings under Obama than under Biden, Trump, Bush, Clinton, Bush one combined. Really? Well, something in regards to the mass casualty events, it depends on who you talk to, because people are calling, to me, shooting up your rivals in a gang is not, when I think of somebody saying a mass shooting, I don't think of, I seen 3 of my rivals on the basketball court wearing the wrong colored jerseys and I shot at them. That's considered a mass shooting by some people. I don't put that in the same category. So when you see more happened under Obama, I bet you it's a lot of that shit. Trump's daughter converted to Judaism and he still doesn't like Jews, let alone. Wow, you think that? I haven't heard that. Trump is an anti-Semite, is what you're saying. Yikes. I haven't heard that. Why are Democrats allowing and pushing for open borders and war when kids go missing? I don't get the notion, because here's what I don't get: the notion that Democrats are pushing for open borders. When Trump was in office, and he was bragging about separating families at the border, all of his supporters pointed out that Obama was doing the same thing too. But when Obama was actually president, they were saying he was for open borders. He can't be both. Like right now, we got another liberal president. Biden is in office. And they're saying he's for open borders. But then when you look at his policies, you find out he didn't even change the Trump policies. So if he's doing the same shit, then that means Trump was for open. I don't get it. But clearly when Obama was in office, everybody was saying he was for open borders. And then when Trump got in trouble for separating families, they brought it, well, Obama was doing it first and he started it. Obama was the one that put him in cages. You said he was for open borders. So I don't understand that. Obama did not do the same thing at the border. 70% less coming out. Kathleen, that is another good point, is that Biden is being accused of open borders. They were suggesting that a month or so ago, it was going to swell at the border. Immigrants were going to be coming in right and left. You even had Fox News and many right-wing media outlets down at the border filming people coming in and ready for this huge surge of migrants that were going to be coming in. All of a sudden, you don't see them down there anymore. You don't see anybody reporting live from the border anymore because it's not happening. And as Kathleen pointed out, the amount of migrants coming in has been reduced by like 70% or more. You don't hear folks on the right even talking about, there's a lot less of them coming in. They're not giving that any accolades. What they did is they simply stopped talking about the border because the story wasn't there anymore. They didn't give Biden credit or even point out that less migrants are coming in. They just simply diverted to a different topic because it would not fit the narrative that the border is out of control. But when the border was out of control, they were reporting every day. Every day they were down there showing them walking across the river, carrying kids. They were down there on the border every day. The minute the amount of migrants stopped coming in, they left the border and simply stopped talking about it. Biden opened borders. Migrants kind of flocked here, but got held up in Central America and Mexico. Why didn't they get held up in Central America and Mexico before? Why did this suddenly start happening all of a sudden? Did Mexico change its policy? Why are they getting held up now? They haven't been getting held up for years. They attack trans people as a diversion. No, that ain't no diversion. They really don't like those people. That's not a diversion. Those are real feelings. Ukrainian and NATO and Davos war, I don't get that one. In America, we have a Christian problem. It is the root of a lot of shit we're dealing with. It is the root of a lot of shit we're dealing with. So I'll leave it at that. The mainstream media isn't showing it's still happening. I don't watch just mainstream media, Tony. I watch a lot of Fox, and I was watching them. I watch the 5 every day I get home from work. Every day I watch the 5. I watch Outnumbered, another Fox. I mean, I know under Trump, Fox suddenly has lost its right-wing label for some damn reason, but Fox News is a conservative network. They were there at the border. Trace Gowdy was down there. Judge Jeanine Pirro, I think, might have went down there once or so. Geraldo, before he left Fox News, was down there. Who else was down there? There were several of Fox News personalities down there on the border all the time. And now they're not down there anymore. Even if you watch the 5, they have kind of admitted, Dana Perino admitted that the amount of migrants in the country has dropped. They're coming up with excuses like somebody here said they got held up in Central America or something weird. Like they're coming up with reasons, but they've admitted it's not as bad as we predicted it was going to be. So they stopped talking. So it's not just mainstream media. It's not being covered on right-wing media either because the story is not there. If you cover what's happening at the border and you show the pictures of what's happening at the border, you will easily see the photos and the video you see that what's happening at the border does not look like what was going on in March of this year or earlier this year. It's less people coming across. There's no one. That's why you don't see any video footage coming from down there. The issue is not happening this bad. You know it's evil when they're trying to pass laws allow kids to change gender without parents. Who's tried to pass a law to allow a kid to have a gender change without the parents even knowing about it? I have not heard that. I mean, I'm not a fan of that happening, certainly. In fact, what can you do surgically without telling your parents? I mean, even if you, when I was 9 or 10 years old, I was making a play sword at home. My mom was not home, and I was cutting cardboard, and I actually put a slit in my finger, ended up getting 3 stitches. My mom had to, how can you get a surgical procedure without the parents knowing? Are you sure you're getting that one right? Any surgical procedure, they can't just start operating on a kid. And how does that work? If I'm a child and I want to have gender transformation surgery, do I just walk into the clinic and schedule an appointment as a kid? That doesn't sound right. What doctor's office just lets minorities? That doesn't sound right. I mean, you can't even, I don't know if you can do that for anything. Tell everyone why Chicago is the way it is. Because the right does not like Chicago. That's why it's the way it is. That's why Chicago comes up all the time. I could go and take the lives of 3 or 4 people in New Orleans and then go to Chicago, go into Walgreens, punch the security guard in the face and walk out with a few razors. And I'll get a lot more coverage on Fox News because I took those razors. It's not the crime in Chicago. It's the city. It's the politics. Chicago has known for tough gun laws, liberalism. They have liberal mayors, liberal politicians everywhere. The state has a liberal governor. It has ties to Obama. It is the perfect bullseye. That is why Chicago is in the news. You could commit those same crimes in Chicago, in Memphis, New Orleans, Jacksonville, Florida, and people often do. And it will not get the same coverage because the governor of that place the governor here is a Republican, or they don't have tough gun laws in St. Louis. You're not going to get the same coverage. Chicago is a liberal whipping boy. That's why Chicago comes across as so bad. The actual murder capital in America, generally in Republican areas. St. Louis is the murder capital. There's a Republican governor in Missouri. There's no tough gun laws in Missouri. So they don't talk about it. They go back to Chicago. New Orleans has more murders per capita than Chicago. There's no tough gun laws in New Orleans. Same thing with Memphis. It's a Republican governor. So you can't speak on it. Just like you want to talk about Chicago, they give you a slap on the wrist and let these same criminals out. You don't think that shit's happening in Memphis and St. Louis and some of these other places? But if you bring it up in those areas, you got to now start talking about Republican politicians. Whereas in Chicago, it allows you to attack people because the entire chain of command is all liberal. You don't have to worry about running into any interference. So Chicago gets all the attention. But it's not genuine concern. It's politics. If Illinois voted in a Republican governor, that conversation about Chicago would slowly start disappearing from the Republican channels, the right-wing media outlets. Certainly if that Republican governor of Illinois was endorsed by Trump, that shit would disappear right away. Chicago would start slowly phasing out of the right-wing media almost immediately. It's being attacked because it's liberal. It's not being attacked because people are concerned with the violence of Chicago. Looking in areas, Chicago is a very violent city. I'm not going to take that away. It is a very violent city, but the coverage of it is not out of concern. It's out of political leaning. Areas in Chicago are redlining from proper funding. Funding for schools and other areas would be different. Well, now that we got this ruling from the Supreme Court, I expect to see redlining happening more often. I just had numerous guests come on here and say it's okay if a property owner decides he don't want to rent to black people. I've had guests come out and admit it. All the guns in Chicago comes from Wisconsin, Indiana, Iowa, and Missouri. Facts. That is very true. And also, that is the reason why tough gun laws do not work in America. There are countries that have tough gun laws, and in those countries, it's difficult to get a gun. The reason tough gun laws do not work in America is because the areas that they are implemented in are not quarantine areas. In other words, a tough gun law is ineffective if I can leave the area where the law exists, go somewhere else, and come back into the area without any checks and balances. There are tough gun laws in Japan. You can't leave Japan and come back without nobody checking you and searching you. You can leave Chicago and come back and nobody searches you. That's why the tough gun laws don't work. Because like the person is original hog dog in the comments is pointing out, all the surrounding states allow you to buy guns. And there is nobody checking you on I-80 or I-88 or 57 or 55 when you drive on the highway back in the state. So the gun law is ineffective. You can just leave and come. There are tough gun laws in Australia. You can't get in Australia without somebody searching you for guns. So the gun laws do work. It's just there's no enforcement to come in and leave, come in and out of Chicago. Studies in past shows restricting being too. Wait a minute. Studies in past shows restricting beings to one area with no resources would cause destruction. Restricting being, I don't get what you're trying to say. I don't get that. Let me know you think Trump was a good president. Gus Ramos. I don't think everything, I'm liberal. I lean left, so let's make that clear. I don't think everything about Trump was bad, though. I don't think actually putting America first is a bad policy. But for me, putting America first would be helping disadvantaged Americans. I don't see where giving Americans health care should not be considered as doing for Americans first. So I'm fine with America first, but I just have a different spill on it. But I don't think Trump was a totally bad president. I do believe, though, deliberately, intentionally being divisive is a bad idea for any president. Intentionally getting in fights and arguments, attacking athletes for taking a knee, for instance. That's punching down. Doing this stuff for political gain because you'll get some claps, clicks, and likes. That's not the work of a good president. So I think his extracurricular activities, the Twitter accounts and all of that shit, I don't know I don't care how much you like somebody's policies. Doing stuff like that is being incredibly divisive and to some degree can even get people killed. And I think he did get some people killed. He certainly has gotten a hell of a lot of people incarcerated and heading for the bankruptcy line. Rudolph Giuliani probably is a perfect example of someone, America's mayor after 9/11, literally riding on a sea of fame, could have rode off into the sunset as a very well-respected guy. Destroyed his reputation. Trump has destroyed his reputation. He is, considering he is from New York, he's not very welcome in his own state. Destroyed his reputation. That type of stuff. Unnecessary fights, just ruining people, ruining people in the process. How many people have been? I mean, just the January 6th protesters alone. How many of their lives has he ruined? How many of those folks probably are bankrupt from hiring lawyers and shit? They couldn't afford that stuff. Going out there because he said the election was stolen. They can't afford any of that shit. Some of them now realize the election probably wasn't taken. Just ruining people. Ruining people. Doesn't matter how great your policies are. Doing that to people, he needs to be, look, the man is a billionaire many times over. It's illegal for some of those folks. I mean, some of those January 6th protesters, $10,000-$15,000 to an attorney or whatever. He could have probably found some MAGA attorneys that would have handled their cases for free. They came for you. Help those people out. Promising them a pardon that they may have to wait a few years to get. No, help them out now. He's in position to do that. If he really cared about those folks, hire those folks lawyers, free lawyers for all of these people. Didn't do it. Didn't do it. Trump is facing 48 more indictments very soon. Damn. Anyhow, folks, we up here. We rolling late. 111,000. I'm going to go ahead and terminate this. Y'all don't heard enough from my ass tonight. But I do want y'all to, I might as well let y'all roll out. What am I looking at here? I don't even want to know what's being said on this shit. This isn't what I was going to play for you guys. But I'm just curious to see.
About these issues and others that will be before the Supreme Court. But I feel that at this point in our country's history, it is important that we not reverse marriage equality, that we not reverse Roe v. Wade, that we stand up against Citizens United, we stand up for the rights of people.
She got that Roe v. Wade thing very wrong. How many of you folks, if asked, I'm talking to my liberal friends, because I know my MAGA, I already know your answer, but for you liberals that are watching, Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden, who do you think would have been a better commander-in-chief? Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden? I'm interested to see what happens in the comments. Between Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, who you think would have been a better commander-in-chief? Obviously, MAGA don't like either, so we know. Deplorables, like Hillary said. Biden, Hillary, okay. So some of you, it's in both directions. Me, Mark Rivers, no. Black people, what does it say? Black people want to vote for Democrats. That sounds like you really love black people. That ain't racist at all. Black people just want free shit. They don't even want to work, do they? That ain't racist at all. I'm Republican, but would have tolerated Hillary. Yeah. Well, Hillary certainly is not. She wouldn't get the dementia label from you guys. We're talking to evil folks. 2 whistleblowers associations with Biden dead. I don't get that point there, Ethan. America was close to being third world with Trump. Biden saved America. I have never heard that before. Damn. Andy, thank you. Andy, I always appreciate that. I don't, because of the type of program I run, I don't get a lot of gifts and shit like that. So it's always nice. Thank you, Andy. Appreciate that. Somebody needs to lock Joe Biden back in his mom's basement with shackles and chains. Well, Rick Karp, I understand that is meant to be insulting for the former commander-in-chief, but I will tell you this, Carl, thank you. I will tell you this, in regards to the claim that somebody needs to lock Joe Biden back in his mom's basement with shackles and chains. Considering the stumbling, maybe he may even fall down a couple times, and when you look at how controversial the Supreme Court rulings are, I think it would probably be in Biden's best interest to stay in the basement or so. The Republicans are saying so much controversial shit. Whoa! Black? Who sent that shit? Who just sent me that? Whoa! Black cat's eye. Damn! You caught me off guard with that. Thank you. That knight in shining armor. Thank you. I do believe that when you take in consideration how much controversial stuff is coming out of the Republican Party, Biden doesn't need to do that thing. I said this earlier on the live stream. Just play the conservatives talking about it's okay to discriminate or a woman should be executed for having them. Just play them. Why would you go out there and say anything that they can laugh at or say you messed up on? They're saying enough harmful shit that can get you votes on their own. Just play tapes of them. That's what I would advise Biden to do. That way you don't have to go out here and try to explain to somebody that you have a stuttering problem or somebody wrongfully left a sandbag on stage. Just chill. They're giving you enough material to help get the job done. There's no 20-year-old fertile woman that thinks it's okay to execute her for having an abortion. Andy, don't have me sneezing with all them fellas. Beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, there's no young fertile woman that thinks it's okay to execute her if she chooses to have an abortion. So, yeah, just chill. That's what I would tell Biden. Chill. Don't say much. You don't need to. They're saying it for you. They're going to be complaining how you won again from your basement because they're saying stuff that's pissing people off. Just let them have it. Um, White Christian nationalists are taking over the party. Damn, Republican Party, says Abby Normal Cat. There are other folks saying that. You're not the only one saying that. That white Christian nationalists are taking over the Republican Party. I don't know. I can't speak on that. But when Trump gets up there and says, yes, I am a nationalist, and then he has to explain that it didn't mean he's a racist, it didn't help. SCOTUS decision helping the Dems big time. I agree with that. I agree with that. They moved too far to the right too quickly. Think about evil. Think about kids who's leaving borders open, who's allowing more. Think about evil. Kids. Well, when you say evil, what's happening that's evil? Thinking about kids. Are you talking about all of these children that are going to be born now that Roe v. Wade is outlawed? Who's thinking about those kids? In America, there's about 500 to 750,000 abortions every year. Abby, appreciate it. 500 to 750,000 pregnancy terminations every year. The Republicans are probably going to stop at least a third of those. Most abortions are performed by women that can barely afford the kid, impoverished people, single mothers. Do they have a plan in place to help those women out? As you said, think about kids. I haven't heard anything from the Republican side of the aisle suggesting that we know what we're doing is going to create more children and we're willing to step up and help. I haven't heard that. So just want to point that out. Those kids will suffer in poor families and taxes will go up to pay more. And they're going to find a way to target them for collecting welfare. They're not very fond of welfare. I don't believe in abortions personally. If you don't want one, okay, I don't believe in abortions personally. If you don't want to give it to a loving family. Well, Rick, would 500 to 750,000 abortions every year, you're not going to have that many families. It's just not. I mean, there's a reason why we have foster care in this system. Those kids, if there were somebody who were that eager to adopt, you wouldn't need a foster care system in America if there were enough families to adopt all of the unwanted children in this country. And that's now, while abortion is still legal. You have foster care systems that have thousands of children in them. You're going to pop out a bunch more. There's not going to be enough families, not even remotely close, to take all those kids in. Not even by a stretch of the imagination. There's not. You're right, but they're too busy taking everybody else's kids. I don't get that. They want them when they are babies. By 10, they are thrown back to the system. There are plenty of foster care children that are under 10. Plenty of them. Plenty of them. I believe, here's one of the issues. There are certain children that adopt well, and there are certain children that do not. Children of color do not adopt as well as white children. That's one. But then also there's healthy children versus children that are not. Certain homes and bring backgrounds. I mean, there are drug addicted kids, all of this stuff. A woman is strung out on drugs and she doesn't want to have the baby. She hasn't even gotten her addiction under control and she's pregnant. And we're trying to force this person to have a baby that's addicted. You think somebody's going to adopt that? No. There's going to be plenty of that shit. There's going to be plenty of stuff like that. For every kid deserves a fighting chance. I get it, but I'm just telling you, there's going to be consequences to it. You would never admit MLK was pro-life. Why wouldn't I admit that? He was a Christian. There's plenty of African Americans that are pro-life, but they are also pro-entitlements. The folks on the right are pro-life, anti-entitlements. I want you to have the kid and find a way to deal with it. That's the way folks on the right. Martin Luther King was pro-life, but he was also pro-entitlements. He would have been a fan of helping that kid out. Weaponizing the Democrats is a war on American Christian. Wait a minute. Weaponizing the Democrats is a war on Americans, Christians, Republicans, socialist schools. What? I don't get that one. I don't get that response. We spend billions of dollars every year on our pets, but we don't do. Yeah, that's bad. Indigo's mama, you are correct. We spend a lot of money in this country on pets, and not on the children. That one's bad. That's awful, but absolutely true. Absolutely true. Um, Look at who's on the terrorism watch list and who's being investigated by the FBI. There are people on the, Martin Luther King is on the terrorism watch list. What do you? There's a hell of a lot of people on that list. Martin Luther King was on the terrorism watch list. It don't matter the reason why. It's a personal choice. No one has a right to tell grown folks to do. I totally agree with that. Now I'm pro-choice, period. But I can understand folks who believe you're taking the life of a child and things like that. But at the end of the day, I don't like pro-life policies because I know women are going to suffer from it. If you believe that a embryo is a child at the moment of conception and is entitled to all of the rights and privileges of a live human being, up to and including murder, because people do believe abortion is murder. Well, then that means the mother that is carrying that child is responsible for everything she does while carrying that child. In other words, if I was to go in, you know, let's say for instance, I started smoking crack and I'm in a car and I got a 1-year-old in the seat next to me in the car while I'm smoking crack. If that child was affected by the crack, I would be held criminally accountable for what I'm doing to that kid because that kid has the rights of a human being. Well, now, because the rights now exist for a child that is at conception, if a crack mom smokes crack while pregnant, she's going to be treated the same way as the person sitting in the car next to the 1-year-old. She now can be held criminally accountable for what's going on with the kid she's carrying in her belly. So now all of a sudden, if she decides to go play ball or, go and decide to get on a roller coaster or something that causes a miscarriage, she can be held criminally accountable for that. Just like if you were to take a live 6-month-old baby, get on a roller coaster with it in your hands, and something happened. That's negligence. You should have knew not to get on a roller coaster with a 6-month-old baby in your hands. Well, now you should know not to do it while pregnant. Nothing good is coming down the pipe for women rolling back Roe v. Wade. Nothing. You're going to start seeing women criminalized. You're going to start seeing husbands and boyfriends demanding that women face justice for what's happening to these kids. It's not a good outcome for women. That's why I don't like it. It's going to be women being criminalized. Not to mention, some of them might end up, committing suicide and other stuff. But the outcome is bad for women. The outcome is bad because the focus is on saving that life inside of her. It is not about her at all. At all. Even up to and including she's a victim of some kind of assault. Nobody gives a damn about her. You need to have this kid no matter what. Nobody cares about what's going on with you. Have that kid. How many women are going to pass away before they? Yeah, it's bad. It is bad for women. 100% of unwanted pregnancies are due to irresponsible men not controlling themselves. That ain't true. That is not true at all. You could be a loving husband, and your woman could suddenly find out that she got a career that's not conducive to being a parent and decide not to have a kid. It ain't 100%. That is about as sexist and anti-man as it comes. 100% of unwanted pregnancies are due to irresponsible men. So the woman is just laying back being victimized. Huh? She ain't got nothing to do with it. Jesus. All right. And there are plenty of dudes out there that truly wanted to be a father in their child's life, and the mom either had something else going on, met another dude, did not want to tell her parents she got pregnant by this guy. I mean, do you realize how many white women slept with black dudes back in the Jim Crow era? Loved that black dude to death. But because of her family, this has happened with Christians versus Jews and religions. You realize it ain't always the dude. It's always the man's fault. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. All right, looking in the comment section. All right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. I better get my ass to bed. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. Follow the program if you like civilized dialogue without any fear of being blocked, banned, or censored. Catch you guys on the next one.